Thanks to all these great Patreon members who help support the show. Get your super chats ready. Jake will be here in just a moment. If you love the New York Jets, this is the place to be. And now, the Jake Asman Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the final day of the 2025 NFL Draft. The New York Jets are on the clock with a bunch of picks today. What will they do? We will react in real time to each and every one. Special guests are going to join me throughout the program. It's the Jake Asman Show. Our draft megacast continues right now.
Live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft on historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin. As your New York Jets look for their next superstar. Some of your favorite analysts will join Jake to break it all down. Get ready for the next round, Asmaniacs. It's the Jake Asman Show.
Here we go. Welcome in, everyone. Please subscribe to this channel. Hit the like button. Thank you to everyone for joining us over the first couple of days. It has been wild. It has been so much fun, and we will find out today what these two fine gentlemen decide to do for our New York Jets. Of course, we know about the first couple of picks for the Jets. They take Armand Membu in round one. They then go out there last night and take Mason Taylor, the tight end from LSU, and in a bit of a surprise pick, but when you apply some logic and you study more on the player, it makes a lot of sense. They take A.Z. Thomas, the stud corner from Florida State. A lot of speculation on maybe Brandon Stevens moving over to safety, and that's why Thomas was the pick. So we'll talk about that and much more. I got two great guests that are going to join us here at the start of our megacast. I want to also share that some of the top names that will join us today include Tyson Rauch, Connie Carberg, Frankie V, Jeremy Jets Chaos, Nick Faria, Nick Shine, and I'm working on some other big names as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun as we watch this draft all together, baby. So let's say hello to our two guests to lead off the show. He co-hosted all 5 hours of our megacast yesterday. Dylan Terriman is back for more. And let's say hello to a good friend of the show. He's our resident draft expert. I got his draft guide open right now that I've been referencing throughout the weekend. Dom C of Talking Jets and Project Prospect. What's up, Dom?
What's up, guys? Dill, how the new digs treating you down South Carolina?
Dude, it's been good. The weather's nice. I don't even have my overhead light on, and you can see the sun pouring in. I know it's still been a little wishy-washy in New Jersey as far as the weather, but it seems like it's breaking. But all positives down here, man. And I think it's gonna be a good day. And I'm glad to have you on here too. You're gonna be carrying us a little bit, but I'm super happy to chop it up with you.
Oh man, Jake, thanks for having me, dude. Pleasure to be here with you fine fellas.
Love
and
it.
Even all you guys in the chat.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, Dom, I want to get your thoughts just on what the Jets have done so far. First time we've had you on since the Membu pick, Taylor last night. And then Thomas, I know you were very high on Thomas. I referenced him a lot in your guide last night. I read some of the scouting report intel that you had on him. Give us the breakdown. How would you evaluate what the Jets have done so far through their first three selections?
Good, very safe, which is fine. You know, listen, I was on the stance that I wanted the weapon instead of the tackle at pick 7. I think that, to me, Membu is a great player. Not, you know, he's the pick. He is what he is. But I just thought that Tyler Warren was, you know, as a prospect, just a shade or two better than Membu. You know, again, not much. I think I had Tyler Warren in my top 10, Membu in my top 20. So, you know, you're picking at, like really, really, really fine hairs there. But, Membu's a pick. I understand it. It's safe. I love the idea that we have a 21-year-old Olufashinu and a 20-year-old Armand Membu now. You know, health, knock on wood, if they stay healthy, you have bookend tackles for the next, 10-plus years. Something that we haven't seen or heard in a while. And, the physicality, the way he moves, in space, I think Armand Membu is going to be, an instant, he's going to really affect the offense in a positive manner instantly. I know AG said that he's going to compete for the right tackle job. I think that there's a pretty good shot that he's going to beat out, Chukwuka Okorafor for that spot. Okorafor's contract, smells like a backup to me. So, I think you add something, you solidify a unit that, on paper now, it is, arguably one of the top 10 in the league, I'd say. Let's see him put it together and stay healthy. You then move to Mason Taylor, which I think was Armand Membu to Mason Taylor was a very chalky, Jets fans, mock-up as we went through this entire draft cycle. And I understand it. Jake puts up his Jet fandom here. I love
sold.
that. Yeah, I love that. Listen, his skill set is really good. I think his ceiling, I think he's got a lot of untapped potential. He's a very, very smooth mover. He's, he reliable hands, sets up his defenders very well, in route running. I think he's a good blocker when in movement. I don't know if he's a ready inline blocker one-on-one, like in a phone booth. I think that's where he's got a lot of room to grow. But we have like 4 tight end coaches on our roster now, so somebody should be able to get the most out of him. But if you have him, you put him in space, you put him on the flank on those reach blocks, pulls and stuff like that. I think he's very effective. He just needs to get a little bit more technically sound as a blocker in line if he's going to really, really take that next step. I see him as a guy that could be a good second to third weapon on the offense. And right now, with Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson and Mason Taylor, you're not going to be able to, people are saying, well, there's no other receiver. Garrett's going to get double teamed. Fine. You want to bracket him high-low with a safety? Send Mason Taylor right up the seam. You know what I mean? Send Mason Taylor, across the field from the slot, or from the H-back position. Send him across the field where, that corner, vacated to go trail Garrett Wilson. I think there's ways that you can counteract that. His upside to me is very much like, Dallas Clark, Zach Ertz. I think he can be that type of player. Still got some room to learn and grow, but physically he's there. Again, 20 years old, probably not even at his physical peak. I think he's probably still got some room to grow in that. But again, a very solid pick where the talent matches the need, and then you bring in, AZ Thomas. I'm going to call him AZ because some people say it's Azariah. Some people say it's Azariah. So I don't know which one. I'm going to refer to him as AZ.
They called it an AZ at the presser. So I'm like, thank God they called him that, because us trying to butcher his name for the next, hopefully long career as a Jet is going to be brutal.
Yeah, some people say Azariah. Some people say Azariah. So we're going to refer to him as AZ, Jake, just like you said. But he's a guy that I've been watching for 2 years. He is, other than James Pierce to Atlanta, other than Landon Jackson to Buffalo, I don't think there's a better match of prospect to scheme fit than AZ Thomas to this defense, right? You talk about long, physical press man corners that both Wilkes and AG like to utilize. It is ideal. I've been very high on him. He was my 17th player overall on my big board.
Wow.
I had a first round grade on him. I know some people are going to knock him, 4.5, 340. That's fine. But when you watch him play, technically, he's as sound of, his footwork is clean. He's as sound of a boundary cornerback as you'll see coming out of college. And all the other accolades about AZ Thomas, I think is the things that really, really wet my whistle, if you will. 2-year captain. A guy that they said was, the center of the locker room, never going to be a problem. Spends his off time when he's not on the football field, watching film, studying, learning his craft. Like, this is a guy this is the type of guy I think you want on your football team. Now, Jets fans are going to say, well, you just spent money on Brandon Stevens. You did. All right. And I don't know what I don't know what the role, or I don't know what the answer is. Some people are speculating Stevens is going to go back to his natural fit at safety, which could happen. Maybe. Or maybe they just say, listen, the talent of this guy in our scheme was too good to pass up in a true BPA situation. We had Brandon Eccles as our third cornerback last year. He saw the field a lot. There's no reasons that AZ Thomas can't see the field. And if not, you have a pipeline guy. Brandon Stevens, in essence, is here on a 2-year deal. So I love the fit. If it's BPA, I like the way they're doing it. I like that they're building guys, 3 20-year-olds who have, they have if they pan out, these are guys that are going to have multiple contracts with the Jets. And that's something that you can't say often. So pleasantly surprised so far. I like all 3 players. Again, if I had my druthers, would I have gone Warren and then something else? Yeah, I would have, but I'm not going to be upset with Armand Membu. Like I said, I understand the fit. It was safe. I don't think they've swung. Joe Douglas came out and swung hard, swung big his first draft, right? Mekhi Becton was the home run swing when Tristan Wirfs was probably the single or the double, And I think Muji came out and took singles and doubles, and you could score runs that way as well.
You look at the picks the Jets have, obviously they'll be up at pick 110 of the 4th round. We're officially underway. Oh, by the way, there has been a pick that was made by Tennessee. Chimere Dyke from Florida, the Gator wide receiver, the first player picked in round 4.
Very fast.
Maybe a Jet target, right? They need a receiver. My goal for today, Dom, is wide receiver and defensive tackle. I'm looking at your draft guide. You have so many, top grades on DTs that are still there, 3rd round grades on guys that are still hanging around. So I feel good about them getting one of those guys, but I really want a wide receiver. So I pass this to both you and Dylan here. Thoughts on some targets for the Jets as we look at pick 110 here coming up in a bit?
You want to take it, Dill?
I was gonna say you go first. I've been loving your breakdown so far. This is what we needed with Dom C.
Yeah. So my number 1 choice right here is not on the offensive side of the ball. Sorry, Jake. My number 1 choice is a guy. Again, I have him in my top 50. I think he's right around 48. Elijah Roberts, defensive end out of SMU.
Okay,
Yes.
He is, 6'4.5", 285 pounds. Inside outside versatility. His game, he's NFL ready to stop the run right now. He's a power rusher. He can get at the quarterback. He can pressure the quarterback. He's not bendy and twitchy like the Will McDonald's. He's a different type of guy. Very JFM-like. And he could rush him from the inside on those 2nd and distance, 3rd and distance situations next to Quinnen. To me, that would be a home run. You get a guy that can come in from day one and stop the run from the edge position. He can offer you a different type of pass rusher than what you're going to get in JJ and Will McDonald. And, he could slide in and take some reps inside as well. So that's where I would go.
Love it. Dylan, any players in your mind stand out for the New York Jets with this first pick coming up here at 110?
Yeah, it's hard to argue with Dom here with Elijah Roberts. I watched him against TCU earlier last week, and he just blew up the play. I think he had like 2.5 sacks. So just a hulking defensive end who is fitting my narrative of getting Michael Clemens off the field as quickly as possible in your base 4-3 packages on 1st and 2nd down. Somebody who's going to give you some juice against the run, but also have that pop and penetration and pass rush ability. Just to help you and your narrative of pass catcher, we can go with the wide receiver. I like Alec Omenor. We comped him last night, like almost to like a little bit of like a Michael Pittman type. And I feel like he is kind of sliding here. Isaiah Bond is another guy who's going to slide because of the off-field concerns. And that's stuff that we can't confirm or deny from our seats here doing this remote. So it's a player based on the talent. I think this is where he would fit. I had DK from Florida who just went on my board as well. Nick Nash, who might be a little bit of a later, maybe next round. But Jalen Royals from Utah State is another guy I gravitated towards at the Senior Bowl. Dom and I saw him up close and personal. We talked about him last night. I had to calm my freaky down with the ass and legs of Jalen Royals. I think he does have that lower half that I do appreciate. Yeah. And he's going to give you more than Malachi Corley will in his first year, obviously. But I think there's a ton of wide receiver names. There's also a couple tight ends that I think you could covet, like Gunnar Helm. But I obviously know with the addition of Mason Taylor, you can prioritize other things. But yeah, I'm with you. I think the theme has to continue of pass catchers and pass rushers, and go get yourself a D lineman and a wide receiver today.
Yeah. I will say before you hop on, like the Jalen Royals thing is 100% with you. If you're going to go wide receiver, let's go that way, because he shouldn't be on the board. He's got a pure 2nd round grade for me. And I'm not saying that that's why he should be off the board, but 15 touchdowns last year, 21 missed forced tackles, inside-outside versatility, dealt with a foot injury, missed a lot of the season because of it, but came back to the Senior Bowl, and really a separator. I think he would be a really, really good complement to what you have in Garrett Wilson.
Love that. Look, they need weapons. They also just need good football players, as Aaron Glenn,
right.
Said yesterday when they asked him about the strategy, and he's like, "We're gonna stack our board and try and find good football players." So I'm like, "Yep, that checks out." If you have a super chat, send it in, and we will bring it up on the screen. Like this one right here from Nate, who says, "Venmo a tip to Dylan for me, Jake. He was stellar last night." I love it, Nate. I don't know how you could send a $22.74 super chat. That is oddly specific. I didn't know that was possible, but thank you for supporting the channel. And of course, Dylan's been crushing it. Glad to have Dom with us here. We got some great guests that are going to join us throughout. I forgot, man, just how long day 3 is. This could be a 7-hour show. So appreciate all of you watching the draft with us. Jets Worldwide says, let's get day 3 started. Love it. And let me remind everyone who's just tuning in, all weekend long through the end of the draft today, if you send in a $10 super chat or more, or gift any membership, it's double the amount of raffle tickets that you'll get. This week, aka Monday, we're giving away a signed Joe Namath jersey, signed Justin Fields helmet, signed Aaron Glenn helmet, signed Curtis Martin helmet, and a signed DeBrickashaw Ferguson helmet. Oh, wait, I added 2 more prizes, a signed Jermaine Johnson jersey and a signed Aaron Glenn photo. So 7 chances to win any of those raffle prizes. $10 super chat normally is 2. Today, it's 4 raffle tickets. Nate's $22 super chat is normally 5. Today, it is 10, or maybe 10.5 just for Nate because he loves odd, obscure numbers. Here's the question I have for you guys. Shedeur Sanders. We spent a lot of time last night on our stream, Dom, breaking it down. Yeah. Should the Jets, because I know there's a lot of Jet fans in my life texting me, they got to take Shedeur, they should do it, and some people want nothing to do with him. Should the Jets consider or even take Shedeur, your number 1 rated quarterback, I believe, Dom, on your rankings, should the Jets consider Shedeur Sanders with this pick coming up, pick 110?
Listen, Jake, you know that I stand a little bit different on Shedeur as a player. I had him graded out as my quarterback 1. I think that he is that if you're talking about the talent of the player, there's no reason that he should be on the board here. Now, the problem is, you remember when Tebow was drafted to Denver and then ultimately came to the Jets? Like, everything became about Tim Tebow. And that's going to happen with Shedeur Sanders. Whenever he's on the field, even if he's quarterback 3, everyone's going to be asking, how did Shedeur look today? He's going to be the focal point of attention. It's going to be more Shedeur than the team. And I'm not saying that as a negative towards the kid, but that's just what's going to follow him now. As a talent, I think it would be absurd value if you went and took him right here. Do I think the Jets are going to take him? No. I mean, AG just told Aaron Rodgers to go kick rocks, right? He don't want to deal with that noise. I can imagine that you get the fuck out. That's right. I can imagine that something would be similar with him. Looks like Cam Scatterbo just got drafted by the Giants.
Yep, that's a good pick. I think I loved him in college.
Yeah,
we were seeing a little run on running backs. Bashal Tutin to the Jaguars to pair. I know that they were in the Genti market, and now Cam Scatterbo. So this is helping the Jets with the run on quarterbacks or running backs, excuse me, for sure.
Yep.
But I'm in agreement with you from a talent perspective. You have to consider Shedeur at the very least here. We were talking about it at 73. Even you kind of opened the door for more positions to be in the fold, and obviously they went a defensive back. So clearly they weren't thinking of just like the chalk wide receiver edge picks like we were talking about. But yeah, you have to consider it. But also with everything that we've seen this offseason, it just is proving by their actions that they don't want a Shedeur Sanders type of quarterback in their room. So I could understand it. You don't want eyes going back to look at Aaron Rodgers in the meeting room. That might happen with Shedeur as well. So there's just too many parallels where you can't say no to Aaron Rodgers, but yes to Shedeur and try to like make it work from a PR perspective. And it's not surprising to me that a lot of these first-time GMs and head coaches or GMs and head coaches who are on the hot seat are trying to stay away from him and pivoting to another player at the position because they don't want to be fired because they took Shedeur Sanders and all the drama and circus that might come with it. So from a talent perspective, yeah, you have to consider it, but this is getting insane. Is Shiloh going to be drafted first? Is Bonesy's speech going to end before Shedeur gets drafted? We don't know. Like at this point, the slide for Shedeur is quite concerning.
Well, here's the reality of what's happening. So obviously, just based on talent, he shouldn't be here. But when you're talking about a quarterback and someone who brings, whether you like him or not, I'm not saying it's negative. Like he's not a bad kid. He doesn't have off the field issues. He's never been arrested or done some of the terrible things that other people in the league have done that still get drafted or whatnot. But when we're talking about a guy who people deem as a good quarterback by most accounts, he doesn't have like elite athletic traits. He's not like a special athlete, not like a special cannon for an arm. Like if everything goes well, I've seen him comp to like a Kirk Cousins type or Andy Dalton type. Like you win games with that guy. He's not a bust. He's a solid NFL starter. He'll have a long career. But when that's the comp, and then you factor in the attention he brings from a Dion standpoint, from his own media brand standpoint, the kid made like $5 or $6 million already just off NIL being in college. You factor all that in, and then you get to, round 2 and round 3. Teams look at those picks like, hey, we're going to get a chance to get potential starters here. We don't want all that for a guy that at his best is probably a good quarterback, never going to be great. And then you start to get to day 3, and now we're talking about, well, a guy that's going to be your backup. And we saw this as Jet fans with Tebow. You don't want your backup quarterback taking all that attention. It could be a distraction for the team, and it's not good necessarily for the locker room. So I think it's going to take a special team with the right coach, right infrastructure in place that could handle the Shedeur Sanders impact of it all. Like if the Chiefs took him to be their long-term backup for now, like you're not worried about Mahomes staring over his shoulder or Andy Reid dealing with Dion. Like it's the Chiefs. So I don't think it makes sense for the Jets, if that makes sense. I don't think Aaron Glenn wants to deal with all that when he's in his first year, and he's trying to pump up Justin Fields, build his confidence up that he could be the Jets' long-term answer.
Yeah, I think you need a coach that can, is an alpha and that can quell all the outside noise. Like I'm not suggesting he goes to one of these teams, but coach I'm talking about, like a Harbaugh, one of the 2 Harbaughs. I think Tomlin. I think even Sean McVay, Dan, what's his face in Detroit?
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell. I think those are guys that I think could handle and quiet all the other stuff that comes along with, that's going to come along with Shedeur Sanders.
So here's a sneaky team, Dom. I don't know. I flirted this out, and it was more of a joke, like tongue in cheek, but they do have long-term quarterback concerns. They do have a pretty heavily offensive-minded head coach in Mike McDaniel, but do you think the Dolphins could take a swing with the Tua, unknowns with his health conditions?
I don't see that. I actually think that schematically that would be a great fit. That offense would be really good. I mean, I know a lot of people say that he needs to be in the warm weather. That would be that. I could see that. I could absolutely see that. The question is, how hot is the seat for Mike McDaniel, right? So are you going to draft a guy and then he's not, you're already paying Tua, and then you have a guy that's, maybe you bring in the next coach who doesn't want anything to do with Shedeur. I don't know. But yes, that's schematically, I think that's a great fit.
Yeah, that's very
interesting. Well, they have Zach Wilson, so they're fine at backup quarterback.
Oh, that's right.
And he's wearing number 0 because
Fitting.
you can't get any better than an absolute dud at quarterback. I do want to point this out about Cam Scatterbo. DJ on the broadcast apparently compared Cam Scatterbo to a Plinko chip, if anybody knows the game Plinko. So I think that's absolutely, an apt comparison for him. He is literally a pinball going down, He's going to just bounce off defenders, but I thought that was funny and a good call out by DJ.
Running backs with 4.63 speed, though, usually don't have long storied NFL careers. I will say 100%. That. Scatterbo's all effort. He's all heart. You like those guys.
Passion pick.
But it's, if we're expecting him to be the next Barry Sanders, I think, we could temper those expectations.
Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. You're watching the Jake Asman Show Megacast. We got 2 awesome guests leading us off today. Dom C of Talking Jets and Project Prospect. Dylan Terraman, Jet Nation Live. The first person that gifted a membership to get in our raffle. Last chance to get in on this show as far as the double bonuses we're given for every membership gifted. It's 2 entries for Rasta Dread, so thank you, Rasta Dread. All right, gentlemen, Jets are up, and just a couple picks here. Knowing what we know now about the state of the board, Dylan, I'll start with you. If you're Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn, who's your guy here at pick 110? And you could give a couple players that you definitely would be on board with, knowing how the board is shaping up here with Vegas on the clock, then Chicago, so the Jets are up in 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the Rich Cimini tweet because he just put out a couple defensive linemen, and I agree with a lot of them, like Jared Ivey from Ole Miss, somebody who could probably be a little bit of a tweener for you. I'm looking at larger edge players, like we talked about with Elijah Roberts earlier. He mentions Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. That would be a weird one for me. I'm not sure. I didn't love Sawyer during the process. Again, I'm going to go back to wide receiver, though. If they get Jalen Royals here, I feel like that's a steal. A lot of the wide receivers that I covet, they're already gone, like Kyle Williams, and the Patriots just keep stacking good players as we talk about the Patriots. Craig Woodson, the safety from California.
He's really good. Really
man,
good.
They're killing this draft, and it's like actually making me mad. But I would say Jalen Royals at this point. I don't think Vegas and Chicago are going to be in the market. Maybe they do take wide receiver. I'm not sure, but I feel like one of these guys that we've talked about between edge and wide receiver, they're going to have to be here for the Jets.
Another receiver just went off the board. Sorry
Deontay
to
Thornton.
Yep. Sorry to Damian. He was asking us about Deontay Thornton, saying take him. Well, the Raiders took him. They took him. They saw what you saw, Damian. Appreciate the super chat. I want a receiver, so Jalen Royal sounds good to me. Dom, give us some guys.
Buffalo just traded in ahead of us.
They did this on night 1 or night 2.
Jalen,
they keep getting ahead of us.
This is where Jalen Royals is going.
You think so?
Yeah, they need a wideout. They need a wideout.
So. They've addressed it, or it's a safety. They've addressed the defensive line. They addressed the cornerback. Maybe this is a safety, but I could see him. I could see them going in here. Again, I'm going to stick with Elijah Roberts. I think it's a good fit. Another name that I think would be a really good fit, Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle from Florida State. I had a couple minutes with him, 5 minutes or so, chatting with him at the Senior Bowl. After we were done, not prompted, he pulled me aside and said, "Hey, listen, I got to be honest with you. You're exactly where I want to go. I want to be a New York Jet. I need to pair up with Jermaine Johnson again.
Wow.
That's my guy." And he fits the mold. He's a 3 tech. You need somebody to take over that Solly Thomas role.
You think he did that to everyone that with teams?
Listen, maybe I was the first person he spoke to that day.
Wow, that's a great nugget, Dom. That's awesome.
Yeah. So he's a guy that, and I think schematically, I think he'd fit again. Maybe not next to Quinnen. At 315 pounds, he could probably play inside, but he does get washed a little bit too much versus double teams. He's much more of a penetrating guy. I like him to back up Quinnen as kind of a rotational guy. So Josh Farmer, Elijah Roberts. I know Dylan talked about Eric Ayo Minor. He's got that build. He's got the run blocking prowess that I think would be, something that would be of benefit to this team. Those are probably the guys. I also think at some point, whether it's here or in rounds 5 or 6, the interior, a guard needs to be taken, right? A guard needs to be taken. So Marcus Bowe still on the board. He's a little light in the pants, but I think he's versatile, can really play all 5 offensive line positions. And my guy, Miles Frazier, who I think is the most slept on, underrated offensive lineman in this class.
Yeah, where did you end with Frazier as far as like a round grade? Because just on the film, I felt like he was more of a second round guy.
Yeah.
And the guy that I thought was in this range was his teammate Grant Dellinger, who I thought was maybe a 4th or 5th round guy. But now that Frazier's here, it's like, okay, this is extreme value to me.
Yeah, Frazier's my 49th player overall. He got a 3rd round grade. But I think he's NFL ready. This is the kind of guy that even if he doesn't start right now, here are the Bills pick.
Deion Walker.
Deion Walker.
Yep.
Wow.
Bills pick. Yep.
Interesting. Deion Walker,
Kentucky DT. Was he on the Jets board, do you think, Dom?
Well, I found out after the fact that the Jets did talk to him. I don't know if it was in the building or virtually. Deion Walker is actually a Glenn Naughton favorite. Glenn's been talking about him for quite a couple years. He had a 20. If he came out after the 23 season, he probably would have been a 1st round pick. 2024, he just did not play good. He just did not play good at all. He had a back injury. He's 6'7", 340 pounds, and he's a 3 tech. He loses the leverage battle, but I mean, he's just a big old guy, hard-nosed. If he can figure out how to, stay low and win that leverage battle, I think he's going to be a pretty good force as long as that back is healthy. But 2024 was not very good for Deion Walker.
Do you think his back injury is going to contribute to him having like weight problems or like potential issues with keeping his weight down in the NFL? Because I was watching him run at the combine, and then you put on the film, and he's just so sloppy in the midsection. And I know the back issue, like you can't do much working out, and you're playing through a fractured back. So like that's pretty severe in my opinion for his position. Like you're taking on a lot of impact with those types of blocks that he's taking on. So do you think his weight is going to be an issue at the next level?
Hold on one second. I got to rant. Every time the Jets pick, they go to a commercial before. I'm so sick of it. Damn you, Goodell. Damn you.
I'm turning the chat off because I do not want to see who gets picked.
I don't want to see.
It looks like they're a couple minutes or a couple.
Hey, if you spoil the pick, you're going to the gulag. So don't spoil the pick in the chat.
I've got the private chat on, so I can't see anything.
I want to react in real time. If you spoil the pick, you'll either be sent to the gulag or tarred and feathered. We'll let the chat decide what they want to do with you. God. Sorry, Dom. Continue your point. I'm just so sick of it. Every time the Jets are picked, there's a commercial right before.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The pick is in.
Oh God.
Okay.
Now you guys are ahead of me because
I'm not. I won't say. I'm not
going to say
Jake, I will let you announce it.
Yes. All right. There's a lot of pressure on me now. I'm a little nervous here.
But Deion Walker's weight concerns.
It's a Modelo commercial, though. There's a Modelo commercial.
I got a Dick's Sporting Goods right now. I have both ESPN and NFL Network on right now.
Oh, I got the NFL Network, I believe.
Yeah, I got NFL, but it's just on my cell phone. So
yeah. So in my top 50, I have the guys that are still left available. Shedeur Sanders at 23. I got Elijah Roberts at 48, Miles Frazier at 49, Chris Paul at 50. Those are the only guys I got left in my top 50.
Man, Chris Paul's a little old to be transitioning to football, no?
The undersized linebacker, Chris Paul.
I'm hearing some rumblings of what the pick is. Hold on. I'm not going to spoil anything. Stand by, everyone. I am going to cut to it live, though. Here we go. Here is, I believe, the Lane train at the podium.
The 27th pick in the NFL draft, the New York Jets select Dixon Hall out of Arizona State. What am I, a mind reader?
All right, Dixon Hall the pick. We got our quarterback. Dom, thoughts?
Oh, who doesn't like Dixon Hall, man?
Oh, my God. I am not checking the chat. We love Dixon Hall. No doubt about it. God. Oh,
I'm still in commercial here. I don't know if you guys are.
I am too. I got a Hulu commercial on one and a Macy's on the other.
Yep. I'm just looking at the draft ticker, so it's not even like the broadcast at this point. It's just updating when the pick comes in. So it might happen for me before you guys, but I'm not looking at anything but straight ahead
Jake,
for right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, Jake.
Unreal.
Blinders.
Probably a good time to plug this. This show's available in podcast form. Apple or Spotify, just search The Jake Asman Show and subscribe there, and you can listen back to anything you ever miss from the live YouTube show. Spread the word. I know a lot of people just listen to audio podcasts. Well, now you can find the show in audio form. All right, we're still in commercial. NFL Network is now back from commercial. They're teasing the schedule release in 2025, Wednesday, May 14th. So we'll be live that night, finding out where the Asmaniac road trips are going to be this year.
You going back? Are you going back to Tottenham, Jake?
I have to see when the date is for that. I think it's going to be the Jaguars. I've heard is the opponent.
I heard it was the Browns.
Well, the Browns I think are a home team, so it can't be the Browns because the Jets are one of the home teams.
Oh, maybe they are. I could have swore I read that it was the Browns.
Interesting. Interesting.
Did you guys hear the rumors about the new Color Rush jerseys, the rivalries jerseys or whatever they're calling them? The Jets are supposedly going to be implementing them this year.
The NFL is forcing all 32 teams to implement them.
Yeah, but it seemed like it was
another
like
money grab, man.
It seemed like it was like 8 teams per year. Like this year, it's the East divisions, the NFC East and the AFC East are going to unveil them, and then I guess like they have a 4-year plan or something, is what I was reading. But I'm interested. I mean, I don't buy jerseys, but they got to look cool, I would assume.
Man, this is crazy. Get the pick, Jeremiah. What are we doing here? It's killing me. I know it's out there.
That it's not Shedeur.
It better not be Shedeur. And like, if they take Shedeur Sanders, Dylan, I'll pay you. You're hosting the rest of the show. I'm done. I'm not doing
that
this.
Works for me.
Here we go.
Off the rails, folks. I promise you that.
All right. I'm seeing I guess deputy commissioner here. I don't know her name. She's about to announce it. Here we go. Here we go.
Was it Donna
Points. Yeah, she used to work for the Jets.
She did.
Yeah, she almost got the GM job, or was rumored to have it potentially.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in, and the New York Jets draft wide receiver Arian Smith out of Georgia. Wide receiver out of Georgia, Arian Smith. Dom C, break down Arian Smith.
Big, deep threat, speed. The Jets brought him in on a 30 visit, one of the first 30 visits that they did. Guy that is a compliment in terms of skill set to nothing that they have, right? He's a deep speed guy. I think it's a little early, not gonna lie. Yeah, man. I don't know. To me, I think that there was better value if you wanted to go wide receiver. They clearly like the skill set on what he can do. The speed is real. He was down at the Senior Bowl as well. He had some flashy plays. So listen, they've honed in on guys that they've met with and they've talked to. So the guys that that they showed interest through this whole process are guys that they seem to be honing in on. Arian Smith played at Georgia. I think it was a little early, not going to lie, but it is what it is. He gives the Jets a piece that they don't have, that true deep threat ability with a big body to boot. So good compliment, good third wide receiver, if you ask me.
Speed guy. That's what the first thing that jumps out to me.
Yeah.
The Jets arguably have the slowest wide receiver room in the NFL right now. So just adding some speed is nice. But
let me pull up my scouting report on him, and I'll see what I got.
Give us the breakdown, Dylan. As Dom's pulling that up, give us your initial thoughts on Arian Smith. You're on mute, Dylan.
Another Senior Bowl guy. Shout out Phil Savage. He's doing his job, and I personally think he should stick around longer than just this draft process. But not a guy I wrote up, just a guy that I just watched at the week in Mobile. Like Dom said, a burner. So like if you were a fan of Dante Thornton, maybe this was a guy that you were thinking about around later. He's going to be like not necessarily a one-trick pony. I think he has a little bit more change of direction, but it's kind of like, hey, this is like our great value Jamison Williams. Like we're looking for speed and explosiveness, in my opinion. Twitter hates the pick already. A lot of people clowning Arian Smith. Oh yeah, teams just aren't being serious right now. I think that's a little bit of a reach of an opinion. It's a position of need. Maybe it's not the exact player that people were thinking at the position. Obviously, we didn't talk about him much, but the Jets had him in on a visit, like Dom said. And I think when you're able to get a guy that you visited with, you feel a level of conviction and comfort with the player, and clearly they do here. So I'm not going to, nitpick because it's not the player I wanted. It's not Jalen Royals, but I kind of agree with Dom where maybe you were able to finesse the board and get him closer to 142 than 110. But Georgia, good program. You can't really argue. The only thing I would say is their final security check. I hope they did a background check on his driving record, because that seems to be a problem with Georgia players. And hopefully he just comes in and fits in well.
Yeah, you're talking about an elite athlete here. 4.34 40, 127-inch broad jump. Ran the gauntlet in 19.3. All elite stats. Drops, 16.6 career drop rate. Doesn't really. He's definitely going to be one of those guys that can help you on special teams and kick returns and punt returns as well. You look at the stats overall: 800 yards, 4 touchdowns last year. But he can get off press coverage. He's versatile. You can play him all over the line. And like I said, the speed is really what you're going to take from him. Battled some injuries. 21 and 22. Ugh. Was he's a 23-year-old prospect and lost most of 2021 and 2022 to a bunch of different lower body injuries.
This feels like a brutal pick. I'm going to pull up right now the scouting report from Connor Rogers, who I know all three of us really respect. He has a 6th round grade on this guy.
I have a 7th.
Oh my God, this is a bad pick. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I'll read you what it says because the print's a little small. This is from Connor Rogers. Smith, a one-trick pony vertical threader, brings his track speed to the field. While he can run by any coverage, his routes lack control, polish, and any kind of tempo. He really struggled to finish plays at Georgia with a drop rate as bad as you will find for a starter. He's not going to win in contested catch situations. With that being said, he still had 19 explosive, 15-plus yard receptions, showing he can take the top off a defense and make a big play when he's wide open, which you never are in the NFL. His speed gives him a shot to make a roster as a punt gunner, where he has experience and developmental number 6 wide receiver to stretch the field. Final report, strengths, electric vertical speed, runs by any coverage when given a cushion, used on reverses and hard for defense to beat on the edge, experience as a punt gunner, weakness, slender, narrow build, 10 drops in 2024, dropped the pass on 16.7% of his catchable targets, one of the worst rates in all of college football, significant tracking, concentration, and body control struggles, routes lack control and tempo, round grade, 6th round, player comp, Tyquan Thornton. Based on this and what you guys have said, this feels like an egregious selection by the New York Jets.
Listen, they said they wanted to get faster.
Great. Go sign Carl Lewis then, or Usain Bolt.
Yeah, I think he was I think he was a track guy in college too. I think he ran the 100.
He was, yeah.
Yeah. We drafted a gunner in the 4th round. That's what this is.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with the scouting report there. Not a lot of, things to hang your hat on in the 4th round. Like we said, Dom and I just said, like 5th round, you can kind of, it's more negligible because the difference between a 5th to a 7th round pick is splitting hairs. But the difference between a 4th and a 6th round pick and a 4th and a 7th round pick, that's a bit of a stretch. This is still a top 125 pick, in my opinion. You look at guys like Max Mitchell and Michael Clemens, who were picked in this range, and what happened with them. And you just hope that this can turn the tides. I immediately just want to point out the next player taken. The Philadelphia Eagles take defensive tackle Ty Robinson from Nebraska. That is so much of a better pick for the Jets. Like you're chasing that JFM type guy. Ty Robinson to me was it. So it is a tough pill to swallow with Arian Smith being the pick here. So yeah, they want speed, but did they sacrifice a lot of other traits at the wide receiver position to get that speed?
Oh, God, what are we doing here?
They took 4 guys so far that they've met with, that they had 30 visits with, that were all 4 Senior Bowl guys.
Yep. Interesting.
Remind me what you guys said about the Senior Bowl. Did he impress at the Senior Bowl? Did he show to me? I understand there's some character risk with a guy like Isaiah Bond, but give me that guy. At least the value is right in round 4 to take a chance on a guy who has an elite trait and produced.
Yeah, listen, they wanted to get faster. They talked about being fast, and you got your speed. Listen, do I think it's a reach? I do. The 49ers just took CJ West. Man.
DT Indiana. DT's starting to come off the board here, the run on them.
They got him and Michael. Salah's in
They got him and Michael and Alfred Collins.
Oh my goodness. Salah is in his bag. He said, I'm back like I never left. Give me the entire defensive line in this draft. Let's see. I'm pulling up my notes here. 2025. He was on the American team. Like I said last night, the first thing I write down in my notes, if I haven't seen the guy on film yet, is what the physical traits stand out to me. Arian Smith was number 2 on my notes with a minus sign for size. And in the parentheses, I just wrote very skinny. So definitely the slender frame that the scouting report says. I don't have a ton of notes about him winning or losing on reps. So I feel like he was just a guy who kind of like fell under the radar, so to speak, at the Senior Bowl. Because if he did anything of note, I would have gravitated towards that speed shifty guy. But I don't think he has that shiftiness. Clearly, he's more of a one-trick guy. So, no, not a ton of notes here based on my Senior Bowl.
Yeah, he didn't like stand out. He just kind of washed in, which happens when you have 60, 70 some odd players at Senior Bowl.
Yeah. You know what? Another wide receiver, Dom, that was at the Senior Bowl that I felt like was getting a ton of praise, even like going in, but coming out of that week too, who's still on the board. And I'm not surprised by this at all. Xavier Restrepo. Like I did not see it with Restrepo either. So I'm not surprised he's here, but I just think it's interesting that, the mixed opinions that come out about Senior Bowl players sometimes.
Yeah.
Ugh. I hate this. Hate this. If you're watching this live right now, thanks for watching. Hit the like button. We're reacting to the pick, Arian Smith in the 4th round. Big fella with a super chat. Muji needs to get off his ass, get on the phone. Thornton and Walker gone back-to-back. Awful. Wrong Verb says, imagine Sanders making the Hall of Fame someday, and we'll be remembering Arian Smith. LOL. Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams could say that about any of these picks with how far Shedeur continues to fall. Jets Carberg says, not thrilled with this pick. New York and Atlanta. This pick sucks so much with having a scouting background with our new front office. Look, I will say this. You might not love every pick. It doesn't necessarily mean that is the wrong pick. Time will tell. But just based on the evaluations that Dom has, Connor, several other the draft people, this feels like a reach. Connor had a 6th-round grade on the guy. Dom had a 7th-round grade on the guy. This guy's had an injury history. He's had a drop problem. So they must see something. I get it. He's got blazing speed. But, typically that's not enough alone to get you drafted in the 4th round when conceivably there's a lot better players that are still out there at other positions of need, including other wide receivers. That's just the feel on this right now. Super chat from PBM. We are never going to get things right. WTF is going on. No DT stopping the run. Every game will be like the Colts. 3-14 fellas, 200 yards per game rushing against. Calm down, Mike. They still could get a defensive tackle. Dom, calm down, Mike. Tell them there's other good DTs on the
Yeah,
on the board.
there are. It's a deep class. Listen, I think there's, you're not, first off, I will say this. You're not going to fill every single hole with 8 picks in one draft. All right. That's not going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. What I want you to remember, Purple Belt, Mike L. Fedarian Mathis, who was signed late in the year last year to the practice squad, will be here on the active roster. He's a one tech that these guys, that can play next to Quinnen and take up some of those reps. I wouldn't be necessarily concerned. You can find defensive tackles down the board. If you want to say that this is a little bit of reach, I can get with that. I understand, but I don't think we missed out on, on the prize here by not taking a defensive tackle here in the 4th round. We got 4 more picks. Let's see what they do with them.
Unbelievable.
That's fair. And I'll even say, like, the first 3 picks we felt generally good about, especially the first 2. The 3rd one is a little bit questionable, but you can kind of see the plan with Azareye'h Thomas. So, I mean, it's the first pick that it's a consensus we don't like. That doesn't mean the whole entire draft is shit. So I think we just need to wait to see what they do with the remainder of their picks before assessing this one in a vacuum. But yeah, I can understand the immediate what the heck are we kind of doing here mentality.
So I have a video that a couple people tagged me in on Twitter. John Gruden has weighed in on the Jets selection of Arian Smith. Here's Coach Gruden, courtesy of his social media account on X.
All right, I'm going to give you my sleeper now. I'll put this up here.
Yes, sir.
This is a young man that I know personally. He's been in here at the FFCA. His name is Arian Smith. He plays at the University of Georgia. This guy can roll, man. This guy runs sub 4.3. I know he has some catch issues, some hands, some drops, but I have seen this guy working his ass off. This guy can change directions. He has rare acceleration. He can do the one thing you can't coach, man. He can rip the top off, and he will strike fear in people. He's got some strength. He's from right here in the state of Florida. I know what I'm getting. I'm getting an everyday worker that's going to get better and better and better, and his effort is going to help everything catch up. And when he comes into his own, Arian Smith is my guy.
Wow.
Okay. I mean,
Makes you feel better.
I'm sold. Great pick by Glenn and Mooch.
It definitely makes you feel better, the hard-working aspect of it, and that's the stuff, when we're evaluating on film, like that's only a small piece. I mean, it's a large piece of the puzzle, don't get me wrong, but the person, the character, the on-off field concerns, like that also bakes into it too. And if he's an extremely hard worker, the work ethic is off the charts, that would kind of explain why Aaron Glenn would gravitate towards a guy like this. So if all those things do happen, it still sounds like he's more of a developmental type player. But you still have Malachi Corley, who's a relatively unknown commodity in this offense. If they're able to get something out of him in his second year, kind of pseudo 1.5 year, as he's putting it on Twitter, and then next year Arian Smith can step in and be that, predominant role. Maybe I'm just using a little bit of copium, but I like what Gruden had to say after his meeting with him.
I mean, look, still feels like a reach, but John Gruden is respected and obviously has some conviction in the guy. So not the worst thing to hear. Jay checks in. This is the Muji that hired Hackett in Denver. You can't say Muji hired Hackett. I'm not letting that slide. That's not fair. Omari says, take a chill pill. We have no idea how it will turn out. Nate says, this guy comp to Robbie Chosen at all. Are there any Robbie Anderson vibes here?
I think it's a pretty fair comp. I think Robbie Anderson is a little bit more polished than Arian Smith coming in, but that's the type of build. That's the type of player, probably not going to be a 10 reception, 120-yard guy game in and game out, but he could be 2 for 80 and a touchdown.
Unreal. Texans have made another trade. Nick Caserio loves to make trades. No one's making trades this draft. There's been so few besides what Caserio has done. Phantom Green and White. This is the worst Jets draft since Isaac had 37 picks in one draft. Every player has been a reach besides Membu. Just bummed, man. I don't know if that's fair to say.
I don't think that. I think that's so far off.
It's not true at all. Yeah. It's not a reach to get Azariah Thomas in the 3rd round. And I don't think it was a reach to get Mason Taylor at the top of the 2nd without having to trade up.
Yeah, he was mocked there a ton. There was talk about him going late round 1.
Eagles and Chiefs, if they took Mason Taylor or even Travion Henderson, who we talked about last night, I wouldn't have batted an eye. So to not have to move up and get him at 42, yeah, absolutely. Definitely not a reach.
I will say this about the Arian Smith position. If it was wide receiver that you wanted, I think that there was better options on the board. We talked about Jalen Royals. I think that maybe the foot injury played into it. Maybe they were looking for a different type of guy. Alec Minor is a different type of receiver than Arian Smith. So I will say that if it was going to be a weapon here, I think they could have been, maybe I would have gone a different way.
Yeah, man. Maybe to kind of put some sunshine back through these dark clouds. As I was looking through my notes to find something on Arian Smith, I did have my day 3 standouts from practice, and Mason Taylor and Azariah Thomas are both on that list. So they were doing well in Mobile. I actually am going to be interested to go back and watch the Senior Bowl to see if Arian Smith did anything, as well as his cut-ups. So, yeah, I like when they take a guy that I don't necessarily know a ton about, but I don't like when it feels like a consensus reach immediately.
All right. More comments here. Charleston Jets Rib. Let's give him a shot. Defense is going to have to account for him. Hawes in the 5th or 6th. I do like the idea of doubling up at tight end at some point here. I know that it's a somewhat deep tight end class. There's some good depth there. So that's an option. C wants to know who's the best DT available. Dom, give us your assessment on some defensive tackles to watch.
Right.
We know the Jets have 2 5th-round picks, so I would hope at least one of them is a defensive tackle.
So on my board, we're talking tackles only. Riley Mills, a 24-year-old, 3-tech out of Notre Dame. Cam Jackson, 1-tech, 6'6", 375 pounds. JJ Pegues from Ole Miss, 6'2", 315, can moonlight as a fullback as well. Scored 6 touchdowns during his career at Ole Miss. Nazir Stackhouse, 6'3.5", 320 pounds out of Georgia. Tonka Hemingway is a guy that no one talks about. I think he's really good. Out of South Carolina, kind of overshadowed by some of the guys there at South Carolina. He is he's a little bit undersized, but man, he can move very well. And Josh Farmer is still on the board. Like I said, he's my 9th rated tackle in the entire defensive tackle class. Had a late 3rd, early 4th round grade on him. I thought this would have been perfect spot for him, but that's who we're talking. That's who we're working with.
I love your Nazir Stackhouse call out. I messaged you a couple weeks ago and asked what your like evaluation was of spring games, and you said it's more of like a fact-finding, fact-checking type of process, and that's what it is for me. It's like more name acquiring and just putting them into my database. And a couple years ago, I wrote about Nazir Stackhouse as like a player to watch, And then all of a sudden, he just kind of went under the radar. I don't know what he did at the Shrine Bowl for the week he was there, but I think that was a great call out by you because I thought he was very explosive when I watched him. And again, he's kind of overshadowed by all the other people that are there, just like Tonka Hemingway in South Carolina. But between Stackhouse and Hemingway, those are two great call outs that I would be, thrilled about at defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Man. All right. Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. Hennessy says they're overthinking it now. Whereas Woody, Jets Carpetbagger says Puka Nacua, he was a late round surprise. Not everyone's going to be Puka Nacua.
Yeah. And we also got to remember it's one pick, right?
Yes.
It's a day 3 pick.
Correct.
Yep.
So if there's a skill that you like and you think is worth it, you go and take a shot at it. I mean, I'm not ready to call the season because Arian Smith went a couple rounds earlier than I had him graded as, Vernon Broughton is another one. I mean, I think he's edge kind of DT combined, like kind of a little bit flexible out of Texas, 350 or 6'5", 315 pounds.
I
Yeah.
thought he got drafted last night.
Did he?
I
didn't see him.
believe
I
so.
didn't mark him off. I could have missed him.
Let me go back and look. I was trying to keep track. Second round. Yeah, Vernon Broughton, number 71 overall to the Saints.
No, well,
Right
cross
before
him off
Landon
the list
Jackson.
then.
Yeah. But
I'm just seeing
yeah,
this.
that would have been another player. And he was taken 2 picks before Azariah Thomas. It went Broughton, Jackson, Thomas. So, yeah, I could have seen the Jets targeting him for sure there.
Bunch of running backs off the board. Back
Yeah.
to back here for Houston and the Chargers. Jarquez Hunter from Auburn.
Glad we're
And-
keeping Brees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, PFF has their grades. 49 out of 49 at wide receiver for Arian Smith is how they have him ranked. Jeez.
oh boy.
I get it. Gruden likes him, so obviously people like him in NFL circles. You can't be alone. Glenn just took him. Muji just took him. Wow. Mother effing Chew. The pick sucks when Dylan says at least we have Corley.
I was the Corley guy, but yeah, I get it, Chew.
Nate says, do you think the Jets got a couple of perceived steals in rounds 2 through 3? So they took a half-educated dart throw in round 4. I don't think it's that. I think they played their board, right, Dom? I mean, you would know.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that's what they're doing. I mean, the AZ Thomas pick, the Arian Smith pick, guys that they've met with, that they've talked, that they've been involved with, that were Senior Bowl guys. I'm going through my prospect visits to see who else kind of crosses those lines. Let's see who's still on the board. Jalen Reed, the safety out of Penn State, is a guy that they brought in for a 30 that they met with. Dean Clark, the safety out of Fresno State. Again, I have day 3 grades on both of those guys. Watch Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, the running back out of Arizona. A lot of NFL teams, a lot of scouting departments really like the upside of him. He's kind of low center of gravity, 5'11", 205. Can help the game both as a Billy Bowman just went to the Falcons. Can help the game as a runner and a pass receiver. Very good in pass pro. Trying to see who else. Kyle Kennard, is he off the board yet?
No.
Kyle Kennard.
Got to run it up for Kyle Kennard.
Yeah, Kyle Kennard. They met with not only as a 30 visit. They had a formal meeting with him as well. And they were at the South Carolina Pro Day. I don't know if they met with him there more or worked him out. Roger Longerbeam, cornerback out of Rutgers, who's a slot guy. They brought him in on a 30 visit too. But he was not at the Senior Bowl. If they follow the lead, I would keep an eye on Kyle Kennard. I'd keep an eye on Jalen Reed and Dean Clark and Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
What are your thoughts on Kyle Kennard winning Best Defensive Player in college last year? I know like the film and the stats don't necessarily pop to you, but I heard every offensive coordinator had to specifically game plan for Kyle Kennard last season. So when you say that, it makes it seem a little bit better. But again, they're star-studded on their defensive line. They have Dylan Stewart, who's going to be probably a Dom C stamp of approval guy in the future. So
Yes.
I'm excited to see what they have. But Kyle Kennard being the best defensive player in the nation, I don't know. Maybe I'm just missing something, but I love him. Don't get me wrong.
So here's the thing with Kennard. I think he would probably be best as your stand-up rush linebacker in like a 3-4. He's got that bend. He's got that first step quickness, skill. He's got a really deep pass rush toolbox. I'm just curious on how he's going to hold up with his hand in the dirt the whole time, really against, bigger bodies, guys in the phone booth, setting the rush as an edge. If you wanted to say Kyle Kennard's going to be your DPR, that's fine. But I kind of see in this defense, that's what Will McDonald's going to be. Yes. So, I don't know. I'm curious to see why some of these teams who are desperate for pass rushers haven't really talked about him or yanked him off the board. RJ Mickens is another one. I'm sorry. They met with
the
him.
Jets to get him.
They met with him numerous times. He wasn't at the Senior Bowl, but he was at the Shrine Bowl when they met with him as well.
Unreal.
What it sounds like is there's a lot of guys out there that could change the opinions of this draft class based off. I know we're really down on the Arian Smith pick, but like we still have 4 more selections. We like, for the most part, the first 3. You have 2 penciled in starters, and in my opinion, either a very, very high-end backup or a future starter or even a mid-season starter in AZ Thomas, and you can see Brandon Stevens being shifted back to safety by like week 6 to 8 of next season. So I'm intrigued by the class overall. I'm not going to get too down on one pick, but I do see a super chat comparing him to Jameson. So I do love that.
I love it. So Dylan, I don't know if you got to step off. Adam, I know you're doing another media appearance here.
Yeah.
You guys are welcome to stay on as long as you like and pop in. I'm going to bring on another special guest that is set to join us right now. Good friend of the channel, good friend of the Jet YouTube community. Tyson Rouch from Let's Talk Jets hops on the program now here on the MegaCast. What's up, Tyson?
Jake, long time no talk, man. How you been?
Been way too long, my man. I appreciate you hopping on. Do you want to try and calm down angry Jet fans who think Arian Smith is a huge bust and he's the next Sharon Peak or Chad Hansen or some of these other bum receivers we've taken on day 3 in the past?
I mean, it's only drops, Jake. I mean, what are drops at this point? Nothing, right?
Hey guys, I got to cut off because I got another spot to do. But thanks for having me on, Jake. Dylan, I'll talk to you soon. Tyson, I'll see you tomorrow, bud.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
All right, man.
You got it, Don. Appreciate you, Dylan. I'll check back in with you. And love the insight and the analysis, and we'll keep it coming with both of them. Dylan, you text me, and we'll get you back on at some point.
Absolutely.
For more thoughts. Cool. All right, Tyson. Just you and I. And remember, last year when we did the MegaCast and you came on, the Jets decided to trade away JFM, and we immediately went, what? And we're not happy. So let's hope there's no Brees or Quincy trade or anything this time around as we do this. But, man, give us your thoughts on not just the Smith pick so far, but just give us your thoughts on the draft class.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And also, thank you for donating my fundraiser, dude. You do that every year, and I greatly appreciate it. And before we talk draft, I got to know, what happened with V-Man at your draft party? Was he there? Was he a good time? What happened?
So he was there. I don't know if he was a good time though. He was, he was stoned and being V-Man. So he was kind of like in the corner. He was like in like the shadows of the party. At one point I saw him just kind of sitting there in like the corner, and I brought the next gen Jet kids. I'm like, go up to V-Man, and V-Man just like, was like, huh? So he was being V-Man, but I'm glad he showed up. Every time he's there, the crowd loves him, but he's being V-Man. It's the best way I could describe it.
He didn't stay awake, really.
He had to work that night too. He was like about to work the overnight shift after the party ended.
I guess my question for you is, what was your expectation coming into the draft? Like, what did you want to walk away from this draft from the Jets?
I mean, I wanted to walk away with obviously a legit tackle option, which they immediately did with Membu, and then weapons. To me, it was like, are you going to go receiver at 42 or take the best available tight end? I was fine with either, play your board. So I'm good with that. And I don't even mind really the value that they got at pick 73 last night with the AZ Thomas pick. I think he's going to be a good player. I trust Glenn there when it comes to that. But this Smith pick, I don't like because it feels like a major reach, and there were other wide receivers that would have made a lot more sense. And there were other good defensive tackles, which is also a need that would have made sense. So this is the first pick that I think, this fan base is up in arms about to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. I just saw something that John Gruden posted about, Aaron Smith being a guy he loved. Like,
we played it on the show. Yeah, we played that clip.
So that's exciting. But I mean, it's just, I guess what you got to look at now is how the Jets, they inherited this roster, how they value it, how they want to replace guys on special teams as returners, as receivers, as depth guys. And this is probably the first pick. I mean, I'm not going to lie. The 3rd round pick, I was kind of not going that direction. I was thinking defensive tackle, wide receiver. But then you see, press man, Aaron Glenn loves him. All he brings to the table, maybe move Brandon Stevens to safety. So it's like you can understand it. This is the first pick where I'm like, all right, this has got some concern to it.
100%. Some recent picks get everyone caught up to speed. Billy Bowman, the safety from Oklahoma, went to the Falcons. Gunnar Helm, who was a possible Jet target at tight end if they didn't take Taylor last night, he went to the Titans at pick 120. So the Jets won't pick again until the 5th round. They have pick 145 of round 5, and they have another pick in the 5th round. I'm scrolling. Actually, it looks like, am I wrong? Do they not have 2 5th-round picks? I think they have, let me pull it up right here. We have
2
5th-round picks, pick 162 also. So 145 and 162. So those are the Jets' next 2 selections right now. We're currently at pick 122. So we got a little while before we get it going here. Look, it's a brand new regime, brand new GM and head coach. We don't know. I mean, they could be great. They could be awful, but we're putting our faith in their scouting acumen, especially Glenn, because if you notice at these press conferences, all these questions about the prospects, there's some the Muji, but they're mostly going to Glenn because everyone has the understanding that they're not making a single pick that the head coach, who's also the quasi general manager, is not signing off on. And that's a lot of power and authority that you're giving to a first-time head coach. So we got to hope that Aaron Glenn's truly that dude, because if he's not, and he's, Rex Ryan, when he started to get a stranglehold on player evaluation of the draft, that's how you get the Kyle Wilsons and Quentin Copels of the world. And that was the demise of those great Jets teams that Rex inherited and then supplemented with some of his own players and some smart trades by Tannenbaum.
I mean, I think there's no scapegoats. I mean, this is Aaron Glenn's team. If they fail, it's on him. There is no, Mucci didn't give me who I wanted. He didn't want this. He's a scout. He talks about it in detail, every player, his guys. So it's like you're going to live and die with him, which is fine. I like the fact that he's so invested in the roster and the personnel and stuff like that. It gives me like a sense of like, all right, at least in theory, he knows what he's doing and he knows what he wants. And I think, he put together his scheme. I like that they also said that they want to accumulate talent and then come out with their scheme, not try to have a scheme and try to pigeonhole guys into it and force guys into it. So that gives me some kind of, I guess, reassurance, but time will tell, man. It's really interesting. A lot of people don't like him. They don't like the staff. They don't like the direction they're going. But I think my goal for this is to accumulate a lot of talent, not for Justin Fields. It's for the quarterback position in general. If Fields bombs out, you need a quarterback next year, have a team ready to compete and be able to win with him and have pieces around him. That's the most important thing, right? It's like Fields is great if you can win with him, but have a cumulative team where a plug-and-play guy can come in, this team is ready to roll. And that's what they should be shooting for. Hit
the like button if you're just tuning in. We're talking with Tyson Routs from Let's Talk Jets. Jets have made one pick. It was Arian Smith out of Georgia, who Dom C had a 7th-round grade on. We showed you the scouting report earlier from Connor Rogers. He had a 6th-round grade on him. So feels like a reach, but look, time will tell, certainly, and we'll see what the Jets do with some of their more picks coming up in the 5th round. A couple super chats I want to get to here, and then we'll continue to talk with Tyson, mixing some calls as well. I see we got some people on hold, so appreciate you guys waiting. We'll mix in the calls in between these large gaps that we have here for some of these Jets selections. Let's see. NY in Atlanta, how can they say follow the board and have them rated so high? Can we trust them now? Well, if they're following their board, they had him a lot higher than what the consensus was. Now, they also brought him in for a visit. They met with him, so maybe they really value his character. I mean, Gruden's raving about his work ethic and to see him get better from just watching him up close because he trains down where Gruden's at. Yep. But look, if Douglas made this pick, we'd be up in arms because it's Glenn and Muji. I think while people don't like it and there's people saying bad pick, you can't totally crush it necessarily because it's brand new. Like, they don't have a track record to judge them on good or bad yet.
I mean, don't you also think this has put a premium on coaching as well? Some of their moves where it's like I know Aaron Glenn's a very confident guy and he believes in his staff tremendously, but you're putting a lot of first-time coaches in a position, a lot of pressure on them to produce because these guys are going to need it.
100%. That's a great point. And really, specifically with the offensive line coaching, because there's talent on that O-line, but they couldn't run the football for you-know-what last year. Now their entire offense is seemingly going to be built around Fields being able to run as a quarterback, Brees, Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis, and you got 5 stud offensive linemen that we feel good about.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. Like the Steve Hyden hire I was really fascinated by that. I'm like, all right, not the biggest selling point for me, but you hear him talk about it, his experience in Detroit and everything. But I'm like, it's a lot of pressure, man, because Jet fans, we're all kind of scorned right now. We're tired of excuses. We're tired of bad coaching, bad technique. We want to see improvement this year. You know what I mean? You want to see tangible, fundamental improvement, especially with technique and, and scheme. So it's going to be interesting, man.
Super chat here from Damian, who says Arian's a better fit for what we need. He helps the offense more than these other receivers. Take the top off, helps the intermediate and the run. Chill. I mean, we'll see. Is this guy going to be able to get on the field? Because just because he's fast, that doesn't mean that you're an NFL wide receiver. Like if they wanted someone fast, go sign Usain Bolt. He's fast too.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting, man. His speed's great as long as you catch the ball. So
Right.
it's Malachi Corley had all these great intangibles too. He couldn't even see the field last year.
Malachi Corley. Oh, the pain. Oh man. Jay Cruz says, "Damn, I've been MIA. Who were the available receivers before Smith? There were a lot. I think the guy that a lot of Jet fans wanted was Jalen Royals.
Yeah,
He might still be there, right?
I think he is.
I think he is still there, unless he got picked in the last couple seconds there. Jack Sawyer from Ohio State just got picked. I know he was a name, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of receivers there. I'll pull up the Connor Rogers big board here and see who's still on the board at the receiver spot. But there's some really good players here. Also, I got PFF up. Thank you to Nate Nate for sharing that. Taking a look at the receivers available. Alec Amanor from Stanford, who I know a lot of Jet fans like. He's there. Jalen Royals, Xavier Restrepo from Miami. Torrey Horton is still there. Tez Johnson from Oregon is still there. By the way, they wanted speed. I know there's some character concerns. Isaiah Bond in round 4 is good value from Texas. He's at least someone I could say I watched at UT and watched him produce,
Yeah, the off the field. I'm curious what the Jets would play like a Jet mantra is. It seems like they want the hard worker guys, blue collar guys, speed, physical, tenacious, and maybe they're avoiding the off the field. I don't know. We're learning about the regime as they draft this class.
Let's see. By the way, Jay Cruz, we're doing double membership entries with $20 super chats. They get boosted. So normally you get 5 for that. You're getting 10 for that. And to remind everyone who's just tuning in, we got 7 epic prizes we're raffling away Monday morning. Signed Joe Namath jersey, signed Justin Fields jersey, signed Aaron Glenn helmet, signed Curtis Martin helmet, signed the Brickashaw Ferguson helmet, signed Jermaine Johnson jersey, and a signed Aaron Glenn photo. So we got 7 prizes in honor of our mega cast here all weekend long. Kyle says, do you think the linebacker is a position we should address? Crystal Ball tells me that's a position that's lacking going into year 2 of the AG regime. Well, they just paid Sherwood and Quincy's under contract for another year. So could they take a linebacker that they think could develop into a starter in 2 years? Sure. But I think the focus before we even talk linebacker needs to either be on defensive tackle, or it has to be looking at maybe guard for the offensive side of the ball, maybe another receiver, right? Like you could never have enough pass catchers. It's a good tight end class, so you could get a true like blocking tight end to complement what you already have with Mason Taylor now. So linebacker to me, it's not a bad pick late in this draft. I just don't know if it's as high as some of the other preferences I have, Tyson.
I agree. And it's also special teams characters there, what you want for a linebacker. But what is your take on Quincy Williams, though? It's last year's contract, all pro, outplayed his contract in terms of money. Do you try to give him an extension? Does he have any kind of trade demands? Would he possibly hold out? Like, how do you handle that? He's a respected guy, vocal guy, high character guy. Do you try to keep him around for a couple of years?
Yeah, I would try and extend him for like 2 years, give him, he's 29. So can you tack on 2 years to his deal, give him a raise because he's outperformed his current contract? I'm not trying to give him like a 3 or 4 year deal, but I think he's someone that would be good with a 2-year extension. I'd like to keep him. I think Quincy's a really good player still. And I think between him and Jamie and Sherwood, have some continuity there for the rest of your team.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, man, because that could be a lot of money allocated to the linebacker position where you want to put it somewhere else. So I'm curious to see how they spend money after the draft. Do they try to re-sign players, keep players, making that free agent move? So it's a lot of interesting choices for them.
Darth Crypto has gifted a channel membership. He's in the Asmaniac raffle for 2. Thank you, Darth Crypto. Dan checks in. So basically, they did draft Dixon Hull at 110 because they just screwed all of us. LOL. Just kidding. Maybe there's something there if the Jets and Gruden see it. Let's hope, man. Let's hope. But the initial reaction from people who study this year round is it's a reach. But,
We know what it is too, is we've drafted so many receivers we tried to buy into that have bombed out. So it's just like you have little faith now. I know it's a whole new regime, but we have a laundry list of guys that didn't work out that we tried to believe in. So now we know the guy coming in had drop issues. So it's not encouraging.
Hopefully they double dip on wide receiver, make this fan base feel a little better.
100%.
Nick Shine with a super chat. Last year we went nuts over Corley, Yak King, Debo Jr. and got nothing from him. Maybe everyone hating this pick is what makes it work. Parentheses, I'm trying. I like the positive spin. Nice job. Like it. I hope. I hope. Look, if he sucks, it's a 4th-round pick. If they hopefully nailed it with their first 3 picks, we won't even remember Arian Smith in a few years. We'll be talking about how successful this draft class is.
Yeah, 100%. Like, what was your take on free agency? Did you feel confident coming into the draft where it's like we only have a few holes, or you thought it was kind of conservative where we got to get some serious impact players in the first 3 rounds?
My thoughts were, based on how they operated in free agency, they better fill these holes with premium picks early. And at least I could say they did that with Membu and then Taylor.
Yeah.
I think they still need a receiver. I think safety's a need, unless they're going to you're moving Stevens. I guess the safety's some of the conjecture following the pick of Thomas last night. But man, you can't fill every need. Like, they still need a defensive tackle. Like, they signed a bunch of veteran journeyman guys to 1-year deals, but the Nandi guy is the starter next to Quinnen right now, and he's an okay player at best.
So now, the AZ Thomas pick makes the Stevens signing to me a little bit weird. It just kinks. Now it's like, if you move him to safety, the high price safety, it's just, is it like were they shocked by it? Like I don't know, it's just kind of a weird construction how they're doing. And I'm not discounting either player. It's just how they're putting together their team in the back end. It's a little bit awkward, right? Because now you're kind of almost like you're scrambling, right?
Unless the plan is, hey, Stevens has played safety before. You're the safety. We bumped Tony Adams out of the lineup. Stevens and Cisco. AZ Thomas competes for a starting job opposite Sauce. You got Michael Carter in the nickel. I see it, and I'm going to give Glenn the benefit of the doubt on that pick because he's a former corner, and Dom C loved that pick, right? Had him as a top 15 graded player. They got him at 73, so the value there is tremendous based on a lot of people who study these guys all year.
No, I like the value too. It's an excellent player, and you see his intensity with all his skill sets. It's just how they put together, how they spent their money, how they're using it. It's interesting. And again, you believe in Steve Wilkes, you believe in Aaron Glenn to maximize their potential. I'm curious to see how they do it. And I think when they got Stevens too, they mentioned safety and they tried oh no, he's a corner. They actually kind of changed that notion too. So
remember they first put Stevens on the website as a safety, and then they changed it. Yeah. Mathtron 5000 LSU alum here. You guys got a stud in Mason Taylor. I like that pick a lot. Everyone I've talked to that watched him has nothing but good things to say about him. High character guy as well. Love the fact that Joy Taylor has to root for the Jets now. Jason Taylor said yesterday that I always loved Miami, but now it's Jets, Jets for me. So nice little dig at the Dolphin fan, which I don't mind.
Now, were you big on Tyler Warren in round 1, or were you all about Membu and then try to get a tight end or wide receiver in round 2? What was your preference?
I was 51-49 take Warren. But I was I was very nervous, Tyson, that this defensive player smoke was going to be real. And I guess we'll never know what they would have done if Mason Graham was there. Would they taken Graham or Membu? But I was just relieved they took a premium position on the offensive side of the ball. So, but I leaned Warren, but I'm totally fine with Membu.
Yeah, I was completely worried they went Warren, and then they had to panic or settle at right tackle, and it became another sticking point for the offensive line. I'd rather just solidify it. You get worried, then you saw the draft played out. That actually would have happened. Getting your right tackle later on would have been difficult. So I'm glad they went this way.
Yeah, another Wayne Hunter type or something like that.
Good times.
Oh, my goodness. The pain. Hit the like button if you're tuned again. If you got a question for Tyson, write it in. Kikuchi writes in, I'd take a shot on Sanders if he falls to the 5th. What's your take on Shedeur Sanders? Do you want anything to do with him from a Jet perspective?
I'd take McCord over Sanders.
Yeah, I like McCord. I think Will Howard is still there too. I like Howard.
I respect Sanders. I understand the player. I understand the whole story around him. It's just, for me, it's not a good fit for New York Jets. It's just not. You don't need that extra media pressure, the distractions, all the other things. It's just, I don't know. I think at this point, we're just better off going a different direction.
Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. Appreciate all of you in here. There's 758 of you. Reminder to please click that subscribe button. We talk Jets each and every day, year round on this channel, including what might end up being a 7-hour stream right now. At some point, I'm going to have to throw out a commercial and relieve myself because, my God, I'm not Scott Hansen. I can't do 8 hours.
So you're human, you mean?
I'm a human. And I forgot to plug in the catheter before the show, so I have no choice. Man.
Rookie move.
Adam says there's a pattern. Eggstrand clearly thinks he could fix the drops. Brees, Lazard, Arian Smith. I mean, Brees is a different category because we've seen him be elite in this league. I didn't like keeping Lazard. I understand he took a huge pay cut, but to me, in fact, you're moving on from all aspects of the solid Douglas Rodgers era. Get rid of Lazard too, but I digress. And Arian Smith, can you fix drops? I don't know. He's obviously a hard worker based on what Gruden was showing in that video we played, but We'll see. I mean, 10 drops is a lot for a college receiver to be drafted in the 4th round.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm curious to see, like the handling of the wide receiver position was kind of disappointing to me a little bit because I wanted bigger names and more talent. And keeping Lazard as your Band-Aid was kind of annoying because we know the player he is. Great blocker, could be a high character guy, but the drops, the inconsistency. But then you say, okay, he's lesser, he's cheaper now. Maybe he's a trade candidate to go somewhere else. But I don't know. The wide receiver position, I wish we had a little bit more there.
100%. Maybe they double dip, or I want them to sign a veteran. Like I really wanted Tyler Lockett. He signed for $4 million. I'm like, why not bring that guy in? Now, Amari Cooper's still out there. Keenan Allen is still out there. I suggested when I jumped on with the Talking Jets guys before the draft started this morning, I said, hey, maybe call up the Packers and see if Romeo Doubs is available for a day 3 pick because they've drafted 2 receivers. Like there's guys out there that they could add to that room.
Dobbs would be awesome. No, I agree. But the question I have is, what would you sell Amari Cooper to come here? Would he want to go to more of a passing offense where he can showcase his skill sets? Is it like a team that he'd want to come to?
I guess you just sell him on, hey, we're giving you an opportunity to be the number 2 receiver right away. Like, if you want to get paid, like play next to Garrett Wilson, you're not going to face a lot of double teams. You're going to get a chance.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's going to be, I definitely would. I was all about Tyler Lockett too, man. That's the guy I wanted.
Neil says we need a goddamn quarterback. Well, they might take one, Neil. I know you want Neil wanted Shedeur Sanders at 7. How you feeling, Neil? He's still there at pick 125 right now.
It's unprecedented what's happening, man. I'm shocked it's going this far.
This is the greatest draft fall in the history of the NFL draft because we've seen guys fall out of round 1 or slide a little bit. We have never seen a guy that at one point in the offseason was the betting favorite to go number 1. And as of a week ago, was the betting favorite to not be picked outside the top 5. And now he is not picked, and we are almost at the end of round 4 right now. That is crazy.
Now, do you think he has to go to a team like with a very strong, established head coach, like a Pete Carroll, Mike Tomlin, a guy like that? Or do you think a team with a lesser coach can take a chance on him? Like, I kind of think it's got to be a really strong regime, right?
Yeah, I think he needs to go to a team that has no questions about the coach or quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think what happened to him is at this stage, once you get past round 1, teams are like, okay, well, if we didn't think you were good enough for round 1, we're not going to take you in round 2 because we still could get a starting level player there. Then you get to round 3, similar thoughts. By the time you get here, now you're talking about drafting a quarterback who'd be a backup. You don't want your backup quarterback to come with all the attention and hoopla and the Dion of it all that surrounds Shedeur. It's not necessarily all fair to him because it's not like he's a bad kid that has like off the field issues or anything. But like it's like when Tebow was with the Jets, he's a great human, but there's a lot of extra that comes with Tim Tebow. Not saying he's a bad guy, but he's one of the more famous athletes on the planet. That's just the reality. And that's the case with Dion and now Shedeur.
I feel bad for Cam Ward, man. He's kind of be lost in the shuffle here. It's like number 1 pick in the draft, quarterback, exciting guy, and he's been completely overshadowed by this story, which I think is unfortunate.
Pretty amazing, man. Pretty amazing. Just crazy. Let's see. John says if Shedeur Sanders is Mr. Irrelevant in 2025, I'll need to check the calendar to see if it's April 1.
I mean, how far can he fall? Like, I thought this was going to be the round. I thought the Raiders would do it here. Like, made a lot of sense. He'd be a good Raider. And now it's like, I completely lost. I saw rumors where the Eagles could be interested. I think Tom Pelissero reported that. But man, it's wild.
Awful. All right, let's open up the phone lines. Let's do some calls here. A lot of Jet fans want in on the conversation. Let's say hello to PBM, who starts us off. What's up, Mike? What do you got for us?
Yo, this sucks, man. I don't like this pick at all. I don't.
What about the first 3 picks?
I like it, but we haven't been able to stop the run in years. I don't know why that's not a priority. Like, I'm sure Aaron Glenn has seen the tape, and you think you get anything out of Michael Clemens, you can't set the edge. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I really don't understand. I don't want to get run on like the Colts game and just lose in the Patriots game. Like all these games, we have to stop the run, and we haven't addressed it at all. And that's why I'm upset. There was way better players. Like you have a player that's a 6th round grade, a 7th round grade, and you take him in the 4th. That to me doesn't make sense. And the guy has drop problems. We already have Lazard who has drop problems. Now we got this guy.
We have Corley too, who just drops it after he has a touchdown.
Oh my god! Like I mean,
got the full package.
No one can defend the pick. I don't care who you are. You can't defend this pick. You just can't.
Try.
I rather them have time run out and the pick be forfeited than deal with this shit. because this is just a horrendous pick. Horrendous.
I get it. It's a 4th round pick though, man. Like, it's not great. I hate the pick too, but I like the first 3 picks for what it's worth. And I think there's still good enough DTs for them to find that guy that can help them against the run. I also think they have a defensive head coach and a stout defensive coordinator who everyone respects. That should be good enough to help the Jets stop the run just based on competent coaching, getting the defense to play together. The Jets never played together as a defense last year. It was like individual silos out there. They got to play like a team. Like, team tackling is a real thing in football, and I hope with Glenn and this coaching staff, they could get back to that.
I think that's it, right? That's like you play fundamentally sound football, more physical, make adjustments, things like that. You have a little more faith in Glenn and Wilkes making something out of nothing as you did to the past regime. So and then there's still playing moves to be made too. You know, the rest of the draft, free agency. I start panicking maybe like August if nothing's being done. Like, all right, now this roster's kind of barren.
I just hope it just. Oh man, I pray. I don't want to go through another series of games that we lose because we can't stop the run. I'm just really tired of it. It's been like 3 years in a row where we lost games just because we couldn't stop the run. So I hope that it gets fixed. I really do.
It should. I mean, I just think better coaching helps a lot there, but we'll see. Now, look. You were going to buy some Jet merch today before that pick. So turn that frown upside down and believe a little bit. All right. It's a new regime. We'll see. I can't lose sleep.
The sad part is I bought $200 worth of Jet shit, and 5 minutes later they made this pick and I'm all pissed off.
You're the problem. You're the problem.
And I told myself, I'm not buying any Jet stuff. I'm not getting all hyped up. I'm like, all right, fuck it. I just bought all this shit. And now I'm like, oh, damn it. Oh man, being a fan is tough. It's tough.
You're a fanatic, man. That's what fan is short for. Love it.
Yeah.
But if we're being honest, if a 4th round pick makes or breaks this team, we got bigger issues.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Also, Jake, there's a black belt at Sarah that I trained with today that is an Asmaniac. So shout out to Bam Bam if he's listening, if he's on.
Bam Bam, shout out to you. Mike, I'm going to let you go because holy crap, we got breaking news.
Breaking sports news on the Jake Asman Show.
I'm seeing it in the chat that the Jets have traded up. The Jets have traded up. We are on the clock. Now, I haven't seen it. I have NFL Network on, and then ESPN's in a commercial right now. I'm guessing this was reported Twitter that the Jets moved up, but the Jets, I believe, are on the clock. And if this is true, right now, we are at, let's see what pick we're at. It is confirmed. We're at pick 130. Jets have moved up. I don't know what they gave up just yet. We're going to break this down in real time here. We'll get the information and relay it to you guys as quickly as we can. But the Jets, right after the Ravens made pick 129, the Jets now have jumped. So let's see. First trade that Darren Muji's ever made as general manager of the team. Let's note that. We know the Jets had pick 110 in round 4. And then round 5, they had 2 picks at 145 and 162. I'd imagine they had to package at least one, if not both, to potentially get back in to the end of round 4 here, because round 4 ends at pick 138. We're currently on pick 130 here, but the Jets are on the clock, and I'm awaiting to see ESPN and NFL Network switch to that. But the Ravens pick is now official. It's in. Got the guy in the UK making the pick. Shout out to that dude. But wow. All right. What do we think, Tyson? What position? Do you have a player in mind? Jets
defensive tackle, wide receiver. I mean, defensive tackle, wide receiver. I'd go wide receiver, to be honest with you. Again, I'm kind of being aggressive on offense. Is Royal still available? I think he is, right?
I think he is. Yep. I would double up on receiver if they could. I would have no issue with that.
100%. I like the aggressive move, though. I do like it because everybody kind of standing pat where everybody else. I mean, the Bills jumped them twice already, I think, right, in this draft. So I like the move. I'm curious. Wide receiver, defensive tackle is my preference here.
Wide receiver or defensive tackle. I think a safety could certainly be in play for the Jets here, but we got to trade up. The New York Jets are on the clock. Defensive tackle-wise, I think Farmer, who told Dom C his preference is to play for the Jets and be reunited with his good friend Jermaine Johnson, could be in it. And you know what? I would like that pick a lot. I'm going to manifest it.
The pick is in.
Hold on. Pick is in?
It is in.
Oh, my goodness. Pick is in.
Never a dull moment with you, man. I never get a break on the show.
It's unreal. It's unreal. Hold on. I'm putting my jersey on. I got my Quinnen jersey here. I'm manifesting some beef next to Quinnen. Let's go.
So what is the chat thinking here? What's everybody think it's going to be? I don't think it's going to be Shedeur. Definitely don't think that. Not a kicker.
I see it. Yep, pick is in. I don't have the pick yet. I'm not checking the chat. I don't want any spoilers. What do we got here? Pick is in. Round 4, pick 130. We also don't know what the Jets, to this point, traded up to make that selection here. Let's see. Are they going to go to commercial again? No.
Every time, dude. Every time there's a commercial.
All right, ESPN, I have it. So she's making the pick. Olivia Peebles, Jets International Fan of the Year. I know Olivia. I believe I met her in London. She came to the Asmaniac meetup. Shout out to Olivia. Give us good news, Olivia. Give us good news, Olivia.
Oof. I saw it.
Malachi who?
A safety?
Who? Malachi Moore. Is that a safety we're taking here? So Malachi Moore, safety from Alabama, the pick by the New York Jets. So they traded up for a safety. So we got our answer on if they were going to take safety. You wonder what that now means for the Thomas pick. Is he truly going to be just a corner? But Malachi Moore, they trade up for a safety. So they don't go defensive tackle. They don't double up on wide receiver. Malachi Moore, a safety, is the pick. Tyson, give us your initial thoughts, and I'll pull up some scouting background that I have from Connor Rogers, PFF, and Dom C.
Well, the guy believes strongly in him. They traded up for him. So you're looking at that. They're revamping their secondary completely. And now it kind of makes you wonder what they're doing. Because now it's like, we're talking about Brandon Stevens going to safety. Now it kind of, I don't know, man. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the write-up is on that. I'm shocked. I don't, it's not a position I was really worried about at this point. I thought defensive tackle is more or a wide receiver, but.
Jets traded with the Eagles to come up for this pick. I'm going to see what they gave up because I am very curious as the Jets have made their first ever trade. 4-year starter at Bama, top program. Let's see. We don't have the details of the trade. He was ranked the 9th best safety in the Athletics, the Beast. Little undersized, 5'11", 196, ran a 4.57 40-yard dash. Grades out well against the run. I like that. Versatile, played both nickel and safety in college and has a lot of special teams experience. Although you don't want him consistently playing man-to-man coverage against NFL wide receivers, Moore does have the coverage awareness to put himself in position to make plays. He is very willing run defender, and teams will love the competitive edge he brings to the field. Overall, Moore doesn't have difference-making size or athletic traits, but he's tough, instinctive player who could defend the run and play with just enough range in coverage. He projects best as a post or half-field safety in zone, which would allow him to patrol, work top downfield, and be a solid NFL contributor. So that's from the Athletics, the Beast, on Malachi Moore. Let me pull up a scouting report here.
We got the trade compensation, too.
You give it to us.
Samini just put it. I think the Jets traded 145 and 207 for 130.
145 and 207. So that was our pick in round 5, our first 5th round pick, and we traded our compensatory pick from the Chiefs at pick 207. So removed 145 and 207. Jets now made picks at 110 and 130 today, and they still have pick 162 and 186. They didn't get anything back in the deal from Philly, right? They traded up.
So it seems like this is what Samini reported.
Okay, so that checks out. Let's see. Malachi Moore was the 7th rated safety on Connor Rogers' big board here. Let's get a scouting report on him here. Let's see. Safety.
So he's more like a box safety, kind of like the hitter, maybe a blitzer, a hitter.
Malachi Moore, safety. Badlands doesn't have a scouting report for him, so I don't have that. Let me see. That's not good. Don't like that. Don't like that. Let's
first
see.
Red flag.
Does Dom C have something on him? I'm sure Dom's got. I mean, Dom is a madman. He's got grades on everybody. Let's see. Man,
that's interesting.
Malachi Moore. Dom had a 5th round grade on him. The write-up on him is as followed. Background, 4-year starter and recruit from the 2020 class from some high school in Alabama. He started in the slot for the first 11 games as a freshman before going down with back injury, made the SEC All-Freshman team 2021, played in all 15 games, made 11 starts in the slot, Didn't play on defense in the SEC championship game because of a nagging back injury. So this guy's had 2 back injuries. Don't love that. 2022, he played in all 13 games with 1 start. He started as a backup most of the year with Brian Branch holding down the star role. There you go. That's
There's
why
your
Glenn
connection.
likes him, because of the Brian Branch of it all, who Glenn has called one of his favorite players. So that has a lot to do with this pick. Also, let's see what else we have in the scouting report. 2023 started all 14 games in Alabama's star position. I don't have anything for 2024, but Dom does write pros. Smooth athlete, shows great short area quicks and legit closing speed underneath. Displays quick feet and maneuvers traffic well to find the football. Run diagnosis, he does a quick job of identifying run plays and clicks and closes suddenly. Closes on ball carriers and puts himself in good position to make a play. Understands angles and leverage to bring bigger players down. Zone eyes, does a great job of reading QB's eyes and being able to jump underneath routes. He understands route tendencies, combinations, and shows a good understanding of what he's seeing. Leadership, he is a team captain, proven leader on defense, also brings a wealth of special teams experience. Cons, back injury. There's more we need to know about Moore's back injury. Saban made it sound like something that can only get better with rest, but missing time in the postseason back-to-back years is concerning. He did play a full 2023 and 2024 season, though. Lacks elite speed, lacks explosiveness and range to play deep. Doubt he has the athletic profile to play on the outside or deep. He is pigeonholed into the slot and has played the majority of his career snaps in the slot. Play strength doesn't appear strong enough to take on blocks and be a force in the box. He also has struggled being a consistent finisher as a tackler. 14.4% career missed tackle rate. Ball skills, he was extremely productive his freshman season, 8 pass breakups and 3 picks, but he hasn't seen that type of production since. 6 pass breakups and 2 picks from 21 through 23. The ball skills and splash plays have returned in his final year at Alabama. I don't think this is a bad pick based on that. I think there's value here, and we're putting our faith in our head coach being a former Pro Bowl DB to be able to identify guys. And I think the nugget about Brian Branch is key. I bet you Glenn sees some tendencies and similarities in him.
And the team captain thing too, something they want to. They want that leadership, that tenacity, high work ethic, high character guys too. So, but now the question is, like, they have 2 picks left, and we have, in theory, we all want them, defensive tackle, wide receiver, or people say, hey, what about a quarterback at some point? Now you're down to 2 picks with options. Like, how do you even break that down? Like, what are your needs going forward here?
Man, I think at this point, DT still has to be in play. But you also, once you start getting to the 5th round, you're just talking about best player available at that point. You're not going to reach for someone that you have a terrible grade on just because he plays the position you're looking for. So that's the conundrum they put themselves in with some of these picks. It's like you come away, you're not going to be able to fill all your needs because you're just going to be going BPA.
Now, do you think they have some kind of faith in Jordan Travis as, hasn't played? We don't know what he is. Maybe get him healthy, see what he is, and be that developmental guy that's behind Fields and Tyrod?
Well, I do think that if they don't draft a quarterback today, it bodes well for Jordan Travis's health to at least be out there and continue in his second year as maybe their developmental quarterback. If they take any quarterback, forget Shedeur Sanders, they take Kyle McCord or Will Howard or Riley Leonard, then I don't think we're going to see Jordan Travis on the team. I think he gets cut at some point.
Yeah, I agree.
Wow, this is bit of a surprise. First trade up. How we feeling, Jet fans? Let's check some super chats here. Melvin, another terrible pick. Love it. Jave says, I'm glad Jet fans hate the pick. All the guys they love Bims more Corley. Jet fans are always wrong about this stuff. You're not completely off there. Dan says, hope he ain't a combo of Corley or Elijah Moore in reference to the Smith pick. Ralphie says, Brian Branch clone. Daniel Bloom, player comp Kirby Joseph by NFL Draft Buzz. Jets carpetbagger, Jake, please add temporary tattoos to the merch store. That way, when a player leaves or is a bust, I can wash their number off.
Interesting comment from Connor Rogers. A true free safety, smart, aware, ball hawk ability, 2-time team captain. Aaron Glenn definitely loves Moore's mentality.
Wow. I see the Branch stuff. That to me is the key here. Some more notes on the player. Led Alabama in pass breakups and tied for the team lead in forced fumbles in 2024. 71% of his defensive snaps came at slot corner before shifting to more of a traditional safety. So I do wonder, maybe if he was just a safety from the start, would he have gone higher? Like, is there value here if they're just projecting him as a pure safety that they took? I don't mind this pick. I hated the Smith pick. I see what Glenn and them are doing with this one here. This one, at least applying some logic, I think they think he's their safety of the future.
You got to think highly of him if they're trading up for him. They're giving up resources to get him, you know?
Yeah, they traded 2 assets, no doubt. One of 2 SEC players with at least 400 snaps at safety and 200 snaps at slot corner, along with Georgia's Malachi Stark. So they like his versatility, clearly. Clearly.
You're like a salesman, man.
Me? People tell me I'm too negative. Like that's the thing.
You're gonna tell me, man. I get it all the time. You hate everything. Like I try to find. You try to be objective. You know.
Exactly. It's like you hate Glenn. You're not giving him a chance. It's like I'm literally giving him the benefit of the doubt right now. Like I'm gonna call it how it is. Like I wanted to keep Aaron Rodgers. Sorry. Like I wasn't alone. I would say 50% of the fan base felt the same way. That doesn't make me a Glenn hater. That I think they should have ran it back with him and Devontae for one more year. Like. I'm a Jet fan. I want this team to not suck. I talk about them every day. Tyson, you do a Jet channel. Believe us. When we say this, we're not lying to you. We get better views, make more money, and have more fun, which is why I do this in the first place, before it ever was my full-time job. We do better when the Jets don't suck, which has been rare since I've been doing content, but the few times we've had excitement and hope, the numbers are off the charts, and it's way more fun to do shows.
It's a lot more enjoyable, man, because everybody's negative and miserable. It's painful to watch the games. You're disappointed. It's not easy, man.
Yeah, like – people want to hear what they want to hear. Cynthia says, Jake, great draft debate and great guests. Listen, while we question the last 2 picks, let's just trust this new regime and see how it goes. Peace and love. Cynthia, great to see you at our draft party on Thursday. Amen. And you're in the Asmaniac raffle with this $20 super chat for 10. Let's go.
We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
It's true.
Big fella, super chat, cuts the line. We're drafting the fatty from Florida, aren't we? Well, I guess this was before we found out that they not only didn't draft the fatty, they drafted a guy who was a safety. Complete opposite of a fatty.
True.
See, Moore was first team all SEC last year. Edward, not worth the trade up. I get it. I didn't give up a ton, though. We're talking about a 5th round pick and a 6th round pick, right? Yeah, yep. I'm fine with that. Sco, my brother, my name is Malachi. LOL. Sco, I'm happy for you and your family there, I guess.
Glad we know now.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say about that one. On that note, let's get to a couple more of your calls here. Let's say hello to a guy who will hopefully provide a calming and soothing perspective on this decision by the Jets. Let's say hello to Kyle Clifton.
Not today, Jake. You got the wrong guy.
Uh-oh.
Abysmal.
Which one?
Like, as good as the first two days have been, today has been an utter and complete disaster.
Both picks or
both picks?
Okay.
Like, if you like, there were a couple of wide receivers there, and we're sitting there at 110, and I'm saying, well, now that they've had a chance to restack their board, if there's someone that they like, and I don't mean Arian Smith, go up and get them, right? So Dante Thornton is another 4-3 guy. He might not have the change of direction, but he's 6'5", right? And he went 2 picks ahead of them. Like, and there's so many other guys that are just such better value than Arian Smith. That, like, Torrey Horton was when he was born in the nursery, they handed him to his mother and said, "Congratulations, Mrs. Horton, you have a number 2 receiver in the NFL." That's what that guy was born for. Like, I don't understand why they had to go Arian Smith in the 4th round, where you can occasionally find starters, especially in the front half of the round, that have fallen through the cracks. It's driving me out of my mind. Guard, safety is where you find the value. Now, I like Malachi Moore. I don't like the idea of trading up to get Malachi Moore is the problem I have. We only have 8 picks in the draft. I would have preferred to trade back at some point. I know that's harder to get sometimes, but I mean, there are teams that are moving around. It seems to be happening. it's I'm flabbergasted. I'm a little exasperated by the way day 3 has gone, and I follow this stuff pretty closely. It's not a good day. It's not a good day.
Look, I get it. You're a lot closer to it than most. The one thing I'll say, if you're right, much better to nail picks 1, 2, and 3 than anything on day 3, because we're used to Jet teams sucking at the entirety of the draft. If they got their first 3 picks right, we'll still look back on this draft as a major success for Glenn and Muji.
Right, and I get, what we said before, like Tyson was saying before, that you don't get made a break by a 4th round pick, but for a team that has had a drought like we've had, like, the little things matter. You got to get the little things right, and we're not getting it right here on day 3. And I maybe it's the fact that it's an experienced GM, maybe it's the fact that the coach has too much power, and we're into the weeds with some of the deeper players here. Like, let the scouting department do their job. Like, don't let Arian Smith go at 110 or overall. It's preposterous. The whole idea of taking Arian Smith at 110 is ludicrous.
That pick's worse than this most recent one with Moore. The Moore pick, I understand it. I just reading some of the scouting reports, and the Brian Branch thing I think is key. But the Arian Smith pick, that feels like a terrible pick. It just does.
Yeah, but the other thing too is, Colin, I agree with you. Like, you get your depth, you get your special teams guys all in the later rounds, and as they play out in 2 years from now, they should be contributors. So I completely agree with you. I was thinking, it's only a 4th pick. But you don't want to have like a 4th, 5th, and 6th pick. You're like, this is where the Jets GMs in the past have failed, where there's a top heavy draft and the rest of it's garbage. That's where you have the problems.
And the teams that know how to draft, they feast in the top half of the 4th round and all the way through the 4th round. Really,
I agree. Yep.
I don't know. I'm sorry to bring everyone down. I'll go back and watch the draft in misery. Maybe I'll go get myself a drink to come.
I got a question for you though, real quick though. Do you have, and this is a whole new coaching staff, do you have any faith in their ability to coach up these young players and maybe maximize their potential, whereas other staffs couldn't do that?
I don't think he's a bad hire as a head coach. Like, I think we all would have preferred to have someone with a little bit more experience. Clearly he's probably ready for the role. I like the fact that he has a little bit of a scouting background, and I like the fact that he knows what he wants. But like, I just don't see the value there. And hopefully, I'm begging that these guys will prove me wrong. Yeah, but right now I don't see it.
I get it. It's look, time will tell, but it feels like a big reach with the first pick of the day of the receiver, and then the last pick. I mean, you traded up for him, so you clearly have conviction on the guy. Like, let's see.
I mean, none of us know what the character concerns are on any of these guys. Like, Jalen Royals could be a bad guy. He could be a prince. None of us know. But like, I don't get just drafting on like work ethic and like the mental aspect of the game in the 4th round. Like, there are dudes there still. Yeah. Go get the dudes. I appreciate
one of them off the board. Guys. Yeah, good call, Kyle. Appreciate your passion. One of them off the board, Tonka, the DT from South Carolina, Tonka Hemingway, who was probably a good fit for the Jets, who I thought maybe they were trading up to get. Right, that's why I put the Q jersey on. Get a big fatty.
Manifest it.
Interesting. Tonka's also a great name too, so we all
absolutely
love that. Oh, man. All right. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. Appreciate all of you tuning in. We got open phone lines here, so if you want to weigh in on the draft, certainly feel free. And how about this? I was just about to mention the fact that no one is gifted a chunk of memberships at once. It's double the raffle entries when you do. Who better than Mimosa? She came all the way from Florida to attend our draft party Thursday night. 10 memberships gifted by Mimosa, which means 20 raffle tickets in the Asmaniac raffle this Monday, featuring the Joe Namath signed jersey, the Justin Fields signed helmet, the Aaron Glenn signed helmet, the Curtis Martin signed helmet, the DeBrickashaw Ferguson signed helmet, the Jermaine Johnson signed jersey, and the signed Aaron Glenn photo. And Mimosa, this is for you.
I got just the guy to get us going tonight.
There we go. How about it? Bigfoot Loch Ness, useless Bob. Aaron Glenn knows more about football than any of you, so stop complaining. Zach Benson, Abraham Bueno, BP York, Matt from L5, Oregon Jets, Chris Bradigan, Mr. C, Danette Randall. Aaron Glenn doesn't care if you hate his picks, all receiving a channel membership there from Mimosa. Man, some strong names on Glenn. Mother effing Chew has gifted a channel membership. Chew in the raffle for 2, and Gangrene Catskills is the username who won the channel membership, or is now, I should say, a channel member. I mean, let's look at where the Jets are now. I got to do some like mental gymnastics here. Let's go to their picks following this trade. Jets will pick at 162 in round 5 and then 186 in round 6, and then that's it. We got 2 picks left, and at this point, it almost feels like you're going BPA. Like you could go DT if it matches. You could take a quarterback. You could take any position once you start talking about getting this late in the draft, Tyson. That's kind of it. Kind of feels like that's where we're at.
100%, man. Now it's like you think about your developmental players taking some shots, and it's not even position of need. It's just the best talent that's there at that point. Hopefully, you get something out of them, maybe on special teams. It's interesting, man. You already start thinking about like what's the free agents available now. My mindset's already trying to change. Like, all right, what receivers are going to be available because they still need more help.
Yeah, what DT can they sign or defensive? Even a defensive end, like just get like another pass rusher in there that's better than Michael Clemens. I mean, 100%. Give me a break. Give me a break. Unreal.
I'm not opposed to a kicker either. I'm tired of the Greg Zuerlein experience.
Yeah, if they like someone. I mean, geez. Big Loyal says we're going to the playoffs in 2 years in a row. The past 2 years, that didn't happen. Now we're going 3-14 this year. Guess what? That ain't happening either. You're right, Big Loyal. Smell the 4-win season.
Come on, man.
No, it'll be bad. I think they should be better than that. I mean, if Glenn is a good coach, there's like that's been my thing from the beginning, though. Like, there's too many Jet fans with like the mentality of, oh, it's going to take Glenn a couple of years. No, man, he gets this year and next year to turn it around. Like that's life in the NFL. All the teams I picked in the top 5 the year the Jets had this great draft, and it was a great draft with Sauce and Garrett and Jermaine and Brees. Not only have they all made the playoffs at least once since then, they've all won at least one playoff game since then. And the best the Jets did in the Joe Douglas era was 7-9 or 7-10. So it's got to turn fast. Like that's the reality of the NFL. You don't get 4 to 5 year rebuild plans. Like we got to see some real progress this year. And, you know, unlike what Saleh took over after that 2020 season where they were coming off a 2-win season, there's legit talent on this Jets team. They have a good offensive line, a really good offensive line. They have a legit number 1 wide receiver. They have a legit running back room. They got some real players on defense. Quinnen, Sauce, Jermaine, Quincy, Sherwood, McDonald. They got Michael Carter. They got players. So this better not be a 4-13 year. This should be a team that can they find a way to go 9-8 and have a winning season for the first time in a decade. Like they're talking about Fields breaking out. Like that to me should be the goal.
No, it was funny because as the hiring went down, everybody was tagging me with all your comments. Like you and Jake disagree on everything. I'm like, we don't disagree. We had the same goal for the team. We want to see them win, and we want to see a very well coached team. That's the bottom line. We knew when teams aren't prepared, when they're not well coached, when they don't make adjustments, when players aren't trying, you can literally see it. You change that right off the bat, you're winning more games. You are week in and week out. If you're more competitive, you're less penalties, more physical, you're gonna win more games. Run the ball. You have an offensive line now. This team should compete every week. They should. They have enough talent to compete. Not saying win 12 games, but the bar shouldn't be, 4 games and maybe next year. Absolutely not. That's not acceptable anymore.
I completely agree with you. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. Appreciate all of you tuning in to the show. Give some love to Indy Jets. How about Indy gifting not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 channel memberships? That's 10 raffle entries.
It's the Asmaniac membership raffle. For every membership gifted, you receive 1 ticket entered in the raffle to win epic prizes.
Indy, I can't thank you enough, my friend. And I'm still sad that you were unable, due to American Airlines canceling your flight, not make it to our draft party on Thursday. But I promise you, you were there in spirit. So if you got a membership from Indy, listen up and make sure you thank them. The following 5 people are now channel members: Barbarossa, Doan Syndrome, GTA IV Man, NYC, RAF, and Rick, all receiving a channel membership there. Oh, wait, there's more. Joe Grow has gifted, how about this, 10 channel memberships, which means 20 raffle tickets. Let's go. Give them the AG.
We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
Hell yeah. Here we go. If you hear your name, you thank Joe Grow, Jet Up 22, Who's Your Daddy, Dre Correa, Braden NZL, Benny Baboon. Aaron Glenn is dropping his nuts on all of you for questioning him. Jose Sanchez, Dre Day, the Jet Fan, Bishop, and Pete G, all receiving a channel membership there. Love it. Absolutely love it. All right. I think you're going to love this next call, Tyson.
Uh-oh.
It's our good friend. He's always in the chat. He's a dear friend of my aunt and uncle. So at my cousin's wedding, I got to hang out with him. Ralphie Rocks is here. Ralphie, show off that jersey, please. There we go.
There it
wow.
I don't know any other Asmaniac who knows more about Malachi Moore than I do.
Give us the breakdown. Now, what's the backstory? Your son or daughter went to Alabama?
Yeah, my son went to Alabama 2016 to 2020. We're big Alabama fans. I've been to numerous Alabama games. I'm sort of friends with the mom on Twitter. They were selling jerseys to raise money when NIL was just starting out, and he used that money to get his brother as a walk-on onto the school and pay the tuition. So It's a nice story. Yeah. He's the two-time captain. Both Saban and DeBoer named him captain. He won the Iron Bowl 5 times. He's the only active player to win the Iron Bowl 5 times. So, it's hard to do that, to play 5 years. That's kind of new. And they won every time at Alabama. He's a little bit of a hothead. I saw the game against Vanderbilt where they lost this year in person. And he should have got thrown out of the game for kicking the ball at the very end when Vanderbilt was kneeling on the ball. So he's a little bit of a hothead. But he competed with Brian Branch, and he actually was ahead of him his freshman year. Had more playing time than Brian Branch. And then the injuries, like you said, the back injury really hurt him his sophomore year. I think he missed the college football playoffs and maybe the SEC championship game. One of those years is his sophomore, junior year. But he had a stellar year last year. I think he had a fractured hand in one of the early games, and he ended the year with a sports hernia, but he played through it all. He couldn't do the combine. He had his own pro day. I'm very happy. I DM the mom, hoping that he would come to the Jets and be drafted. I was thinking maybe 5th or 6th round. I think he would have been a 3rd rounder if he didn't get hurt and have the hernia. But that's what I got for you. I'm a financial advisor, not a pro football expert. But that's what I got for you. But I know that no other Asmaniac is as big a Malachi Moore fan as I am. So
I love that.
And I'm hoping to take his mom out to dinner if they come to the Jets for some sort of interview or conference.
We got to get him on the show. That'd be great.
I'll see what I can do for you, obviously.
That'd be awesome. I love it. Ralphie, great call, man. That's awesome that you had that relationship with the family. That's so cool.
You got it. Thanks. Go Jets. Roll Tide.
Love it. Ralphie, check it in. That's an awesome call. How about that backstory? He not only does as he watched the player, but he has a relationship with the mom and supported the NIL initiative.
That's crazy. Never know what you find in these shows.
Amazing. We got the best listeners. We really do. Tyson, you hopped on for a full hour, man. I really appreciate your time. Thanks so much for coming on.
You got to come on my show, dude. I've been trying. You're Mr. Busy, man. You're always doing something. If you're not doing a show, you're at a Knick game or at a Yankee game. You're always something. You're never home, dude.
I pay enough in rent in New York City that if I feel like I'm not out and about, what am I paying all this rent for?
What's your Knicks prediction?
I think they're going to win in 5. That was my prediction before the series. I'm standing by it. Like, I understand Detroit's a scrappy team, but I think the Knicks are better. I think game 2 was the wake-up call. I think we kind of saw that in game 3. Hopefully they don't play with their food early tomorrow and take it seriously and get it done. And then I think they'll be able to close it out. I guess it would be Tuesday at MSG.
100%. No, thanks for having me. I appreciate it, man.
You're the best, Tyson. Anytime, man. I'm coming on your show whenever you need.
100%. I'm texting you, so you can't hide from it now.
I love it. Tyson Rouch, Let's Talk Jets, joining us. We got a great, and I mean great guest who's going to join us after our first commercial break of the show. You guys are not going to want to miss this. She is an absolute legend, the first ever female scout in NFL history, a member of our Jet family. She watches this show all the time. She is the best guest to have on draft day. So, quick commercial break, and we come back with the legendary Connie Carberg. It's the Jake Asman Show. Back with Connie right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Robert C. is on the line. Hey, Robert, did you brush your hair with a vacuum?
It just puffs up like they say.
Your hair looks amazing.
Yeah, we got the house remodeled. It's all different. The walls got painted. Whoa, living on a prayer. They asked me to sing Living on a Prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Okay.
Bravo, Robert C. That was a tremendous call. Robert C. has called back in. Hey, Robert.
Hi, Jake. I'm decorating my house, and I haven't been able to call in a while. I just wanted to say hi because it's been too long, calling in. But the house, I'll show you my house.
Where's Tammy, Robert?
I don't know. Tammy, say hi. Yeah.
You want to sing more Bon Jovi for us?
I don't know. Yeah, halfway there. Sorry, I didn't write much material because I just threw this together.
Thank you for the call, Robert.
Hi.
Thank you very much. Robert C. called it twice. What a show. Gator, man. Try explaining the show to someone who doesn't watch the show. Kyle says the fact that Gator has so many wigs laying around his house is awesome.
Why do I want a coach whose fan base wants his head on a pike? Let me finish, okay? Are you...
You know what time it is?
Yeah.
Come on, everybody. Let's do some aerobics. 1, 2, 3, 4. Move that body up that floor. Right, left. Let's go. Come on. Pick that up. Let's get some arms going. Get some stretches going. Come on. 9, 10. Come on, baby. Yeah, you can move your body. Come on, everybody. Get up and do some exercises. Let's go. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I feel great. Come on, let's get some of that up there. What are you laughing at, B-Man? Pick those arms up, kid. Come on, what are you, a whipper or man? I'll give you that first, son.
Oh, shit, that wasn't B-Max. That was Kevin.
Let's get fucking like a monkey. Come on, girls, you guys can do this. 6.
Really?
Let's see if you guys can do it. Come on, pick it up. This muscle helps shake the muscles.
I'm feeling the burn. Let's go. Come on.
Okay, now the air side. Come on. Man, I feel good.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
I'm eating.
Beast, you can't out-exercise a bad diet, bro.
You have to look good. You gotta be lean. You gotta be mean.
You gotta have some weights in there.
You wanna be scary, don't you?
No, right?
It's doing the air.
Have this. Have this. Next caller, let's go. Let's get Bobby Midnight in here. Let's bring him in here. Hey, yo, move and groove. Let's move and groove, shall we? Move your ass. Let's go. One.
Get your movement. Get your ass up. Get
Great job, Beast. Way to inspire people to get healthy on a Saturday.
And this is my... All right, we're back here on our Jake Asman Show MegaCast. Thank you all for tuning in. There's still over 640 of you watching live. Click the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Reminder, if you gift the membership, you have a chance to win the following prizes today. Aaron Glenn signed photo. Jermaine Johnson signed jersey. DeBrickashaw Ferguson signed helmet. Curtis Martin signed helmet. Aaron Glenn signed helmet. Justin Fields signed helmet. And, of course, our top prize, the Joe Namath autographed jersey. As our MegaCast continues, consider joining the Patreon. If you haven't, patreon.com/Jake Asman Show. For just $5 a month, you get bonus shows, access to our Discord, your name added to our intro, 20% off all merch items at jakeasman.com, and a whole lot more. Let's continue our MegaCast with one of our favorite guests. It's become an annual tradition to have her on during the NFL draft. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say hello to the first female scout in Jets and NFL history, the great Connie Carberg. Connie, happy draft day.
Hey, can you hear me, Jake? Everything
We can hear you
okay?
loud and clear. And you
All
got
right,
quite the
okay.
setup. We got the Namath jersey, Gastineau
Yeah,
behind you.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
is that Kenny O? That's great.
Actually, that was my 7 years of being with the Jets. That's what they gave me when I left the
Oh,
Jets. Yep.
Wow, even
Yeah,
better. That's
isn't that
amazing.
cool? And they had it framed for me, which is really kind of cool.
That's awesome. That's
So
awesome.
I treasure that.
Love that. Let me ask you this, Connie. I mean,
Quite a draft.
You're so synonymous with the draft, of course. Take us back to some of your favorite memories being a part of the draft as a scout.
Wow, things have changed so much. Way back, I was around the Jets since growing up, but working for them in '74, it was 17 rounds, and there was no ESPN or anything, so you went all the way. You started that morning, and then you finished about midnight, and you came back and finished it up the next day, and it was just your own people in the room, no computers, because everything had to be done by hand. Trying to reach people, there were no cell phones or anything, so it was a very different world. But then it went from 17, and then in about 77, it went to 12 rounds. And then, of course, now they only have 7 rounds. So all those 10 extra rounds are where your undrafted free agents come from now. So it was very, very different. Just a few people in the room. As I said, there was no ESPN, not publicized like this. But it was great because I was very fortunate to have been there when the entire SAC exchange, 76, 70 with Abdul, 77 with Klecko, and Marty and Mark in 79. So, and through all those guys, even though they weren't winning football years, we were building for the 80s. So, I've been very, very blessed with being able to be a part of the Jets and then continuing. This will be my 61st year going up to training camp.
Love it. I love seeing you last summer at training camp as well. So I can't wait for that again.
Right. We always
100%. You brought up Mark Gastineau. I want to show the picture here. I know that without you, there's a good chance Mark Gastineau never would have became a New York Jet. Can you talk about your experience scouting him and then the relationship that you formed with Mark to this day? You were a big part of his Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Yes, Jake, it was, I didn't know this was going to happen. But in 1979, just like they have the Senior Bowl now, to me, the Senior Bowl is still the epitome of the bowl games afterwards. And we were coaching the North squad. That was Walt Michaels was the head coach, who was a great head coach for the Jets, really. And, but a guy got hurt, and Mike Stensrud, so they needed a replacement. And my boss was on the road, Mike Hickey, and I had to go through whatever you had. There were books. You had reel to reel. You called the schools on a regular phone, try to talk to people. And then I narrowed it down to 5 guys and didn't know. So I said, how am I going to make a decision? Because one guy was faster, but he was a small school. Everybody else were big schools, very similar, because all your first and second round picks were at the Senior Bowl already. So I decided to make my phone call. 4 of the guys were kind of like, yeah, I'll be there. What do I have to do? Tell me about the Senior Bowl. One guy said, get me on the next plane. I'm ready to play. I'm in shape. I love football. That's all I want to do. And I like passion. And that and then I looked it up and I saw that he ran a 4.55 in the 40 at 6'5" and 270. And I said, let's take Mark. And that was the beginning of our friendship. And he, of course, ate everybody up and got MVP on the North squad. Marty Lyons got it on the South squad.
Incredible. And you're right. The drafts that you were a part of really kind of shaped those Jets teams. I mean, can you take us inside what the war room was like back then, Connie? I mean, give us your best memories of actually being in the war room. I mean, today it's so different, of course, but what do you remember the most? What are some of the conversations like back then, as you had 17 rounds, as you talked about earlier, to try and go through?
Yeah, to really go through all those. So, and everything was printed up on cards. So you have the name of the, and so there were no computers. And so you couldn't punch in who's left that's 6'2", 240 and runs a 4.7 on grass or AstroTurf. That's how they always said back then, because you're always faster on AstroTurf. And so we would all, after we had gotten everything together, we had these big binders to look through players after we had, but Jim Pons, who was our video man, who used to be with the Turtles singing group, he would write everything up. And so everything was neat there with the height, weight, speed, Wonderlic test score, where they went to school and that type of thing. So we had all that, and everybody sat around. I was the one on the phone. It was a landline, of course. And you called into New York City, where the draft was held for many, many years. I'm sure a lot of your listeners either had parents or themselves that went to that. And I would call it in and say the New York Jets select and go from there. So it was, as I said, there was a lot of discussions, a lot of table banging, a lot of arguments, a lot of consensus. It was very different back then. The coaches weren't not as involved as, the scouts and director of player personnel, even more than and then the general manager started coming in. But as I said, it was great. There's nothing like it still is, other than being married and my son. It's draft day is probably the greatest day of all.
Love it, and I know how much you are locked into the draft. You and I were texting about a bunch of prospects yesterday, which is always so much fun to get your thoughts on things. I mean, can you take us back even before you officially joined the Jets? Your connection to the organization, obviously, maybe a lot of people don't realize just how far back in Jet history that you go. Talk about how you first got introduced to the Jets and their organization, and of course, Broadway Joe Namath in the first place.
Yes, our friend Broadway Joe. Yeah, it was my father and my uncle. My uncle is Dr. James Nicholas, who made the brace for Joe Namath eventually and everything. But he was friends with Harry Wismer, who was with the Titans, became the Jets. Back in those days, they didn't have doctors on the sidelines. It was, again, a very different world. He asked my uncle to become a doctor. Then he asked my dad, who was an internist. So they worked together. And I was 13, and I said, you know what? I don't know anything about football. I knew baseball, basketball, because we all played those sports. But I didn't know football. And I was very lucky. I had a lot of great male mentors, including my earth science teacher. Later on, it was Woody Hayes at Ohio State, Lou Holtz. Wow. Walt Michaels was always at the house. The Jets were always at the house because my father had his office connected to the house. So they would come in to get examined, come upstairs for my mom making coffee and cake. And they were, as I said, the Jets had a basketball team in the off season. So my whole life just became so identified. And then I started just for some reason, there was only one game on a week on Saturday. And you would watch that with Keith Jackson and Street and Smith magazine. And I started doing my own mock drafts. And I had no idea that it was leading to becoming the first female scout.
That's just amazing. And I love, and I've had you on in the past, you've talked about your relationship with Joe Namath over the years. I know you were just at his charity golf outing a few weeks back, right? This is a recent photo here.
Right. That was the last one. He has it twice a year. For many years, it was March of Dimes. Now he does them plus veterans and children's charities. And he has one up on Long Island, usually in September or October, and then one down in West Palm area near where he lives. And so this one, and all these athletes come in and actors and all different people. We had a wonderful time. He does a great job. And he's just amazing at 81 years of age. And he's there at night at the party and just talking to every single person. I don't know how he does it. And as I said, he's just an amazing guy. I've been very blessed through the years from the age of 13 to know him all the way through. And just to say hello to him back then was a big thing, if you knew Joe Namath.
It's just amazing. And what do you remember the most about, obviously, your dad and your uncle being around Namath, of course, the medical advancement that they were a part of with the brace that he had to wear as a player? What were some of your memories watching Joe Namath, the player, and someone that you obviously knew on a personal level as well?
Yeah, just watching him. He was so quick. If people didn't see him play, a lot of people don't appreciate it. They go, well, he had a lot of interceptions. But again, first of all, football was very different back then. You could bump and hit receivers all the way down the field. You could hit quarterbacks high and low and clothesline them and everything. Now it's, again, a very different world. You only have the two receivers and you have your tight end. No such thing as five wides or anything like that. But Joe was so quick. He never took a shotgun in his entire career, always under center, but he was so quick at going back and setting up. If you just ever watch the highlights. And he was a great athlete, baseball, football, and basketball in high school, and until he hurt those knees. So playing on two bum knees, but he had the quickest release I've ever seen, just, right off the ear. And it was an amazing thing just being at the Super Bowl as a high school senior as well.
Just awesome. So awesome. Now, when you look at the Jets draft in the present day, Connie, what are your thoughts? Are you a fan of the decision they made? We'll start in round one, right? The big debate. Do they take the tight end, Tyler Warren, or a different playmaker, or do they go with the tackle? They end up going with Armand Membu. So we'll start with the first ever pick that Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji made. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect because you have a whole new regime, and everybody after we've had 6 years of kind of knowing what it was and that kind of thing. So didn't know. I was a little bit more for Tyler Warren. I just thought because of Justin Fields, like when he was with the Bears, he and Cole Kmet had a great connection. And I just thought that the tight end, and they could use him a lot. But I also know that there weren't a great amount of, offensive tackles, and we needed a right tackle. So I do understand with Membu to go with Arman. And, he said he was in the Senior Bowl and Combine, and he ran. He was the one that was grunting. Remember when he ran the 4.9 at the Combine? So I do, that kind of cements our offensive line, which is great. And then going from there, I desperately wanted a tight end, definitely. And to get Taylor is, to me, Mason Taylor is awesome because I saw him play a lot for LSU, and he's got great hands. He's a big guy, so I think he's going to be really good. Of course, we all know he has great bloodlines from his mom was a sister to Zach Thomas, and his dad is Jason Taylor. So I think he's going to be interesting. Those two I was pretty solid on.
Love that. Yeah, a lot of talk today about some of the players the Jets took. Some people feeling like they maybe reached on a receiver. I mean, take us through your approach as a scout, right? You have fans who are so upset about certain players, but they're not doing the work that you guys in the war room have put in, getting to know the players, knowing the medicals. Obviously, it's a whole different world now, but even then you had access to information the general public didn't have. So your thoughts on people who are super high on a guy or super low on a guy before you ever really get to see it play out with a draft prospect.
Yeah, there's so much more because the amount, especially now. In the old days, players didn't make much money. They made like $20,000, and they had off-season jobs and everything. But now there's so much invested on top of it. And the Jets were the first team that brought players in for medicals, actually the precursor to the Combine. And we would bring them into Lenox Hill Hospital, about 100 guys or so, to be examined, but also to interview, because as you can tell now with some of the things that have happened in this draft, interviews and character are very important. And it's more important to some teams than other teams. Everybody kind of values something a little bit differently. And again, medicals, like the kid, Will Campbell that from Michigan that fell, and that was because of a medical. Some kids fall. They have some things that maybe in their past, and you're not sure on character in that respect. So there's all different things that you have to find, or they might not want to play. I had instances where guys, when I interview them, they didn't want to have any part of playing in New York. And we were in New York then. So that was just too big for them. And so you had to kind of know what you were dealing with too, because it can be very overwhelming with the media and the big city and stuff for some players.
You 100%. Not everyone is made for New York. We got this question in the chat from Luppy, and I was going to ask you the same thing. What do you make of these slide for Shedeur Sanders? I mean, he's someone that many thought wouldn't get out of the top 5. At one point, he was the betting favorite to go number 1 overall. And as we sit here right now, we're at pick 144 of this draft here and he remains unsigned. It's undrafted. It's truly wild. I'm curious your thoughts, Connie, as someone who obviously knows what those conversations behind closed doors are like.
Yeah, I know. Because it's funny how in the old days, if you were coming out in like 2007 or 2008, and it was with Matt Ryan, right, and Joe Flacco, he would, with his style of football, and things have evolved a lot with more extending plays and running and this and that. So he's a little bit different that way. You didn't need as strong an arm back then. Now they want more of that, but as I said, the other parts, again, what happens in the interview, and this has happened in the past. You've heard about guys at combines, they saying, "Ooh, I don't know if I want to touch that guy," or this and that. But I never expected him to fall where he did, because I think he can play. I really do. When I watched almost every game of Colorado's, and even though he had no offensive line and no running game to speak of, especially the first year, he still was very accurate. He still made good plays. I know they said he held onto the ball a little long, but that, I think that could be corrected. I don't know. I wish I could tell you the reason. The other part is, though, that there weren't that many teams this year that were looking for a starting quarterback. You knew it was the Steelers, and you knew it was New Orleans, and you knew and probably Cleveland and stuff. And yet Tomlin has passed on him every time. And they said he was working out or got to know, Tom Brady, and they've passed on him. And other guys are going. So as I said, I wish I knew. I don't have the answer, just like everybody else seems to listen. I know there's all these different rumors, but I don't know the real reason. But I never expected it. But now, going this late, I do understand it as far as not wanting to take him. Just like we had Tim Tebow, who I love to death, but it made it a very tough on Sanchez, and it made a circus with the media and everything else. And I, like with the Jets, I don't think Aaron Glenn, how he felt. We know how he felt. I'm not saying I did, but I'm saying we know how he felt about Aaron Rodgers and having him still there as far as circus or interfering or people looking to Aaron instead of him. So I could, as I said, I don't think he'd be the one that would want to take him on. So as I said, I don't think anybody in the beginning of the year had the three quarterbacks that were going first, second, third were the ones that were going to go. We all thought Cam Ward, the way he worked his way up. But then to see Jackson Dart move up, and then Tyler Schaff, Louis Riddick was really on that early. I give him so much credit. So, as I said, it's such an inexact science. So it's going to be so interesting to see what happens.
Well, as you were talking there, Connie, it just became official. Shedeur Sanders got picked. The Cleveland Browns drafted Shedeur Sanders. So finally,
he did.
The wait is over just now. Yep, pick 144 overall. Shedeur Sanders goes to the Browns. So they drafted two quarterbacks. Still round 5. We are currently still in round 5.
Because I was wondering, remember, it's still in round 5. So imagine that in the 5th round. It really is amazing. Wow, I gotta see what are they showing the reactions?
Yeah, it's they were breaking it down on TV in real time. Crazy. I have the sound off in front of me, so I don't know what anyone on either of the desks was saying, but
I can't.
Wow.
Yeah, because they kept passing on. Tomlin kept passing on. Cleveland did, right, and then and they said the Saints. There were only a few teams that were going to do it, and the other ones didn't. I'm sure they didn't want to do that to their starter, but that's good because Cleveland has, a mishmash of guys.
That they do. I'm
they got
curious,
Flacco,
Connie,
right?
Kenny Pickett. Yep, Kenny Pickett as well. So let me ask you this, Connie. In terms of Aaron Glenn now being the head coach, you obviously remember him well as a player with the Jets. What were your thoughts on that hire, and what have been your impressions just hearing him interact in some of these press conferences and just the personality that the Jets are seemingly getting in the head coach of this team now?
Well, it's always funny in football. It seems you kind of rotate. You have a certain type of a coach who might be very a player coach or very loose or this and that. Then you go to somebody who's strict, and then you go the next one. You go back again. It just seems like if you look at the history of you go from Rex Ryan to Todd Bowles. I mean, we can go through the whole thing, and that's just basically what happens all the time. But I've known Aaron Glenn. I didn't work with him. I had already left the Jets. But I used to come up every training camp, and that was Pete Carroll's first year. And it was the first time I got to know him because Pete Carroll ran a real loose, wonderful, everybody together family type of training camp. And so I got to know Aaron then. And as I said, he was great. And I know a lot of the scouts that scouted him when he was at Texas A&M. I was even talking to one of them the other day, Joe Collins. He said, yep, I scouted him, and he was amazing. Even back when he was at A&M, he wasn't big, but he was so tough and smart. So just watching him, and then I saw him again at Cortland with Rex Ryan when Bill Parcells told him that he needed to do some scouting first before he became a coach. And so I saw him there. So yeah, I think he is. I really am impressed with him. I'm excited about him and the kind of person he really worked his way up, doing all those different things. And so I think it's going to be great. It's always hard, your first time and everything. And then I don't know, as I said, I don't know Darren Mucci at all, just because as a new GM. So we're waiting to see how that is. And a friend of mine worked for Rick Spielman when she was down at the Dolphins, and she really loved working for Rick Spielman. So that was good to hear that. And so I assume he's there. So I don't, as I said, I don't know what'll happen. You never do. But I think it's going to be it's going to be an interesting training camp, how he runs it. And we'll be able to kind of compare it to the other ones.
Absolutely. Absolutely. NY Jets Girl says, Connie's such a legend. Great interview. Cynthia says, salute, Connie. Love you. Thanks for all that you've done, and thanks for all your wisdom and input. Let's go, Jets. Now, Connie, I need to ask you about Justin Fields, because you're a Buckeye. You love your Ohio State Buckeyes. You love Garrett Wilson, Jeremy Rucker, Josh Myers on the Buckeyes, on the Jets. Fields is the new quarterback for at least this year. Aaron Glenn has said that they think they think they can unlock him and his full potential. You watched him a lot, of course, in college. What are your thoughts on Justin Fields being the Jets starting quarterback this season?
Yeah, I was Justin Fields' person when he was at Ohio State that year coming out. But again, that was COVID year, and there was a lot of stuff, and they didn't have the combine, and you weren't allowed to have in-person things, and I think that had a lot to do with different people's selections. But no, I think Justin was a very smart kid in high school. We all know his great speed. He throws a beautiful long ball. I think if you have somebody that believes in you, it really makes such a difference. And so you can feel right now that this new believes in him. And I think that makes such a difference to an athlete. They'll say, you can be on the same team and just have different people, or you can go to another team and they get revived and they're a new person. And sometimes it's because somebody just says, yeah, I think you can do it. I believe in you. And they can change what you were or how you played, or if you're nervous. Because my high school women's basketball coach used to say to me, Connie, when I was dribbling, she'd say, he who hesitates is guarded. Meaning, you got to go full force, and I believe that you can do it. And that's what I think has to be done no matter what sport you play.
Love it. Connie, I've said this to you on the show. I've said it to you off air. I think you belong in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I think you belong in the Jets Ring of Honor. So I'm going to continue to say it on any of my platforms. I just think that is what the NFL and the Jets need to make happen. You're too humble to say it, but everyone who's ever met you and interacted with you and knows your story, we all believe it's true. So I can't thank you enough for always joining us. It's fun to have you on every year during the draft, because no one knows the draft and the Jets as well as you.
It is. Well, you and I said, I always love it. I love the way that how far you've come, what you started out and how you've built this whole thing up, Jake. And you've done such a great job, and everybody I know loves you. And so, as I said, I think you do a stupendous job. I do. I always love being in touch with you, and I do look forward to seeing you at training camp. And I thank you for having me on. And let's go, Jets. We're going to keep the faith. Don't ever give up. Don't ever give up.
Love it. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Connie Carberg with us there. A legend. You can follow her on X at Connie Scouts. She's always tweeting about the Jets, always positive about the Jets, which you got to give her credit for, because that's not always the easiest thing to do when you root for this team. But she's a true legend, and it's always great to get her on the show. And we'll see her at training camp, of course, this summer as well. Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. A little update on where things stand right now. So we know the New York Jets have a couple picks left following the trade up that they made. So let's get everyone a little up to speed on exactly what I mean by a couple picks left. So they have a 5th round pick remaining from the Rams through the Steelers. It's pick 26 of round 5. It's 162 overall. Then they have one final pick in the 6th round, the 10th pick of the round, pick 186 overall. So right now we are sitting in a spot where at pick 148. And as you heard me just say, the Jets won't pick again till 162. So we are in the 5th round, though. That I do know. And we will be in the 6th round. So the 5th round just started here is what I'm saying. So we still got ways to go. We do know Shedeur Sanders is off the board. That broke, obviously, as Connie and I, ironically, were talking about his draft slide. So how about the Browns taking, 2 quarterbacks? Because they took Dalen Gabriel as well. I mean, you talk about a humbling experience for Shedeur. If this doesn't motivate you, then nothing will. They took Dylan Gabriel at pick 94 and then took Shedeur at pick 144. Unbelievable. Kyle Clifton with a super chat. We're going to get to your calls here. Our next guest is not scheduled to join us till 3. I wanted to make sure we left plenty of room in our guest schedule today to mix in Asmaniacs, giving us their takes on the Jets draft to this point. Kyle Clifton says, meanwhile, back at the ranch, I don't know if the show was noticed, but the Pats are effing killing it all 3 days. I am a huge bummer right now. I'm glad the kids are out at birthday parties. Look, people seem to like the Patriots draft. I mean, we can't control that as Jet fans. All we could do is hope that Glenn and Muji know what they're doing and know how to coach up these players that they have. And the Jets have more talent than New England does. We'll find out, if Drake May's the real deal. They took Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson, Craig Woodson, Joshua Farmer, Braden Swinson. Those have been their picks. I do know Farmer was someone that I thought, hey, maybe that's who the Jets were moving up for with one of their selections earlier, the Moore selection, or maybe they were just going to take him straight up at 110. So we'll see. I mean, I recognize some of those names, but just because we recognize the names doesn't mean that they've had a great draft. So we will see. But, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that I love every pick the Jets have made. We bring on people who are experts that have grades on these guys, and I feel like the receiver pick was a huge reach. Taking Smith. But, the way I'll describe it is if you like the first 2 days, and I do, much rather them hit on those than the day 3 guys. Because they need to get it right with Membu and Mason Taylor. Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. Let's get to more of your calls right now. Indy Jets is up first this segment. What's up, Indy?
Hey, Jake. So let me I was just chatting with Connie right before she came onto your show. And, she's I have to kind of give her the reasoning. She's the reason why I become a Jets fan, and how I became a Jets fan was through Mark Gastineau. I met him when I was 12 years old. First game that was ever played in Indianapolis. He took this 12-year-old kid and we went out and goofed off out on the field a couple hours before the game. I still have the football. That Mark and I were playing. We were, like I said, as a kid. And I've got 20 of the 1984 New York Jets signatures on one football, including the New York Stock Exchange, long before they were actually the New York Stock Exchange in 1984. But I give all that credit to Connie, without Mark doing, without her bringing Mark in, and becoming a Jet, I'd have probably been stuck being a Colts fan or something like that. But because of what he did, and all that, taking this 12-year-old kid out on the field and then taking me around in the locker room. And back then, they had the offense on one side and the defense on the other side. And we were walking through, and I remember he just said, look, that's the offense. We don't even talk to them, and there's no offensive players that signed that ball. He wouldn't allow it. There's guys that I can't even find that ever were even on the roster, that signed the ball, but they were only defensive players. And he was just like, nope, we're going to just stay over here. We don't even like those players. But yeah, Thanks to Connie. But I appreciate you having her on there. I was hoping that she was going to take a call, but it was good to see her. I agree with you. She should be in our Hall of Fame, Ring of Honor, everything. Cause, she really helped build, some of the decisions that she was involved in back then, really helped build, some of the things that you and I are as Jets fans are known for. That New York Stock Exchange is equivalent to the 70s, Minnesota team and the Steelers. And we have the New York Stock Exchange. That she was a huge part of that. So absolutely belongs in that Ring of Honor. So yeah, it was awesome to have her on there. Thanks. Appreciate it.
I love it, Indy. I did not realize that is your origin story on how you became a Jet fan in Indianapolis. I will say, though, wouldn't have been so bad if you were a Colt fan. Peyton Manning winning a Super Bowl. But that is awesome. And Connie's still in the chat watching. She says, wow, awesome story. I'm so glad Mark was so good to you and that you're a Jets fan, Indy Jets. That's awesome. That's a great story. That's so cool. Man, love that. Love that. Love the Sack Exchange. And it's great that Klecko, of course, got his due 2 summers ago. It was an honor. I actually saw Connie there at the Hall of Fame induction for Klecko, and we had Revis go in that summer. The vibes that weekend were just incredible. That was the best part of the Aaron Rodgers era, just that summer. We had Hard Knocks. We had Klecko and Revis going in. We were just so excited. That was the best part of the Aaron Rodgers era, just that whole summer. Just having hope for our team again. More of your calls right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say hi to one of the greats. Chef Kevin's on the line. What's up, Chef Kev?
Hey, Jake. What's up, man? Thanks for putting me on, man. I just my food just arrived and I had to, wait, man. I didn't want anything stuck in my teeth or whatnot. So I appreciate you, putting me on, man. And to Connie, man, she's a legend, man, a GOAT. I was able to I waved to her at the training camp this past year. She was on the opposite side with the reporters where the Gen kids are or whatever, and you need certain credibility passes or whatever. And I yelled, Connie waved her. She waved back. Such a happy person. Ring of Honor snub, man. We need to get her in there, man. But yeah, thanks for having her on as long as you did. Just amazing content, man. So with her being on, man, just having all that positivity, it kind of changed my direction a little bit because I am a little down. I've been screaming D tackle, man, and what Muji and Glenn said the other day is that they're talking about building the trenches, and we didn't really get that. So it's strange to see like them do that. My only thing of actually thinking and diving in is the free agents that we got, the 1-year deals. I almost feel like they're just going to be training these rooks and then they're out. That's kind of like the only way I could really logistically think of why we're doing this with these picks, where it's just like, all right, get them on the rookie deals so we can save some money to be able to pay our other guys, the Sauces, the Garrett Wilsons, all these guys, Jermaine Johnson, just to, have some money, some cash to kind of pay out. That's the only thing that I could really think about right now, because just knowing about our run game, man, it's been pretty bad, man. So just knowing that we kind of haven't really addressed it in this draft so far, and seeing like a lot of good player D tackles just kind of leaving right now. It's a little bothersome, but I don't really want to harp on that just because of the vibes that was just put on. But I am happy that we didn't get a running back, man. That's something that I felt like our running back room right now is pretty solid. We did draft 2 running backs last year, which I didn't understand. I addressed it then, and just knowing like right now, every draft that we had with Joe Douglas, we did draft a running back each time, and none of them are around. We got Isaiah, we got Braylon and Brees, and just the 3 of them, 3-headed monster, man. Let's make it right, man. I don't feel like we need to reach right now to get another running back in the 5th, the 6th. Like we don't need that, because it's not going to add anything else to the room that we currently have, man. With the offensive line that we have, man, I feel like with the coaching schemes and everything like that, we will see a lot of good production, man. It's just weapon, man. At this point, it's like, who else do we have right now? Like, all right, the Malachi Moore, I can't sit here and say with a straight face like I know a lot about him. But the thing is, like, is he going to be a contributor? He's 6 foot, so it almost feels like it's another Malachi Corley kind of situation where we don't really have a lot of height, not really a 50-50 kind of pass catcher. So, hopefully this works out. Hopefully we can scheme up some good stuff, man. But I'm still looking forward to getting a tackle and a weapon at this point, man.
I think the criticism I would have for the Jets, beyond just like it feels like they reached at the wide receiver spot in a stacked defensive tackle class, to not have any DTs picked before we get to the 5th round, or the 6th round, excuse me, because we're in the 5th round right now.
Yeah, crazy.
It seems like poor use of playing the board, but this regime is going to get, I guess, some benefit of the doubt, especially because I think people for the most part are happy with the first 3 picks, especially the first 2. So we'll see, but my criticism is to not take a DT and instead now have a corner and a safety when they weren't glaring needs and you had other needs. I think it's a fair criticism because, I mean, everyone is telling you how great this DT draft is when you just look at the depth, and we didn't get one defensive tackle that we could plug and play, and I think that's a huge mistake.
I agree. The same thing with like the tight end position too. Like I felt like that was a good time. You know, most of us, including myself, wanted Warren or whatever, but with the trade back situation, happy with Membu. And then when you're looking in the second round where we got Taylor, like, all right, that was a good spot, because if we didn't get him then, there was like 3-4 tight ends that went. So now we're looking in the third round, fourth round for a tight end, and the quality is really not there. So I'm happy with what we did. It's just like, address these needs. I'll be patient right now. But that's obvious. So it almost feels like they're happy, or they're pleased with their D line room, where they feel like with the coaching and with the bodies that they have, that they don't feel like it's a big issue. There might be something down the road. Because something about just planning for undrafted free agents, like, hey, we're gonna get our starting D tackle there. That's not realistic, man. We can't think that that's gonna happen. Like, just maybe getting a roster spot, okay. Like McGregor last year, he was able to make it. Like, I don't really feel like to help us this season that we'll be able to do that. But I'll be patient. I'll wait. I appreciate your content. Thanks for your grind, man. Everything you're doing. I gotta chow down on these beautiful, lustrous wings, and keep listening to my guy, the Jake Asman Show.
I appreciate it, Chef Kev. You are the man, my friend. As always, love your calls and have a good day at work, man.
My brother, thanks a lot. Have a good one, y'all.
Love it. Appreciate it. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line here. Please hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Let's say hello to Jay Grow, who joins us now. Hello, Jay Grow. Thanks for the memberships you gifted, I believe, earlier, right? That was you? You're on mute, too. I don't know why I can't hear you. You're not Joe Grow? There's a different Grow? Call back, Jay Grow. We can't hear you with your mic, and we'll get you back up. All right, let's see what you guys are thinking. Folks, time to say hello to a man who wanted Shedeur Sanders as much as anyone. How's he feeling after the Jets said thanks, but no thanks?
Jake, my brother.
Hello, Neil.
Don't say I wanted Shedeur Sanders as much as anyone. Come on now. I wanted a quarterback. Look, at 144, I'm really impressed with that little wide receiver who I saw the film on, who couldn't even get away from a defensive back. Really a lot of explosion on that guy. And then we went and traded up for a guy. Listen, he's a safety. Maybe he's a corner. I don't, again, the draft is a crapshoot. Mel Kiper and the guys on here all said very positive things about Shedeur Sanders. And Cleveland took him as a second quarterback. I mean, we need a quarterback. Let's be real. We need a quarterback. If we don't get a quarterback and Justin Fields doesn't pan out, Jake, what is going to happen then? Are we going to watch Tyrod Taylor and run to the stadium and get all excited? Are we going to, what are we going to do? I mean, do you really think that we shouldn't get a quarterback the rest of the way here? What are we going to do? There's still Will Howard out there. There's still the guy from Syracuse is still out there, right?
Kyle McCord, I believe, has not been drafted yet. That's correct.
How about Will Howard?
Will Howard has not been drafted yet either.
How about Quentin Ewers? Isn't he a guy that's like being talked about as well?
I think he's still there too. There's still quarterbacks. They could take a flyer on one, but at this point, the odds of that quarterback working out and being your long-term answer aren't great. They made their decision to go with Fields this year. They have Tyrod under contract as the backup, and they're going to go into it hoping he's their guy. And if not, in a way better quarterback class, they're going to go and get someone else. That to me is what the approach is, because think about it. It's not like other teams jumped at these quarterbacks. They didn't. Jackson Dart was the only other quarterback that went in the first round, and it took a trade up for him to go. Last year, you had 5 guys go before the first 15 picks.
Okay, it is what it is. I mean, we got to take what we got and see how it works. I mean, I just, I like the first pick, the tight end. Okay. He's not a stud, but he's going to be a plug and play guy. And then, everything else, we pick some defensive players. I know Purple Belt Mike is dying for a fatty, run stopper. But the reality is, you could get those guys off the street and that have been playing many seasons in the pros that are, there's a lot of 340-pound run stoppers you can get in free agency or you could pick up off the street, because these guys in the 4th and 5th round that are big fatties, Jake, they look clumsy. They look like big clumsy guys. They're not going to be impact players at that stage of the game. I mean, when you're in the 4th and 5th round, you're getting developmental guys. And again, I think that we could fill those needs after the draft. Don't you think, Jake? I mean, is it really that difficult to get a fatty? I mean, when we got Quentin Jefferson and we had who was the other guy we had besides Quentin Jefferson that got hurt? What was Al Woods? You get those two guys. We got them post draft, didn't we?
Al Woods, they got. I don't remember. There could be some guys out there, Neil, but it's slim pickings at this stage. We're not talking about anyone who's going to be a huge impact player.
You don't.
They
think
do got to solve that
somebody...
need. Yeah, I mean, they could. I'm not disputing it. I think their focus should be to add a legit veteran wide receiver after this draft, because even if they picked a receiver everyone liked with that 4th round pick, the feeling would be way different. Or I should say this, the feeling would not be way different in my standpoint of you still have Alan Lazard penciled in as receiver 2 right now, or Josh Reynolds. Like to me, should sign Keenan Allen the second this draft ends. Like that's the type of player.
Saying that. I've been talking Keenan Allen for a month. I love Keenan Allen. I think he'd be a great addition. He's going to come cheap. There's also another receiver. There's a couple of receivers we could fill that hole with. I don't see a problem there. I love the fact that we loaded up on the line, and we have a great offensive line. Hopefully, I mean, we can't do any worse than our all-line coach that we let go of, because we should have let go of him 2 years ago.
Correct.
And we're going to scheme up a running attack, and we're going to run first. We're going to focus on the defense, and we're gonna run with it and see what happens. Again, it's going to be a boom or a bust here for us this year. I will say this: if we get late in the season, all right, and Aaron Glenn is pushing these guys that are used to the country club life under Robert Saleh, they're going to turn on him, I think, very quickly, because he's either got to win them over or they're going to quit on him, I think, because of his coaching style. I love the coaching style. I love the aggression. Let's let it roll. Connie was a great guest. She brings back a lot of memories. I just think that too many people were judgmental on this guy. I think this kid Shedeur got a bad rap. He did. He got a bad rap. His father gave him the bad rap. I don't think
he also did it to himself too in these interviews. They're saying, like, like he like Tom McShay. I don't have the clip, but basically the Giants were interested until Brian Dable met with him, and Shedeur was a complete jackass in the interview. And that's why they didn't take him.
Well, one thing you got to say is, here's the problem, Jake. This kid is he has his own podcast, right?
Yep.
And the guy has like a couple of 100,000 followers or subscribers on his podcast. So he makes a lot of money in the podcast world. And when that happens, you're going to get that extra attention that a lot of people don't like. And it makes you a little bigger than life. Let's face it. His father, to me, I watched football a long time. Nobody was better than Deion Sanders. Nobody. I mean, he was so electric. His cover skills were phenomenal. He had a lot of pick sixes. Every time he caught a punt, he could, you hold your breath that he was going to take it to the house. I mean, he was incredible. And he played baseball. He was a 300 hitter in baseball. I mean, they talk about Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan couldn't shine his shoes as an athlete in comparison to what Deion Sanders did in a multi-sport game. So that's his father. So you talk about bloodlines.
Yeah, but he doesn't have those traits. Like, that's the big thing with Shedeur. Everyone assumed, he's a great athlete like Deion. He's a pocket quarterback. He's been compared to Andy Dalton or Kirk Cousins as far as the mobility goes. I'm not saying he won't be good. And in the 5th round, like, he shouldn't have been there. But I think what happened was you had Connie made this point. I think she's right. You didn't have as many quarterback needing teams this year as previous years because of what happened last year where 5 quarterbacks went. Good teams don't typically need quarterbacks. So once he started to slide outside the top 15, all of a sudden, where is he going to go? Then you consider it's not like he's an elite prospect. He's a okay to good prospect in a bad quarterback class. He would have been like the 8th guy taken a year ago, 7th guy taken a year ago. You factor that in. And teams that maybe had a need at quarterback were turned off by him in the interview process. So then why would you take him in the 2nd round or 3rd round when you can still find a starter there? So then you get to round 4, day 3, you're talking about a backup. Do you want to take a quarterback who at that stage is now being drafted as a backup and comes with all the attention? Like, I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but there's a lot with him. His last name is Sanders. Dion could go on the radio and do an interview if the Jets are 1-4 and criticize Tanner Engstrand and say, oh, why are you sticking with Fields? Justin Fields, he's not any good. Play my son. Or it could be, I hate the play call here.
Well, do you really think Dion, I mean, is he that involved? I mean, the guy's running a college team. I mean, how involved is he going to really be?
He does a lot of media appearances, though, and you know they're going to ask him about his son. And it's New York, so everything is heightened. It's like the Tim Tebow effect. Tebow wasn't a bad guy. He's a great human, but it became too much. It was too much of a sideshow, and it, to me, was a major detriment in the end of the Mark Sanchez era. I think it was a terrible move.
Where did Tim Tebow get picked in the draft? I didn't.
He was
remember.
a 1st round pick, which was insane. Late 1st round. Denver took him.
See, I like the fact, my argument with Sanders was going to be, look, a lot of guys, and again, we don't know shit about who's going to be successful. Kuiper said it. We never know with quarterbacks who is going to shine, right, Jake? But when you look at everybody's selection of him, in other words, he was a top 10, top 3 quarterback in this draft class. So to take a chance on a top 4 quarterback who now the guy ate crow, he's not going to come out with the same flash and panache, number one. Number 2, as a 4th round guy, you're going to pay him $4 million. If he stinks, you cut him.
If
I'm Aaron Glenn,
I get it.
I got bought. What?
Jake? I understand what you're saying. I think, who knows, maybe if he was there in round 5 when they're going to pick, they would have taken him. We don't know.
But you say only quarterback needy teams. We're a quarterback needy team. Not to say, because again,
I'm saying teams that clearly needed an upgrade at their current starting quarterback. Justin Fields right now is a better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders. You don't agree?
It's up in the air. I wouldn't say it's a definite.
I think the Jets think he is because they evaluated him.
Field.
Well, they evaluated him. I think they clearly did their work on the quarterbacks and determined Fields was their best option. It's not a coincidence that right after we got reports of the Jets had inquired to Tennessee about the number 1 pick and they realized it'd be too costly or Tennessee wouldn't give them a clear answer if it was available at that time. They said, what are we doing? We'll take Fields for a year and we'll get our quarterback in 26 if he's not our guy.
Okay. Well, that's, again, I like the Mambo pick a lot. I wasn't going to be a Tyler Warren guy because the tight end position is just too chancy to take unless it's a no-brainer that he's going to be a superstar. So, and he ended up going 14, but to the Colts. But other than that, I don't think there's much to complain about. I mean, could you really complain about what we did? I mean, for the first 3 picks?
No, I like the first 3. I think they seemingly took a huge reach with their first wide receiver pick, which I don't like. But
that guy looks like crap. 180 pounds.
Your guy Gruden loves him, though. Gruden loves him. That's your guy.
All right, if Gruden likes him, hey, look, like I said, to me, I looked at when they pick a guy and then they show the tape like of his top 5 plays or whatever. Every play this guy had, the corner was on his shoulder pads. I mean, if he's so small and 180 pounds, he better run by guys. I mean, you look at that guy on the Eagles, right? These guys are running away from cornerbacks by 10 yards by the time the ball gets to him. This guy doesn't look like he does much separating. You know what I mean? I didn't see that.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, they obviously feel like he fits whatever they were going for. Character, speed. They had the slowest wide receiver room in the NFL. So now they seemingly have a way faster guy. But my joke earlier was if you wanted to sign someone fast, go sign Usain Bolt. That doesn't mean that he's a good football player. So
And what about there was a bigger guy that ran the same that got picked after him that was like 6 foot. At least if you have a speedster at 6'3", maybe that makes a little bit of a difference. Being the fact that this kid looks like a Gibson light. He doesn't even look like he's a Gibson, and you know what I'm saying? At least Gibson could run kicks back, and he gets a little separation. He's got a little more experience. But again, we don't know.
Isaiah Bond is still there. He's a speedster. He's someone I would take a chance on this late in the draft. Xavier Restrepo. I'd hope the Jets could double up on a receiver here. They haven't done it yet.
So now we gave up an additional pick. How many picks do we have left now?
The Jets have 2 picks left. 2.
Both in the 6th round?
Both, but 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th.
All right.
So that's where we're at. And Neil, I'll tell you what, I'll give you something to feel a little more hopeful, all right? Because no one loves John Gruden quite like Neil. This was Gruden talking about new Jets wide receiver Arian Smith.
All right, I'm going to give you my sleeper now. I'll put this up here.
Yes, sir.
This is a young man that I know personally. He's been in here at the FFCA. His name is Arian Smith. He plays at the University of Georgia. This guy can roll, man. This guy runs sub 4.3. I know he has some catch issues, some hands, some drops, but I have seen this guy working his ass off. This guy can change directions. He has rare acceleration. He can do the one thing you can't coach, man. He can rip the top off, and he will strike fear in people. He's got some strength. He's from right here in the state of Florida. I know what I'm getting. I'm getting an everyday worker that's going to get better and better and better, and his effort is going to help everything catch up. And when he comes into his own, Arian Smith is my guy.
Feel a little better?
Yes. I love Chuck Gruden, man. How do you not love that guy? I mean, he is unbelievable. And all right, that makes me feel good. But let's get a quarterback, guys. Let's get Howard, and let's take a shot with Howard or the guy on Syracuse. Let's at least take a shot on him, because
I don't disagree. I don't think they're going to, but I don't. At this stage of the draft, when you get to round 5, if they have a conviction on a guy, then fine.
What are you going to get? A special teams guy? You're not going to get a star at the 5th or 6th round.
Well, I think there's still some pretty good players at the receiver spot that are available. Now, I'm just looking at, Dom and PFF and Connor Rogers, but I liked Xavier Restrepo. When there was talk of the Jets maybe trading up for Cam Ward, and I'm like, okay, time to watch Cam Ward and just form an opinion if I think it's worth the risk. You watch Miami, Restrepo is a really good player. I think that would make sense. I don't know why.
What is he? What is Restrepo?
He is the 77th overall player on PFF. He's graded as the 11th wide receiver out of 49. And we drafted the 49th rated wide receiver, by the way. That's who Smith was. At least it's just from PFF, so it's only one side. But Tez Johnson from Oregon is still there. Torrey Horton from Colorado State. And Isaiah Bond. I understand there's some character stuff, but in the 5th round, if I can get a guy that is that uniquely talented with his speed, I'd be interested.
That's why this is the rounds that you have to take the guys that are shaky, that have character issues and everything else. Like Warren Sapp had such big character issues, and he turns out to be great. You got to take a shot on guys like that are uber talented but fell for a reason. Those are the guys you want to look for, but maybe you could turn them around in the pros.
100%.
Jake, you did a great job on this draft, man. Great job. It's great to listen to all this, and, having the guys on. Dylan is great. Everybody you had on. I mean, everybody is, uber entertaining. It's great. Great job.
Thank you, Neil. You were missed on Thursday. Let me tell you.
I know.
People were asking about you.
I had to go to Florida for some business. I have a jet I'm dealing with, so I couldn't. I just got back yesterday, but whatever. But I saw the chant, man. I would have been up there with my shirt off with Fireman Ed.
You would have been. I know you.
I don't know if he would have let me take. I don't know if he would let me upstage him, but I would be there with the shirt off. But man, nice crowd. Everybody was pumped. Right?
You would have no idea, and I say this about the Jet fan base all the time. It's the best fan base in sports. You would have no idea that this football team has tortured us and has been one of the biggest disgraces in sports the last 15 years. You would have no idea if you came to this party on Thursday and saw something like this.
Did you take the bet in?
The guy is going tonight.
It was awesome. What bet are you asking about?
Didn't you say you were taking a bet in for big fella or something? Some kind of bet?
Oh, a bet. I thought you said bet. Oh, the bet for no. Yeah, funny enough, that was a complete bit, but multiple people thought I was being serious, which I love, including Gator. Gator's like, "Did you actually have a mattress for big fella to lay on?" I go, "No."
You could have got one of those blow-up mattresses.
Yeah,
it's easy to do that. I mean, you could have done that. That would have been a lot of fun. And V-Man, you said, was a dud, huh? What happened?
He was just V-Man. He was smoking and he was high and he was quiet. He was, being V-Man. That's the way I can describe it.
He didn't interact with anybody. He didn't interact.
He's like a loner. He likes to kind of just like wander to the corners and be in the shadows.
Oh, that's a shame. All right.
I mean, it was great to have him there. Gorman was probably the biggest star of the night as far as Maniacs go. I mean, everyone couldn't wait to talk to Gorman.
Well, what about my boy Bonesy?
His speech is still going.
Video? I want to see a video of his acceptance speech. Do you have that?
It hasn't finished yet, so I can't send it to you yet.
Oh, so you're gonna show that? You're gonna?
It's still going. I mean, what's gonna end first? The NFL draft or Bonesy's speech that started Thursday night?
Why he did a long speech?
people were saying it was really long.
Yeah. Oh, Bonesy.
I mean, it was good. It was his moment. I loved it.
Was Joe Bonesy there?
No, but Joe wasn't there, and I had a ticket for him too. Damn shame.
And what about Australian Jet fan? How was that?
He was there. Kid came all the way from Finland, so I
know.
I got him the Justin Fields jersey to wear around New York this weekend. He was good though. He's 19 years old, kid crazy. And
I saw he went to the Knicks. He doesn't even know anything about sports. He's going to all these games. He doesn't know anything about the Yankees. You showed him with the Yankee game. And he doesn't even know anything about baseball, about the Yankees or anything. It's pretty crazy. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, he's experiencing everything. It's great. Hold on, Neil. I'm gonna say farewell to you though, because the Jets are on the clock, so I got to get serious.
Great.
Now.
Go ahead, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our guy Neil.
It's Jets, Jets. I love Fireman Ed too.
And just in the nick of time to help me break down a prospect that there's a good chance I have no idea anything about them is someone who does have an idea on all these guys because he does it year round. Dom C's back with us. Dom, you're just in time for another Jets pick. Here we go, baby.
Yeah. Man, a bunch of guys that I love just came off the board. Obviously, we talked about Elijah Roberts before. I thought he was a perfect pick for the 4th round. Ismail Mondon, who has some real upside as a linebacker, definitely a guy that I liked. Just went the pick before us. Figures to Philadelphia. They do things right. I'm with you, Jake. I have the chat. I have the chat closed.
Yep.
So you got to let me know who it is, bub.
I am not saying anything until I see it officially. I have the chat closed as well. I want my real-time reaction here. There is a super chat I see here from Ricky. He says, "Please, defensive tackle JJ Pegues. This pick, is he still on the board? Because the super chat's from a few minutes ago.
He hasn't been taken in round 5 yet.
Okay, so he should still be there. So Ricky's guy is still there. Ricky, the Jets did right by you, though. They gave you a Florida State player. They gave you AZ Thomas last night, so you can't be too upset. Dom, where we are right now, are we going BPA? Are we still looking at a potential need? Like, take us inside your thought process here if you're the Jets.
It looks as if they've been going BPA for a while now. Defensive tackle is the area or defensive line, I should say, is the area that has not been addressed.
Which is shocking because Glenn's all about building from the trenches and this and that, inside out, and they haven't taken one D tackle.
And you still have some guys on here. Yeah, JJ Pegues that he was talking about. He's got a little inside outside versatility. Aeneas Peebles, who is an outstanding 3 tech, very small, 6'1", 280 pounds, but he's going to be a guy that can get at the quarterback. It's not going to really help against the run anymore. Then you got guys like Tim Smith from Alabama, Yaya Black from Iowa. Those are your big run stuffers on the defensive tackle side. And from the edges, there's still some good edges here. Jared Ivey, good player. Ja Joyner, Fidel Diggs, who I know the Jets did work on from Syracuse. I got to imagine it's one of those. It's one of those positions here.
It feels like they need to obviously address defensive line at some point. I mean, you also wonder, could quarterback potentially be an option? Obviously Shedeur is finally gone, so we don't have to talk about that anymore. Cleveland gets him in the 5th round. I'm seeing on NFL Network, pick is in here, so let's say no spoilers. If you spoil, you're gone. Dom, I have the pick. Are you ready?
I'm hoping it's Miles Frazier, man. Please tell me it's Miles
Pick is
Frazier.
in, and it is Francisco Marigoa, linebacker, Miami, Florida.
Francisco Marigoa.
Mauigoa, two-time second team All ACC last 2 years.
Yeah, another. Well, I mean, he's not. It's 6'2", 235. I'm looking real quick here at what I have. Sideline to sideline, speed. Maneuvers through traffic well. It has some blitz and upside, which I know that they like. Big motor. Not fast. I want to see what he ran here. Give me 1 second. I have him. Yeah, 4.6 with a 1.56 10-yard split. 21 pressures this year, 21 pressures last year. Looks like it's a blitzing linebacker. Again, 7th round grade for me, Jake.
7th round grade?
Yep.
So that's now 2 players that the Jets have taken in round 4 and round 5 that you've had a 7th round grade on. That sucks.
Yeah. It is what it is. I don't got much to offer on. I only have a handful of games. I'm looking at my notes here on Francisco. I only have a handful of games reviewed about him. So I wish I had better analysis for you. That's disappointing. Not because the player stinks. I'm not saying that. The fact is that I still think that there is so much more talent on the board. They clearly have a spot. They went with no defensive lineman.
This is not the Miami player I wanted, too, by the way. Right before you got on, I was talking about Restrepo if they were going to double up on wide receiver as an option here.
Yeah. Francisco
I said
Maui Noah. It's Maui Noah.
Maui
Francisco
Noah.
Noah was my 20th ranked linebacker in the class. American Samoan. Let's see.
Led the team in tackles the last 2 years.
Yeah, I got it. He's a transfer from Washington State.
We should send this guy a Taylor ham sandwich because this is the pick we got for Mike Williams.
Yeah. Little disappointed on that one. Not going to lie. Even at linebackers, I think there are some other guys that I preferred still on the board. Tyreen Powell out of Rutgers, I think, was a really good player, big physical guy. If you wanted to go address the linebacker room, it's clear that they got, between Jamin Davis, who's a, linebacker depth, and now Mawanoa here from Miami, they want guys that can blitz, I think that it's disappointing that they missed the mark on both the interior offensive line, which I thought was a need, and the defensive line, both at the edge and deep tackle. You left arguably one of the deepest, if not the deepest, defensive lineman draft with 0 defensive linemen drafted.
They got one more pick for what it's worth, but they missed out on the full wave of players at that position team, and maybe there's someone left in the 6th round. The Jets are scheduled to have one final pick. That pick will not be until the 6th round, and it is let's see. It is, I can't even see what overall number it is because PFF has not shown me it, but it's in the 6th round. Pick 186 is their final pick here. So unless they trade, they got one pick left. And after hearing you break down this guy and you saying you don't have a lot, and that tells me that
I don't have a lot. Listen, in full disclosure,
you know everyone though, Don. That's
in full
not good.
disclosure, this linebacker class, I did the lightest amount of work on. Like I said, I only have a handful of games filmed on him. I read you my scouting report of what I had on him.
Yep.
He didn't flash. He didn't pop. He wasn't memorable. He was my 20th ranked guy with us, and he earned a 7th round grade.
Yikes.
I'm not going to say, I see Dave's comment in here, Muji equals Idzik. I'm not going to go there. I mean, listen, these are 5th and 6th round picks.
Remember when I was so negative? Jake, how dare you? You got to give Glenn and Muji a chance. And now you're all the same people because they take some guy you never heard of in the 5th round. You're out on them immediately. You're out on them. How about this? I'm not negative. I call it how it is. I'll give the Jets credit when they deserve it and criticize them when they don't. I'm going to say, let's take a deep breath. We're talking about a 5th round pick. Ultimately, if they hit on their first 3 picks, which the vast majority of this fan base seems to really like, that's how you're going to remember this draft class. I just want to remind everyone that chances are any of these day 3 picks, they usually don't work out. Now, sometimes they do, and the good organizations can find good players on day 3. But most importantly, you got to get your first 3 picks right. And I think, Dom, to your point earlier when you joined us, you like what they've done with their first 3 picks.
Yeah, no, I do. Even though it wouldn't have been the direction I went, like, I understand them. They make sense. They were very, very good players, very safe pick. I still think AZ Thomas is a steal. I think that was an excellent selection. I think he's going to fit the defense very well, even if it's not as a starter this year. I think he's going to, he's the kind of guy that you want on this team. I think he's a perfect scheme fit. Obviously, Mason Taylor and Armand Membo come in and plug and play. And Malachi Moore, I thought, was a really good pick as well. Very versatile safety, 5-year starter. 5-year starter. So, I'm fine with the Malachi Moore pick as well. I'm not going to say that Mauanoa's bad. I'm just going to say that my end-all decision on him is still undecided because I just didn't watch a ton of film. I just didn't watch a ton of film on him. Only 3 or 4 games done. My notes just says that he blitzes a lot for the most part. Good sideline speed, blitzing capabilities. Yeah, that's where we stand, Jake, with Francisco Mauanoa. Now, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you hit the nail on the head. Like, we took Michael Clemens in the 4th round. We've taken Max Mitchell in the 4th round. Are these guys worse off than those guys? No. Michael Clemens, although last year was pretty god awful. We got excited as the season got on that he was going to be a rotational piece early on, so on and so forth. There was high hopes for Max Mitchell. I think that we've been so entrenched in this offseason, particularly because the season was done pretty much after the London game, week 5. So everyone has been involved in reading the mocks, and you do the mocks, and you can get this guy here, and this guy's still on the board. So I think everyone's fallen in love with names and not the Francisco Mauanoas of the world, because no one really knows who he is. So we think it's a bad pick, and it very well may end up being a bad pick. But on the flip side, there's been other teams that can develop 5th rounders into viable, starting pieces. Why not the Jets?
Why not the Jets? How about this super chat here? I'm just seeing this from JYB. 40 raffle entries. Reminder, this is your last chance to get in for double the fun, because we got our Asmaniac raffle coming up on Monday, and every membership you gift, every super chat you send, $10 or more, is boosted all weekend long. Look at those prizes. Find me a show that's giving you epic raffle prizes like that. JYB, thank you, my man, as always, for your support. This is for you.
It's Jets, Jets. I love Fireman Ed, too.
Dom, how am I supposed to feel about these picks today? Well, you were kind of just talking about it, Dom, but overall, I don't know. Do you do grades, Dom? Are you one of those people who doesn't like to do grades? But how would you assess the Jets?
It's hard to do grades, honestly. Listen, I think you got a guy in Malachi Moore in round 4 who's going to, who can come in and push for a starting role opposite Andre Cisco. I think he's versatile. Maybe not the highest, athletic ceiling. He's not the twitchiest or whatnot, but he can do a bunch. He can play in the box. He can play single high. He's taken 300 plus reps over the past 4 years at slot corner, at box safety, and at free safety. So you got somebody versatile. You got a leader, on that. He took over, the Brian Branch role in Alabama once Caleb Downs transferred over to Ohio State, and the defense didn't miss a beat. So Malachi Moore, I think, is a really, really good player. Happy with that. Listen, I didn't like Arian Smith where you took him. I understood that he's fast. I understand that he's got that track speed. I think it was a little bit of a reach. They obviously see something in him that the rest of us don't. And I don't really have much here on Mauanoa. So I think that's still to be determined.
Neither does Badlands, by the way. I'm opening up their draft guide, and I can't find a report on this guy. So not great.
Yeah.
Not great, because they had like 320 reports or something. Yeah. Kyle Clifton checks in. Enough of this day 3. We want Barbaros. Give us Barbaros. Barbaros? Is that a prospect?
I don't know.
Give us Barabbas. Am I being punked by Kyle Clifton? I don't know. Kyle, please explain because this might be over my head. Dave Briga. Uh-oh. Have the Jets lost Briga already? Muji appears to be just a suit. We can't lose one-punch Briga before a game is even played, can we? No way.
You get the fuck out.
Wow. Unreal. Dave Briga, is he down and out? Is that it?
Yeah, I guess so. For what it's worth, Dane Brugler on Francisco Mawanoa.
Apparently Jesus took his place. This barbarous guy, it's biblical.
Yeah.
There you go. That was over my head.
Me too. From Dane Brugler on Mawanoa, he needs to clean up his missed tackles and some coverage missteps to earn defensive snaps, but his instincts, chase speed, and mentality are ideal draftable traits that will endear him to NFL coaching. Special teams will help him make a roster. He'll be on someone's 53.
All right. I like Brugler.
And he had him rated as his 248th overall player in the Beast.
Nothing like taking a guy at 248 in the late 160s or early 160s.
Yeah.
The New York Reach. That's what I'm calling day 3 of the draft.
Yep, I guess so.
Ricky Cooch checks in. Government name, Ricky. That is 10 channel memberships. Ricky just wanted to be part of the raffle. So, Ricky, you're the man. This is for you.
We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
Shit is how some would describe this draft class on day 3. JoJo has gifted 5 channel memberships. JoJo, you're in the raffle. Let's freaking go.
Money, 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 money.
All right, here we go. We got, let's see, 5 names to read. I will pull those up shortly here. Ocho Nueve, Danger Zone. Allen spoiled a pick, so I put him in timeout for the remainder of the show. Dean, Salem, all receiving channel memberships. Thank you very much to JoJo. Jet Jaro wants to know, is Muji just flipping a coin back there? What do you think, Dom?
No, I don't think he's just flipping a coin. They obviously had a plan in mind. There was guys, and listen, this happens all the time, right? It does. People, when they're in their 5th and 6th rounds, they go for specific traits that they think will fit their team. Sometimes it's special teams. Sometimes it's, one, through the roof trait. I don't know what that is with Mayanoa. But we'll see, I guess. I don't really have anything for him.
Man, Luppy writes in, Bonesy's rolling in his JD grave over this till draft day. I did see a couple of comments saying I missed Joe Douglas during this.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, here's an interesting question I've thought about. If Joe Douglas was the Jets GM this year, who do you think he would have taken at 7? Do you think he would have went Warren, or would he went with the offensive tackle again?
Oh, man. I think he would have went probably Membo.
You think?
Yeah. I do. I could see
maybe he would have taken Shedeur being like,
here's the
thing. To get a quarterback. I need a quarterback.
Joe leaned on RAS scores very, very highly, especially for his early round picks. His early and his late round picks were always very high RAS scores. And Warren didn't work out a test a bunch. So makes me think that Membo would have been the pick for him.
Interesting. Well, the other thing you got to consider too, if Douglas was the Jets GM, I'm guessing that means Rodgers was brought back. Like if Douglas survived somehow the Salah aftermath and they had a new, I'm guessing Aaron would be here as the bridge. That would maybe open the door for the Jets to kind of do what the Giants did, right? Got to trade back in to get a quarterback if you didn't do it at 7.
Yep.
Interesting scenario. We don't have to worry about it because it's Glenn and Muji, for better or worse. Daniel Bloom with a super chat. Who are the GM and coaching candidates in 27? Because Muji will be unemployed soon if he puts together a couple more free agency and drafts like this. I hated the free agency, but I understood part of it because of the cap situation, and it was a bad class. I think in future years, I would expect a different approach in free agency. But as far as the draft goes, once again, guys, you're freaking out over day 3 picks. If they hit on their 1st and 2nd round selections, especially 42, where they have never been good in 15 years at finding guys at skill position players on day 2 on, it's going to change things immensely. Like the last time the Jets hit on a legit tight end was Dustin Keller in the draft, and he was a first-round pick. The last time the Jets hit on a non-first-round wide receiver was who? Jericho Cotchery? Maybe Jeremy Curley for a couple of years? Like, that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about potentially being able to address skill position early in this draft, and they took their swing with Taylor. And obviously, they hit on Membu. You got to plug-and-play tackle for a while. So, while I don't love some of these day 3 picks, I am much more focused on the premium assets they used at 7, 42, and even 73 for that matter, Dom.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, Jake. Though that's what's going to make or break. I don't know if it's, again, I think it's people are a little bit downtrodden on the selections because they're not familiar names. Only time's going to tell with these late round picks what's going to happen.
100%. A couple super chats here, and then we'll say hello to another guest, good friend of the show that will join us to chop it up and talk Jets. Daniel, actually, I already read that one. Ralphie checks in. He's in the raffle for 10 with the boosted membership here. Ralphie, thank you. We were praising Muji and Glenn for their scouting experience. Maybe we trust the process one time. I'm not drinking green Kool-Aid, but let's give them a shot. They're going to get the benefit of the doubt, I think, from a lot of people, and they should. They're brand new. We don't know yet. It is what it is. I mean, Jamie Sherwood's one of our best players. Who thought anything of that pick when they made it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No one thought of Jamie Sherwood, another 5th rounder. So maybe Mayano is the next Jamie Sherwood. I love that, Jake.
Tyler says, don't forget we still have Leonard Taylor. Yeah, maybe they see something in Leonard Taylor that we don't know because we're not privy to being in the building. I don't know.
Yeah. Leonard Taylor is
he's more of a pass rusher, though, not a run stuffer.
He's one note, man. He's one note. I'm very, if I could say anything that I'm very, very surprised about is that, the depth on the defensive line in this draft class was abundant. And, with one pick left in the 6th round, we have yet to address any of them. We have yet to touch the position. So to me, that's a little bit disconcerting, if you will.
Daniel says the Jets drafts the first at blind and hamless receiver. Very down on the pick. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say hello to a good friend of the show. Frankie V pops in for a segment with us now. What's up, Frankie? How you doing, man?
What's
Frankie!
up, fellas? How we doing?
We're just
I invited Dom on my stream yesterday. See, it comes on your stream, Jake. It doesn't come on mine.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
No Paisan love here.
It wasn't that I didn't want to. I was all over the place, man. I told you this weekend was going to be tough for me all over the place. I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't raining because I had 2 baseball games scheduled for the kids.
Let's go. We got bonus Dom C on the MegaCast.
Yeah, you just missed the great breakdown, Frankie, of Francisco Mayanoa.
Frankie,
the breakdown is
did we draft the next Lawrence Taylor?
Yeah. To be honest, I had no idea who he was.
No, yeah. Listen,
when someone showed a clip, I'm like, all right, I remember watching some Miami tape, even though their defense wasn't all that good. I remember seeing him because he's quick. He's twitchy for a linebacker.
He's a big guy. Like I said, my scouting report is only 3 games on him. I did not spend a lot of time in this linebacker class, so I'm at fault for that. I don't got much on him. Even the Beast says, he's got some tools that coaches are going to love, and being a special teams player will keep him on a 53. That's really all I have.
Tom, what I was going to ask too with inside linebacker specifically, there's not many that are projected in a lot of these drafts. I mean, like even the Beast, you see like the 4th linebacker there is considered like a 4th or 3rd rounder, at best. So it's kind of weird because
Very weak class. Outside of outside of the kid from Alabama, who I think is going to be a stud.
Dude, the Eagles killed it defensively. They got him. They got the safety you like,
Makuba, yep.
And who did they just draft?
They got. I'll tell you right now. I got it right up here, Frankie V. Give me 1 second, buddy.
Yeah,
they got Jihad Campbell, Andrew Makuba, Ty Robinson, Mac McWilliams.
That was who I wanted the Jets started cutting. I wanted the Jets to draft Ty Robinson. He went a pick after we drafted the wide receiver.
Yep.
Out of Georgia. Ty Robinson's a monster. He looks like Brock Lesnar out there. I didn't even realize he had,
older prospect, but
6 years.
but a guy who's 100% heart and gonna give you everything. Like he's definitely one of those lower ceiling, but super high floor. You can come in, you can plug and play them, and you probably don't have to worry about a 3-tech in the rotation. Never going to be an all-pro, but that's the kind of guy we need. I was just telling Jake, people are freaking out and this and that. It's day 3. You take your shots. They see things in guys that we don't know or we don't see, which is fine. Again, I'm not justifying it, but man, to come out of this draft without a defensive tackle or a defensive end in what was historically one of the deepest in that class is that's bothersome for me. That's bothersome.
Doesn't make sense to me, Frankie. What have been your thoughts on just some of the approaches on day 3? Because really, I think most Jet fans love the first 2 days, and this has been I've been calling it the New York reach because it feels like we've reached on some players with these picks.
I'll say this. I do like the thought with Malachi Moore.
Yeah.
I actually like that pick.
I do. I think, listen, you can never go wrong with an Alabama defensive player for the most part, right?
Unless
and the
it's
way
T.
that the
Milner.
league, yeah, that's true. And we got him, obviously. No, I like the thought with Malachi Moore, with 2 deep safeties being what a lot of defenses are doing now. It can somewhat, and I said that Baltimore was smart in how they ended up getting Malachi Starks in the first round to kind of team him up with Kyle Hamilton back there. It sort of gives you some leverage because they can diagnose what's going on in front of them. They can make breaks on the ball. They can drop back. So I like that we looked at that. I think the D-backs that we drafted, I know Dom likes Thomas, the corner, and I'll take his word for it. I was a little bit 50-50 on him, Azariah, but Dom knows his stuff, so I'll confide in him on that. But yeah, these day 3 picks, man. Jake, I was gonna tell you, man, we're lucky if one could become a starter.
Yep,
that's just how it goes sometimes. And Malachi Moore, to me, could be that starter. So yeah, I'm fine. I'm mad about not getting Ty Robinson, which we just spoke about. But listen, I'll say this about Arian Smith: it was a reach, but you cannot teach that speed. There's a reason John Ross went top 10. Like when you can run a 4.36, 4.35, he had 800 plus yards. He's a Georgia kid. My concern with him isn't even the drops necessarily. It's his injury history. He's had a wrist issue. He's had a meniscus and an ankle injury. That's my bigger concern with him than the drops that he has the dropsies. But
and Mawanoa too. Mawanoa had surgery on both of his shoulders after the season.
Yeah.
Not to sprinkle salt in the wound right here, chat, but that's the facts. That's the facts. Man, I'm just looking. I got it. You got to tip your cap sometimes. New England has had one hell of a draft.
Amazing draft.
Yeah. Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson in the end of the 3rd round, not even arguably, the best center in the draft class. They got Craig Woodson, who's a really underrated safety out of Cal, Josh Farmer, and then Braden Swinson in rounds 4 and 5.
Yes.
Really solid.
Good. You know who else had a good draft, guys? Unfortunately, I know not a lot of people like their draft necessarily because I was talking to Bills fans about it last night. They're not crazy about it, but I thought the Bills had a really good draft. I made a list, 15 offensive guys I love and 15 defensive. Patriots got 3 of the 15 that I liked on offense, and the Bills got 3 of the 15 I liked on defense. And Maxwell Hairston, Landon Jackson, Dom, we spoke about him a bunch, and then TJ Sanders.
Yeah, those first 3 picks they're gonna help a lot. And Deion Walker's not my favorite prospect. They took him in the 4th round.
Same.
Yeah, he's not my favorite prospect, but again, 6'8", 370 pounds. If you figure out, or even if he gives you, 5-10 plays a game where he can make a difference with that size, and that's a win. But I mean, Harrison, Sanders, and Jackson are all going to be, if not starters. Harrison will probably be a starter. Sanders and Jackson are going to be in the rotation. And you look at those edge rushers, they got Epinesa for 1 more year, and now you back it up with Landon Jackson. It was a perfect compliment to Greg Rousseau.
Yeah. I'll say this with the Jets draft specifically. The pick getting Armand Membu was the right pick. And out of this draft, we'll look back and we'll look at Armand Membu and say that was the right pick. He's our right tackle. And all we can really hope for, if you don't like the rest of the draft or you don't like the draft in general, and I don't like the Jets draft, I'll be honest, but what I do like is the Armand Membu pick. And if we can find a quarterback if there's some magic out there in the universe that can get us a quarterback with this offensive line, you can take a step forward. You can take 2 steps forward. Forget everything else. So at the very least, we have an O-line that we can look at as being a wall for a quarterback. Now, is that Justin Fields? Is that someone you draft next year? I still want to draft a quarterback right now. I would love
Will
to.
Howard still there? You were a Howard guy.
Dude, that Howard take is killing me. The Shedeur take kind of saved me because I'm like, Shedeur's no way a first rounder. So I guess I had to take it in the other side with Will Howard. I don't know what's going on with Will Howard. No one likes him. Maybe I'm the only one that liked him.
Where did you have him rated?
He was my third quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's still a lot of quarterbacks that are available. I mean, if Will Howard, Quinn Ewers, Kyle McCord, are guys that I think we all talked about at one point or another, whether for the Jets are definitely draftable. I mean, I had very good draftable grades on those guys, 4th and 5th round. And then there's Riley Leonard, Max Brosmer, Curtis Rourke, who I didn't have necessarily draftable grades on them, but you figure that somebody, because of the position they play, would take the chance on them.
I want a quarterback with our next pick if we're not going to go DT. Like I at this point, you know what? Based on how they've done this draft here, and they're not going to do the DT thing, and they're not going to double up on receiver. Like unless you're telling me, is Jackson Hawes still there? The tight end that everyone loves is blocking. Like maybe him, but you know what? If they took a quarterback here, Frankie, if they took Will Howard when the Jets were up in the 6th round, or they took even Quinn Ewers and McCord or Riley Leonard, fine. Like I think it's pretty good value in the 6th round for those guys.
Absolutely. And the thing with these quarterbacks that is a little bit weird to me is that Tyler Shuck goes in the 2nd round, which to me was insane because nobody else went after. And then who went after? Dylan Gabriel went in the 3rd.
Yeah.
Like you can't tell me looking on tape that Will Howard or even Riley Leonard, who I like, or Kyle McCord isn't better than Dylan Gabriel. And I think they're all 3 of them are better than Tyler Shuck, in my opinion. I think Tyler Shuck was completely overrated in this draft. I don't know what the love affair is with him, but that's just my opinion. But yeah, there's some quarterbacks there that throw a dart against the wall. Why not? I mean, it can't hurt. At least you have somebody there that could sit and at least help develop a game plan. I always say that with quarterbacks. Just get someone in the room that's going to help Tanner Engstrand. You have another mind there. It's like a group project. You're going to put a game plan together. Have the rookie go in there and help you out. So get the smartest quarterback there. I think Will Howard's very intelligent. I think Kyle McCord is too. Both those guys have been highly touted since they came out of high school. They were both Ohio
and they can
State
both
kids,
spin it, man. They can both spin it.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and even with this last pick, like with this linebacker, and speaking of Miami, I'm like, oh, you want to draft someone out of Miami? Draft the Restrepo kid. Draft somebody that, and listen, his 40's alarming. Like, can't run, but they're going to, I'll say this. On the Malachi thing, I said his name 3 times. We need our Malachi Corley to play a lot of football next year. So the Jets better get ready to put him in there because he's going to have to get a lot of looks, for better or for worse. I'm very bullish on his playing time next year. And listen, he might be able to put something together.
There goes Jackson Hawes. The last 3 picks are all 3 guys that I love. Miles Frazier went to Detroit. Chris Paul, the better linebacker, went to the Rams, and Jackson Hawes to Buffalo.
So Buffalo just got the blocking guy that I wanted. All right. Well, at this point, give me a quarterback. Get me Kyle McCord. Get me Will Howard. I'm in. 6th round pick. We're talking about pick 186, which is almost a 7th round pick. If my math is good, it's probably not good because I suck at math.
Coming up, it's in about 12 picks too.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't love
the draft, Jake.
I like the first 2 days. I do. The more I watched the AZ Thomas corner they took, I get it. I thought, hey, maybe Stevens is going to safety, but now with the Moore pick, maybe he's not. Maybe they just felt like it was too good of value to pass up. But I mean, I was on board with either Warren or Membu, so no issue there. But my caveat was, if you're taking Membu, you got to get me a playmaker at 42. They did with Mason Taylor, who I like. I would have been good with a receiver there as well.
That's what I wanted to do. I
wanted
Kyle
Higgins,
Williams or Trey Harris.
I mean, Higgins went immediately on night 2 to Houston, so there went that. But
yeah, he was gone.
I don't think it's been a bad draft. I think some of the picks are questionable. I think the receiver dart throw they took in the 4th round with Smith, I don't care if Gruden loves him. I hate that. I mean, so I feel like they've reached on some guys, but I'm also not going to sit there and act like I know. Like, I'm going to give this regime the benefit of the doubt. I like what they've done the first couple nights. To me, I would take a quarterback at 186. I didn't anticipate this many QBs being available late, so if they wanted to take their shot on someone here, I'm on board.
You know, I think we're actually looking at our roster and kind of thinking about it a bit. I think we're going to have a good defense next year. I do.
We should. We have a defensive head coach in Steve Wilkes.
Yes, exactly. And I think there's talent there. I think these 2 players we got, Thomas and Moore, can offer value. I think they're going to play hard. To me, the defense is really going to come down to our edges. Like, is Jermaine going to be able to come back and be healthy and be able to stop and play the run? And is Will McDonald going to be able to take a little step forward? If they can, I think the defense could be pretty solid. And then, you know, we know about the offense. That's a complete, dice roll. But yeah, let's draft a quarterback. How many picks we got? Where are we at?
We got one pick left.
Ooh, let's go. Okay. These goes faster. Okay. These aren't the 20-minute waits like in the first round, which makes me throw up.
The Jets aren't up in 1. I'm saying the Jets have 1 pick left.
Yeah, how many picks till theirs? I'm saying.
I'll tell you right now. Hang on 1 second. I got.
Yeah, we got one more.
You got 174 coming up, and we pick at what? 180.
186. Our last pick.
We're on 175. The Cardinals just took Denzel Burke out of Ohio State. Another really nice cornerback.
Isaiah Bond is still there, Dom. I understand there's character concerns, but like 6th round, give me a guy who is a legit 4.3 speed guy now.
You got one in the 4th round in Arian Smith.
Yeah, and he can't catch.
Yeah.
If I wanted to sign someone fast, what's Usain Bolt up to? I'm sure he could still run a 4.3.
Yeah, listen, Isaiah Bond is probably going to go undrafted with all the legal issues stemming most recently, an alleged sexual assault. Probably not going to happen.
So he's like a UDFA then by someone. Yeah, but the Ravens took a player that had allegations too, right? And they said that they vetted him, and I don't know. Let's see. I got a super chat from Clancy who says, "Until proven wrong, we need to put some faith in this new regime. Great stuff this weekend, Jake. Thank you, Clancy. Frankie V, the general of tank, baby. Let's go, NYJ." That's right, Frankie. Is your goal still to have the first pick of the draft next year? We'll take it to QB. Arch Manning.
Always been the goal. Always been the goal. Man, your chat. I'm actually reading your comments right now. Oh, people don't like me, and then sometimes. Yeah, you got a lot of tough guys out there. Okay.
No way, they don't like me a lot of times either. It's all part of it.
Listen, I like the Membu pick. The more and more I'm thinking about it, like having a few days to sleep on it, I think that was the right move because I think you differentiate yourself in some way. I wish they did things with thinking in terms of having higher ceilings on players. I think a lot of these guys have high floors, but I think Membu and that line you're putting up there, that is a differentiator for a quarterback, for an offensive coordinator. That's how you have to build. So I like that they did that. I wish they got some players with higher ceilings. I wanted a wide receiver, Jake, like you're saying. I like Mason Taylor. I'm concerned at his ability to actually be a pass catcher consistently. He's got great hands, but I want to see if he could take on that volume because Garrett's going to need it. Or Malachi Corley has to develop into something. But we're going to need somebody to be able to take the brunt of targets when you're not targeting Garrett Wilson. You know, who's Justin Fields going to target? You're going to target Garrett, and then who's next?
I need them to sign a veteran. Give me Keenan Allen. Give me Amari Cooper. Like, you got to add someone to that room. I wanted Tyler Lockett. He signed for $4 million. And hold on, I'm seeing the chat saying Jets traded up. Don't spoil the pick yet, but if we traded up, that means we tapped into assets next year to move up, right? Because we have,
or we traded a player,
or don't tell me
we are not on the clock yet. Seattle's
one more pick.
One more pick.
Maybe they heard us about the quarterback, Jake. Maybe we put that in the atmosphere, my man.
Jets traded up. Breaking news. Let's see.
I'm turning off the chat so I don't see it.
If you spoil the pick, my mods are throwing you to the gulag, like Allen. NY Jets girl says, maybe not winning the preseason for once is a good thing. Yeah, I mean, we always win the offseason, then suck in the actual season. So hopefully the opposite happens. Seattle's pick is in, and they took Denzel Burke, corner, Ohio State. So based on this, the Jets would be on the clock. They made a trade with Baltimore then because ESPN hasn't updated it.
Correct.
But NFL Network has. So we traded with the Ravens to move up to the spot. I don't have the details of the trade yet.
I'm looking on Twitter right now for him.
You might get the pick spoiled, so be careful.
We taking quarterback, boys? It's that time.
Quarterback, is there a receiver they like that they had high that they realized they won't get?
Can I make a prediction on who I think they're going to take?
Yeah, go for it.
Prediction? I think they're going to take Kyle McCord.
If I had to guess on the quarterback room, that's who I would guess as well.
Frankly. Yeah, I think that's what they're going to go.
They've done the most work on McCord, right?
Yes. And I would love that pick.
Now, the only other, if they follow, I don't know about this guy here that they just took from Miami, but they met with every other pick that they had at one point or other. They either had him in on a 30 or worked him out at the pro day.
Did they bring McCord in for a top 30, Dom?
They did. I don't think they brought him in for a top 30, but I know that they worked him out at the Syracuse Pro Day, and the staff met with him. So they met with him and met with him virtually. They met with him a bunch. The only other quarterback that they brought in for a 30 visit was Cam Miller, the dual threat guy from North Dakota State.
Dom, I heard that there was a consistent theme with the Jets draft picks that these players all played well at the Senior Bowl or like showed out for the most part.
They were all in the Senior Bowl except for Mawanoa, who was at the Shrine Bowl.
But they all played well too at the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
Like they overachieved to a degree when they were there.
Well, Arian Smith flashed. I don't think he overachieved.
Pick is in. Waiting for NFL Network to flash it, and as usual, they go to a commercial because we can never have a mother effing pick without a commercial coming up first.
Well, the pick before, Seattle took Robbie Oost, the tight end from Alabama.
Pick is in. All right, ESPN is not a commercial. I'm going to get it for you guys. Ready?
Oof.
No spoilers here. They're showing it right now. Selection. Let's see. Give it to me. Give it to me. Tyler Barron, edge from University of Miami.
Yeah, that's a nice pick.
Yeah, he's a good player.
That's a nice pick. He at least you address the edge rusher here. I'm trying to pull up what I got here. I got him with a 5th round grade, so it's kind of on. He's a transfer from Tennessee. My notes: great build, great play strength. Barron has a real muscular frame, plays with good power, strong core, lower body, and he's tough to get off once he anchors. Good hands. He's a run defense guy. He's not a short, he's not a burst, twitchy kind of athlete. More of a defensive edge setter type on the end. I'm trying to see if I don't have.
The Jets probably did some work with the linebacker Francisco, and then probably saw when they were looking at that tape, saw some Tyler Barron that they really liked.
Trying to pull up his numbers here. Hang on one second.
What did we trade, by the way? Do we have any picks left, or we're done now? Like, did they trade a player in this? Can we get Michael Clemens' ass off the team now?
Yeah, he ran a 4.62 40. I'm looking up his numbers.
That's good.
50 pressures last year, 10 sacks, 31% true win rate, pass rush win rate, and true pass sets. So, and the year before, 41 pressures with a 25% win rate and true pass sets. 25 stops, defensive stops, an 18% missed tackle rate last year. Not ideal. But he's got versatility. He can play inside and outside. He's probably the guy that they'll move inside to rush in those NASCAR packages when they need to go at the quarterback and probably stay home and really lock down in early downs against the run. He, like Mayanoa, were 2 Shrine Bowl guys that both stood out. So,
you thinking this is a Steve Wilkes pick? Maybe this is someone Steve Wilkes has looked at because Steve Wilkes likes those NASCAR sets on passing down.
Yeah, I think more so this is a guy that can play opposite Jermaine in base.
Yes.
I think he might be an early down guy because I don't know if they're going to see Will McDonald that way. Now, I could be wrong, but this is a guy that I think you can bring in, and that you're going to get some solid run defense from him. He's the frame that they like, 260 plus pounds. You got him. You needed to bring a defensive lineman in here. You needed to. And this is not a bad pick. This is fair. I don't know what they traded to get him.
I got it. Trade details here. I'm going to pull it up on the screen, but I just saw it. Ravens get 186 and 2026 fifth rounder. Jets get 176 and a 2026 sixth rounder. So the Jets essentially
they flip-flop.
They swap picks next year. And okay, so they didn't trade anything of real consequence to make this move. So they obviously had a pretty high grade on the guy if they were going to come up and move up for this player here. But they didn't give up a ton, so I don't know if that changes your thought process at all on the pick. But to me, it doesn't.
Long arms, 34-inch arms. Like I said, I think this is a guy that they're looking to possibly be part of the rotation on early sets. And, he's got some, although he doesn't have like those ideal twitchiness or that burst with that first step. He gets home. He does a lot with his motor. Think JFM, the way he got his sacks, right? He didn't flash by anybody, just constant motor, never quits. That's the kind of guy that, you could see this guy turning into.
Good vert too, Dom. When you're 6'5" and your vert's almost 36 inches, that's pretty athletic there. So
yeah, I like I said, 4.62 is really good for a guy that's 260 pounds.
Really good, dude.
Yeah, 4.62 is really good for a guy that's 60 pounds. He gets pressure. He just does it in like inconvenient ways. He's not going to bend and get to the outside shoulder of a tackle. He's probably going to go right through you. But
this is Dom, what you just said though, and I know Jake, when we lost JFM, I knew you were kind of pissed about that. I think this is kind of their way of replacing a JFM or hopefully Michael Clemens. You kind of bring in an edge there that can play inside, and if you need to, can play outside, can stop the run, but also can get pressures. And he was at Tennessee before Miami, and he had 6 sacks last year at Tennessee, which is, for the amount of games they play, it's a good number.
So that's it for our draft class then, because they used the pick we had in the 6th in this deal to move up. What, like 8 spots it was? Like how many spots did they even move up? Let's pull up the trade detail here. They made this pick at 170. They moved up 10 spots. They moved up from 186.
Flip a 5th for a 6th next year.
Yep.
If it was a guy that they liked and it was a guy that they wanted, at least they addressed the defensive line, for Christ's sakes. Needed to happen.
You had to add someone. Now I prefer to DT, but maybe they have some confidence in some of the guys they signed in free agency, or maybe they'll add someone.
I think they like Leonard Taylor, guys. I really think they like him. I think they're going to give him a shot to play a lot. And I like Leonard Taylor. I do. I'll be honest.
They also now have 2 rounds to really work the phones and get their priority free agents in check. Now, I don't know. The question is, I don't know how many roster spots they have open.
They should have every bottom of the roster spot open.
No, well, I think it's 90 guys that you can bring into camp. So you can't just you can't take 12 undrafted, priority undrafted free agents if you don't have the spots on your 90-man roster.
Well, some of their free agent signings were so like they signed backups to backups with some of these free agent signing moves. So like to me, everyone should be on the table here. I don't know. To put it in perspective, the last player they picked is edge. He's the 31st out of 31 ranked edge rushers in the Connor Rogers Badlands draft guide here.
What's he ranked? 31st out of what?
31st out of 31. Dead last.
He's the last one?
He's the last one on their guide. And PFF had the receiver we drafted from Georgia, Smith. They had him as like their 49th out of 49th rated wide receiver. So I'm still calling this day 3 draft class the New York reaches, because if it just feels like that, well, maybe they end up being good as far as just value goes, whether it be Dom C's draft guide we referenced, Connor Rogers' big board, PFF, Brugler, feels like they reached with several of these choices here.
They got 4. I think they got 4 really good picks. I think they got 3 really good picks in Membo Taylor and Malachi Moore. I think they got 1 steal in AZ Thomas. And then you got 2 real head scratchers in Arian Smith, where he was taken, and the Mawanoa kid. I just don't know enough about him, so I can't really offer him. And Barron feels like, listen, this is a depth piece. You needed to bring in another edge on the board. So I'm looking right now. It looks like with 7 draft picks and 75 players, they can 7 and 75. It looks like they can bring in 7 undrafted free agents. So they're going to start working the phones for them. So maybe they have some guys that, they're in contact with already and say, hey, listen, if you don't get drafted, come sign with us. We'll give you X.
They could also trade back in to the draft if they want.
They could.
Possible.
So,
but quarterback, Jake, I think
I would have taken one.
I would have taken one too. We got to wait till next year.
No trade backs either. Like they didn't even try. They traded up twice in this draft. They did not trade back a single time. I thought maybe they'd look to try and get some extra picks at some point here.
Yeah. I mean, listen, guys, if we're being honest, it's Muji's first time drafting. It's Aaron Glenn's first time really having the keys in the draft. It's going to be a little difficult. It's not going to be as clean as what Howie Roseman does or what Brandon Beane does. It's just obvious. It's their first time doing it. So,
well, that's why Spielman, I thought, is supposed to be there.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I think, again, the Membu pick was the right pick. Looking back on it, I know I wanted Warren to a degree, but having those 2 bookend tackles and then hoping that Fields can work out or we can find a quarterback eventually, nothing else matters that much. I always say when the Chiefs were playing and Thuney was out at left guard, everyone's like, oh, Mahomes is going to, be under duress all day. You don't even know Thuney didn't play that game. So, if they can get a quarterback and they get the tackles right, that's the most important variable here. You could have killed this draft. You could have had the best draft ever. But if the quarterback play isn't there, that doesn't really matter, honestly. It's such a quarterback-heavy league. So, this draft, a lot of people, I know Dom was one of them, and he was actually right. I know we were going back and forth. He didn't think these quarterbacks, for the most part, were worth a damn, like the Will Howard and Riley Leonards, and he might be right. Dom, I actually probably owe you dinner if Riley Leonard is not drafted, by the way. I'm kind of worried about that.
You bought dinner last time, so we're even.
Yeah, it's true. Okay. Well, you're a good guy. But you made me buy that K-Miss. That was $35 a glass. And listen, it was okay. It was okay. No, hey, man, it is what it is. It's New York Jets football, baby.
Yeah.
We're back.
Nothing like it. Nothing like it. All right, what do we got here? Tyler says, UT fan, Barron's a dog, great versus the run, effort rusher. All right, we got a UT fan who's on board with that pick. Kyle Clifton with a super chat. Aaron Glenn better be a great coach because he's going to have the equivalent of the mean machine from the longest yard. I've watched the draft religiously for 35 years, and this is the most annoyed I can recall at day 3. Well, I'll tell you what, Kyle, I haven't watched the draft for 35 years religiously like you, but I've been very annoyed at several picks, usually before day 3, like Christian Hackenberg in round 2. So I'm telling you, if they got Membu and Taylor correct, and if Dom is right with the great value of Thomas, he had him as a top 15 player on his draft board, maybe even higher than that.
17. Top 17.
So, I think it's going to be okay, people. We're talking about day 3 draft selections here. I think we all like the first couple picks, and that really makes or breaks your draft when you're talking about a Jets team that had 3 picks in the top 73.
Yeah, listen, I can't really argue for Arian Smith other than the speed. Again, I'm on board saying I think that was way a big reach. But these other guys, you got to remember, look at the linebacker depth, right? Jamin Davis, you expect to be part of the rotation maybe, but he's on his 3rd team in 4 years, right? Zaire Barnes, Zaire Barnes was the last 5th round linebacker we took, and he wasn't, he was drafted by a completely different regime. Maybe this guy just slides in and takes Zaire Barnes' backup linebacker spot. We have no idea. You know what I mean? The guys that are 5th rounders, 6th rounders, 7th rounders from the previous regime, there's no lock that they're going to be on this team. So maybe they're just, turning over the bottom of the 53-man roster with their type of guys.
Yeah, and with a lot of these rankings too, Jake and Dom, we always compare it to what the Beast has or what the consensus is or
what you saw in a mock draft.
Or ESPN. These teams they have their own rankings. So just because someone had this, Badlands had him at 31 out of 31 edges, The Jets clearly didn't, and you never really know. And that's why you get surprises. That's why you get Shedeur Sanders dropping as far as he did. I mean, everyone's boards are just different. But I think where I'm a little disappointed is I just wish we would have targeted either a wide receiver that we really liked, or maybe it's this Arian kid, or a defensive tackle that we really liked, and traded up or pick them, and you could see the starting potential for day one as rookies. Like, I don't think Arian Smith could be a wide receiver 2 on day one or wide receiver 3. I think it might take him a year or 2 at least. The defensive tackle situation, where are we at with that next to Quinnen? Maybe they'll run something more like a 3-4, Dom, right?
I mean, Steve Wilkes has been multiple. So he's been multiple before, but I don't think they got the personnel for a 3-4 really. But there's going to be times when they do. There's going to be times when, they bring their defense, they bring this Barron kid or LT3 to the outside to play, shade over the 5-eye or the 6, and they'll stand Will McDonald up, and they'll have 3 down, and they'll run 4 linebackers just in different sets.
Yeah.
So. Swamp Ranger. How do we say the linebacker's name?
Maya Noah.
Maya Noah was a good pick. Don't look at his stats. I watched a lot of University of Miami, and he was like Palomalu, always in the play, high motor, big hitter. One thing is clear. Glenn really watches tape. Like, he only references things that happen tape-wise, like what he sees on tape on the field. He does not really care for the combine or measurements, underwear Olympics. Like, maybe it's a reference point for him, but it is clear just based on his comments, he does not care about any of the other stuff. He just cares about when he watches as a scout, what he sees on the film.
Yeah, they got a lot of guys with high motors in this draft too. There's nobody we drafted that you look at and you're like, they don't give it their all on every snap on both sides of the ball. Aaron Glenn values that. No one takes plays off. No one's loafing, as they call it. Even Membu. Membu's tougher than people think. Membu's a gritty right tackle. People look at him and they kind of think he's like Olu, kind of like more reserved because he comes across that way. When that kid gets on the field, he's a mauler too if he wants to be. Yeah. Really, really good right tackle. That kid is really going to be good for us. And it's going to be good for Fields and whatever quarterback's next, if there is another quarterback, assuming in this regime. So might be Fields, might be somebody else, but just stay healthy, man. The offensive line. That's all I care about this year. Stay healthy. Have Tanner Engstrand put together an offensive game plan around Fields. Run the read option a lot with Brees and Braylon. Get Garrett some help. Put Malachi in. Give him looks. And see what that offense can do. They might be able to do some things. They might be able, and the defense, they're going to play hard. But that wide receiver too. By the way, something I've been hearing, and I'm not sure if this is true, but I've been hearing this. The Jets may trade for one of these wide receivers. So you heard Jamison Williams talk. There's some wide receivers the Jets may trade for. They may have a deal, quote unquote, on the table or in place. Yeah. With one of these receivers. And there's receivers that are going to be available as the season gets closer. Guys want new deals, etc. So I could see the Jets being in that market. They were saying, some people in Chicago, that DJ Moore didn't necessarily like the Luther Burden pick. They have Roma Dunze. How many receivers can you get the ball to? Ben Johnson's going to have 3 receivers out there, like number 1 receivers, arguably. So it'll be interesting to see how this thing kind of shakes out. But I think if the Jets stay in it and just focus on how do we get Garrett another pass catcher, that's all you really could ask for.
Yeah. Eagles just took Kyle McCord, Frankie, quarterback, off the board.
Did they really?
Pick 181 of round 6.
These bastards, they always take guys I like.
He's from Philly. He grew up a Jet fan because his family from Long Island. But
yeah,
the kid that wears number 6 because of the guy I'm wearing, Mark Sanchez, he is off the board. I would have had no issue if the Jets took him with, their 6th round pick, but didn't do it.
All right, guys.
Dom, appreciate you as always, man.
Always. Frankie, Jake, pleasure. Chat. See you later.
Dom, love you, man. Thanks for hopping on and providing some great analysis. Comments, questions, super chats. Frankie, feel free to hang out. I'm just Gonna keep
I'm
reading
hanging.
comments here, and we'll see how long we go because we still got the 7th round, and I don't feel like being on the air for another 7 hours because we know how
How long have you been on the air today?
We're about to hit hour 4. I've only
Nice.
taken 1 bathroom break so far. Pretty impressive, right?
Well, feel free if you need to go to the bathroom. I'm here. You know,
Hold it down.
Yeah, I'll hold it down.
I won't leave you empty-handed. I'll give you a co-host. Beast, what's up, man?
There he is.
Buenos dias, amigo. I'm feeling good. Hey, Jake, you deserve a bathroom break. I don't want you ruining, your downstairs when your plumbing. That's not a good way to go. My
Don't worry.
I
plugged in my
bathroom. You got to do it.
Thank you, Beast. I plugged in my catheter, so I just been peeing the whole time. It's all good.
Oh, you better be lucky to keep it there because if you ruin this in the years to come, you'll be shoveling shit without a creek. Well, these draft picks I saw, B-. But I'm going to say one thing clear. These draft picks better be damn good or they're going to have some answering to do. And you know what I mean by answering? A lot of questions. That means, okay, what are you guys going to do here? Show us. Show us how you're all going to play. Because if you're going to play shitty, we're just going to turn the goddamn TV off and go watch soap operas because you guys can't cut it.
Hey, Beast, let me ask you this.
Right now.
Can you give it? So the Jets just took an edge rusher. Can you give him some pointers on how to get in the stance and get after the quarterback?
Edge rushing. Rule number 1, if you want to play it now, if you want to learn how to do far, near, and also I formation, you have to keep your line just like this. You have to have a straight 4-guy narrow, prepare for when you're in the lock position and you're ready to go. And you tell the quarterback you're ready, and he's looking at you. You're telling him, okay, you ready? You better be ready. Go! Get ready! Get ready! Get on the side! Green! 61! Green! 61! Green! Stand!
Wait.
Go take it on a big baby!
Beast, why would an edge rusher spin like that, though?
Yeah.
They got to tackle. I need you to tackle the quarterback.
Yeah, that's that. Now that sets up for goal line. So now
Okay,
that's
goal
for
line.
goal line, preparing to go when you get ready. If you're 3 yards in, you get ready to turn and twist and get in there and just bullseye his ass and knock him right out cold and go, oh shit, they mean business. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to learn to mean business because we don't come to New York to sit around, look pretty, and go, oh, fancy me.
No, we don't, Beast. No, we don't.
You can.
Thank you, Beast. Reminder, $50, and we automatically send anyone on the screen to the hole. Lane Train wants to know, how do I feel about the Jets? Lane, I feel okay about them. I want to see results on the field, though. That, to me, is the bottom line.
By the way, kicker alert. We have a kicker selected in the NFL draft.
Ooh, Andres Borregales to the Patriots.
Yes.
Man, all right. Kicker alert. Ladies and
Miami
gentlemen,
guys are going left and right.
Miami's had a ton of players drafted.
They have, yeah.
Is Restrepo still there, or he got picked?
Yeah, he is.
That would have been a good pick. I don't get it. Anyway.
Yeah. You know what's going on with this NIL situation too, Jake? A lot of these top schools, Ohio State, Michigan, Texas, they're really able to hoard a lot of talent right now. You have a bunch of big boosters and sponsors that are just stationed at these schools. So it's a lot more difficult for some of these smaller school guys to kind of get drafted. So it's kind of a testament to like Harold Fanning. He went 67th. And even like Mike Green at a Marshall, he had those off-field issues, but still, it's tougher now. And Nick Saban was talking about it, which is interesting. Because when I was doing my research, man, going down the list with Ohio State on defense, I'm like, I love that guy. I love that guy. I also love that guy and that safety. Like the schools are stacked, man. It's crazy how much talent you get from these big programs. It's even more swayed than I think it's ever been in that direction, to be honest.
Interesting point. Interesting point
yeah.
there. Hey, huge shout out to Daz. I see you in the chat. I just got the alert that you bought some merch. You used your Patreon discount code. So that's awesome, man. We're shipping to the United Kingdom, it looks like.
Ooh, nice.
Daz is a proud international Jet fan.
How much is shipping for that for you, Jake? That's pretty expensive, isn't it?
I don't know, man. I mean, he's paying for it, though, so I appreciate it. Quick super chat here, then we'll bring on another guest. Cry Me a Turn Poker says, Jake, I'm willing to give up if you are. Day 3 is a disaster. We could just go become farmers in South Carolina. Unfortunately, I'm not qualified to do that, so I can't give up. But once again, folks, if they crush the first couple days like many of you thought they did, then that should be the main point of emphasis, and then we'll find out from the 4th round on if they found a diamond in the rough. Because typically 4th round picks and beyond don't work out, as Frankie said earlier, and he's 1,000% right about that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say hello to a good friend of the show. Jeremy Jets Chaos joins us now. What's up, Jeremy? How we feeling, man?
What's up? How you doing?
What's up, man?
It's been a little crazy since round 4.
Are you gonna calm us down, or you don't like the direction? Give us your thoughts on day 3.
Man, I look the fourth, the wide receiver pick. Man, this guy Smith was a little bit of a punch in the stomach to me. If he was the second wide receiver we took in the 6th round, you want to take a swing at him, fine. I'm a little confused, especially with this fan base. Alan Lazard dropped some balls, and he's the most hated man in the world, and people want him dead and don't care what he does good because all they think about is the drops. So now you're going to take a guy who drops more passes than any other player in college football. Like, this guy cannot catch.
Right.
I mean, and some people say it's because he had a wrist injury. I don't know, but I don't know how he's going to work out here unless they could completely turn him around, because we do not have patience for wide receivers who drop footballs. Like right? This fan base is not good with that. So I don't know how he's going to survive here unless he fixes that. He's got great speed. He needs to develop his route running. It just seems like a really big swing so early when you have a guy who needs so much work.
It looks like Denzel Mims, Stephen Hill all over again kind of thing, right? A little bit. I mean, we tend to like these guys. But you can't teach that speed, though. I'm just saying, 4.36. He had 817 yards receiving. If he maybe would have caught 5 of those 10 drops, maybe he gets somewhere around 1,000. But I'm with you, though, Chaos.
It's a swing. The 4.36 is the swing part, right? That's the swing. If you could somehow develop them or whatever, it works out a certain way, or utilize them the right way, you got yourself a weapon. But it's so early for a swing when you're leaving a guy like Royals on the board, right? Who just had a foot injury, and without that foot injury is a 2nd round wide receiver, and you're going to leave him on the board, and you're going to take this swing at this kid. That's what I'm having trouble grasping.
Yeah, and for me, to not come away with a true defensive tackle when all I kept reading and seeing on draft guides, Doms, Connor Rogers, Brugler, the top players for Jeremiah, was all the DTs that are draftable that are going to slide to day 3 because there's so many people like that had this class being as good as it was there, and they could wait and take one, and they didn't take one. Like, I know they addressed edge at the end here, but that's not a defensive tackle to play next to Quinn Williams.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Well, that's why that 4th round pick burned so much, because there was so much talent on the board at that moment. There was so many guys that we all loved, that we were all mocking, we were excited about, that we'd all watch film on. Dom C pumped us up about, and we're watching these guys on the board, and we're taking this wide receiver who, we're going to take a swing on this kid. Look, I hope it works out. I hope he's the next Tyreek Hill, right? I hope he becomes this crazy, unstoppable deep pass threat that has big plays for us. But it just, until that happens, and I hope it does, it just feels like a weird pick to me.
The next pick after we drafted Arian Smith was a defensive tackle who I love. The Eagles drafted Ty Robinson.
Yeah,
he looks like Brock Lesnar out there out of Nebraska. He's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm serious. We could. I mean, I don't know if he would have fit here. I don't know what kind of defense they're trying to run, but I don't know. It's just that's a guy you could plug and play on day 1 for sure.
Yeah, there were more defensive tackles in this draft that were draftable. I think maybe this in our lifetime. Like, it was unheard of. The amount of defensive tackles that were available this year in the draft, and like at the quality. And the fact that we didn't take one, and it's kind of a position of need, is just mind-boggling. Right? It is a position. It's mind-boggling. It's just unbelievable. This was the draft that you get a defensive tackle. It seems like everybody else in the NFL did.
My guy went, Jake. Will Howard got drafted.
Oh, Pittsburgh took him?
Steelers.
Yeah.
That's a good pick for them.
That's a good spot.
About damn time.
There's
I
your
had
guy.
him mocked in like the second or third round sometimes. That clearly wasn't correct.
So here is I'm going to pull it up for the first time. I'm going to guess the Jets are done because they used that 6th round pick they did have to wheel and deal to get back in to the end of round 5. So they currently don't have any picks left unless they want to trade future picks, and I doubt a new regime is going to do that. So what you'll see on the screen here is our full draft class. So our 7-member class: Armand Membu, the first pick; Mason Taylor, the second pick; A.Z. Thomas, the third pick; Arian Smith, the fourth pick; Malachi Moore, the 5th pick; Francisco, don't know how to say his last name, Mawagawa. He was our 5th round pick. And then our other 5th round pick we traded back in for Tyler Barron. So that is the 7-man draft class, the first draft class for Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji. Jeremy, I'll start with you on this. Give us a grade here. People love to do grades. Give us a grade on the Glenn and Muji class.
I'm because I don't know what they're doing, right? Completely. We don't know completely what they're doing and how they are developing. I'm just going to keep it at I'm going to say a B- because I'm really happy with the top part of our draft. I'm not very happy with the bottom half, but I think that I really like the first 3 players we added. I know that pick round 3, Thomas wasn't like positional. It didn't make positional sense to a lot of people, but he's a fantastic player, a football player. So I'll say B- for now. And I think that's being generous. I think people are going to disagree and be worse than I am.
Frankie, give us a grade.
You want me to really give you a grade? I don't think you want me to do this.
I do.
No.
Let it rip.
No, I'll give him a C-.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a C-. And listen, only reason I give that is because I wanted a starter at defensive tackle on day 1 that you could start, or a wide receiver too. You didn't come away with that. And if they didn't draft Membu, I would have been in the D's. But Membu and Taylor having that starting tight end put me into the C category. I can't go more, Jake. I'm just and listen, who cares, right? Like, you see drafts, people give A's and they're terrible, and usually the opposite's usually the case. So I'm going C-. I'm just being honest.
I'm running it up the poll. I'm only allowed 4 options, so I kept it generic here. What grade would you give the 2025 Jets draft class? You have A, B, C, or D. So if you thought it was a B-, you could either choose to go right. You could round down or round up. It's up to you. I only got 4 options.
What do you give it, Jake? You ask us. You don't give us your grade.
Are you asking in my own YouTube poll what I'd give it, or what my actual grade would be?
Your grade. What do you give them?
Probably give it about a B-, C+. You know,
Okay.
I like the first couple picks. I think they got good value in the 3rd round, but I still preferred a weapon there, a wide receiver. I also didn't love the approach on day 3. I mean, the receiver they took is a guy that, to me, is a 7th round level player, 6th round level player. There were other receivers I like better, and I'm not an expert by any means, but just the brief receivers that I watched to try and have a somewhat of an understanding on what the top guys could be. They didn't pick any of them, so I don't like that. And you know, to me, I'm grading them harshly for not drafting a defensive tackle at any point when there were several defensive tackles that were there for them to potentially take. So I would say it's probably a B-, but you know, it's not necessarily a bad draft, assuming they crush the first couple picks. And I have confidence in Membu, and I think Taylor was a good pick. It's from that pick on where you start to have the questions.
For sure. Yeah. I will say I do like that Glenn and his ability to potentially work with Azariah Thomas and Malachi Moore. Those are 2 really, really solid, good players. And people say they haven't even hit their ceiling yet, both guys. So I'm telling you guys, I think the defense is going to be very good. I just hope we're not going through the solid days again where we have, you know, a top 5 defense and our offense stinks. I don't know. We'll see. But I do like this defense. I think not enough people are talking about it, talking about the potential there. And I think if they can turn the ball over a little bit and we get a little lucky, get a few fumbles, scoop and scores, get a pick six for once in a blue moon, you win games that way. You never know. You never know.
I agree, Frankie. And I think that what's different about this defense, if we're a top 5 defense again, what's going to be different about it is I also think that it's a more exciting, more fun for the fans defense, less frustrating.
Yes.
Right? Like we're going to get to see
100%.
Sauce play press, cover man, not sit there and play back, which was so frustrating. The amount of space we gave our opponents for the short game. It's going to be nice to put pressure on the other team and not give that space and force turnovers. So I think it's going to be a lot more fun to watch.
Connor Long calling it a C- draft. We've lost the youth of America in this fan base.
I was on with
me. Connor's a smart man.
I was
Unreal.
on like he and his friends were not happy with what was going on.
No. Let's see. JYB says, I've never seen so many people give up day 3 picks. That's fair. I mean, the complaint is day 3. We used to have complaints about day 1 and 2, Jet fans, so please remember that. Mr. Bonesy says JD drafted MC2, then Sherwood / Nazeldine. People lost their mind. Cornerback from Duke, ? 2 box low safeties to develop at linebacker. We just got to wait and see, guys. 100%. Jamie Sherwood's one of our best players right now.
Yeah, I agree. This is all of our takes about like the prospects that we took. I think we all need to agree. We don't know. In 4 or 5 years, we might look back and it might be the greatest draft in our history. There's no way to know.
100%.
I wonder what their plan is for Arian Smith. Like, I wonder what their
go long, kid.
Schedule. Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like, are they going to play him? I mean, listen, if he can turn into MVS, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, I'll take that. I thought his best spot was Kansas City or Buffalo. Just go to a team that's going to, throw it down the field. We don't know, but I'm curious what they're thinking with him. I hope he's not like a gunner on special teams or something. I really hope that wasn't like the vision or like, who's that, special teamer that's been amazing here. What's his name? He got hurt last year that everyone loves.
Herb Charles.
Herb Charles. I hope they're not trying to Herb Charles this guy, please. Let him play.
I think he'll definitely be at least the gadget guy. I heard that he's really good out of the backfield, like in reverses and trick plays and things like that because of his speed.
Joe M. I rounded up and voted D. Kyle in the super chat. First 3 picks are starters. The next 4 are depth players with a potential future starter with the safety pick. Solid for year 1 new regime. Everyone relax. So Kyle trying to calm the people down. Once again, the pick I like the most on day 3 today is that safety pick. I'm a fan of the Malachi Moore pick. When I saw in Dom C's scouting report the note about Branch, I said, that's why Aaron Glenn likes this guy so much. So, look, when it comes to DB players in particular, I think we got to, definitely give this coaching staff, AG, the benefit of the doubt there till proven otherwise. We'll find out. They're brand new.
Sure.
It's going to be a fun season, to say the least. I was telling Jake this, Chaos. I really think it's going to go one of 2 ways. Like
you telling this? I'm going to take my second bathroom break in 4 hours here. Sound good?
There you go.
Can I trust you 2 to hold down the fort?
Yes,
Yeah. All right.
He usually has 2 of his guys. He puts on 2 guys that fight with each other. So
we can go. I don't know. You're Chaos. I'm ready. No, I was telling him I think it's going to go one of 2 ways. I know everyone's saying, we're going to win, 6, 7, or 8, games. I think they're either going to be able to win 10, 11 games like mysteriously. Justin Fields and Brees are just running that read option and that offense is sort of clicking. Or I think it's going to be like a 2-win team, 2-3 wins. Like I think the consensus is it's going to be in the middle, but there's players that if Tanner Engstrand and listening to him speak recently, I actually like him a lot. I think he's got a forward-thinking mentality, and he's confident, and he's young, and he's energetic. I like his demeanor a lot. He might be able to do some interesting things. And Ben Johnson spoke glowingly of him. You heard that sit-down he did with the Jets. I don't know what that sit-down was about. That was kind of strange, right? Like, why are you sitting with the Jets? You didn't want to take an interview here, but you're sitting with us. Okay.
I mean, we We know he's smart and he's been part of a good system and he understands what a good system looks like. And he's been part of a team like that. We got to see, because it's all what we learned with LaFleur is you also got to be good in the locker room, right? You got to have the respect of the players. We're going to learn about him. But I agree. I think as people might say, oh, you're crazy. How could they win 10, 11 games? Well, if the answer to that is if they get their way, like if what they're doing actually works, like if Fields and building an offense around him, a running offense that allows him to, do quick outs and RPOs. And like, if they succeed at that, then it's very believable that we could win a lot of games.
Yeah. People don't realize Justin Fields' second year in Chicago, he rushed for the second most rushing yards any quarterbacks had in history and first most in yards per game for a quarterback. And Chicago did nothing to help him in that category. Like he had to make something out of nothing. He is a great scrambler. Like you have Lamar Jackson, and then he's right underneath Lamar in that ability. And they have set run plays in Baltimore for Lamar. Fields never had that. Fields just had a scramble when he went through his reads and he just, escaped out of the pocket. So if they could do some things with Fields, get him doing the stuff that Lamar's done. I would if I'm Tanner Engstrand, I'm watching that freaking Baltimore offense. I'm watching that offense and I'm copy and pasting some stuff there. Run those QB draws like they do in Baltimore. Why not?
You just play it to his strengths. I mean, look, before Pittsburgh benched him, they were finding a way to win games. So like you said, if the defense works, like if he develops it and it works and we're blitzing and we have a good defense that causes turnovers, we already know that Fields, what he could do running wise and with a good offensive line, a good running game. If you're playing good defense, we've seen teams win doing that.
Yeah, it doesn't you make things complicated when you're trying to get players to do things that they haven't done or it's not a strength of theirs. I have faith in this regime that they're going to play into players' strengths. My only downside in that are these quality players? Like, is Justin Fields on a 3rd and 12 in a big spot or a 4th and 10? Is he going to be able to make that throw? And who's that throw going to?
Right.
If it's not going to Garrett because they're bracketing him inside and out, is Mount?
You get the fuck out.
I'm back, baby.
He's back. Is that a different jersey?
Yeah, I've been rotating the jerseys throughout the streams today.
I like it.
We started with so this is Revis right now. We just did Sanchez for the last hour and a half, and then the first jersey I started with today was Quinn Williams. So good Jets draft picks is basically what I've been doing.
Dude, I miss Darrelle Revis, man. I just do. Those days were great.
Apparently you're better than me, Frankie. Congrats, man.
That's the first positive comment I've read. I stopped reading the comment section a little bit. That's a big mistake. When I come on Jake's show, I usually don't read the comments. Today I'm up. Your comment section's hilarious, though.
This was the least I read the comments for a lot of the show because I didn't want the pick to be spoiled. I wanted to find out in real time. I think the Ravens.
How do they solve that problem, Jake? That's a big problem.
The pick spoiling?
I'm streaming delayed. My buddies are on cable. Yeah. Their streams, I don't know. I don't know if there is a fix to it, but it's crazy. You can't run even your show. It's tough, right? Like, you wait till you see it.
Do not disturb, and I don't look at the chat. I'm just trying to avoid it. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. By the way, Ravens took a kicker, so see you later, Justin Tucker.
Wow, 2 kickers.
Oh boy.
Maybe we could pick him.
Riley Leonard just got drafted by the Colts. Another quarterback off the board.
Did he? My son. There we go.
Who was the kicker they picked? Was it Sauls?
They picked the kid from, I think it was Arizona, Tyler Loop.
Oh, okay. So Ben Sauls is I like him because playing for Pittsburgh, he's used to bad weather and stuff like that. We're an East Coast Northeast team, So if we're gonna sign an undrafted free agent kicker, get a guy who at least has not only kicked in Florida.
That's smart. That's smart. A quick reminder to everyone tuning in, you get the show in podcast form, Apple or Spotify. You also can sign up for my Patreon if you want bonus content and you want discounts in our merch store, your name added to the intro, and a whole lot more. Sign up for the year, and you save now 20%. I want to give some love to our most recent Patreon subscriber. He signed up during the show, Paganardi. joined it. Actually, it might just be Peg who signed up. Peg, and then Dominic also joined. Orlando G joined last night. So our 3 most recent Patreon subscribers. Appreciate all of you guys for your support on the Patreon, the Discord, the whole thing. Let's see.
Jake, you know what I'm going to do? Just so you can have some private time with Jets Chaos, I'm going to follow in Dom's footsteps out of respect for the guest.
You're good, bro.
I'm going to go celebrate my Riley Leonard pick. That's my guy.
Hell yeah, I'm happy
Riley
for you.
Leonard. But no, man, I appreciate it. Let's get lucky, boys. Have some prayers out there that Justin Fields is the quarterback, or let's find a quarterback. We need a quarterback.
Amen.
But
Amen.
Shout outs to you guys. Thanks, Jake.
Frankie, thanks for hopping on, man. Great
Good meeting
job
you,
as
man. I
always.
never met you before. You're cool as hell, man.
Yeah, good to meet you, dude. Yeah.
Oh. Wait,
back.
you do food reviews? What is it? Or is that like a joke?
Yeah, no, check it out. Brooklyn Brothers Food Review.
Yeah?
Yeah. Me and my brothers, but all do them all over the country. My brother's done it in Europe, so all kinds of places.
Nice. You got to come out to Astoria, man. We got some spots.
Oh,
My cousin does food reviews too, believe it or not.
There's
My
so
cousin
many
does a lot of things, but
so many places in Astoria that I want to go to.
Oh,
Trust
man.
me, a million places.
Boy. You haven't been out here much?
I used to. I mean, I used to go to Astoria sometimes. Like, I love it because it has that old Brooklyn feel, like with the mom and pop bakeries and
Yeah.
like I love that. So it's pretty cool.
SVL. Remember SVL restaurant or souvlaki spot, whatever.
Okay.
It's like in a store, you don't know if a place is it's between a food truck, a diner, and a restaurant, kind of all combined. But
I will write
guys,
that down. So
appreciate it, Jake.
Frankie, you're the man, brother. Appreciate you for hopping on. Jeremy, a couple questions before we take some calls with you here. Are you excited for the Matt O'Leary Wedding of Champions in November?
I'm super excited because I remember I didn't realize it. Like, I don't know why I didn't realize it, because he said, when he said, yeah, Green, I was like, Green Bean and Ryan. He goes, and Jake. And I was like, and it just dawned on me. I said, of course, you're just as close to Matt as I am. And I was like, oh shit, I'm going to get to hang out with Asman. I love it. That's going to be great.
That's going to be wild, man.
Just imagine, I'm sitting there and we got O'Leary, we got Asman, we got Green Bean, we got Ryan. I mean, that table is just a kick-ass table. Like that's going to be just so much fun.
It's going to be wild, man. It's going to be wild. I'm excited. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, first time I've had you on since you had the LASIK done, right, on both your eyes. How we feeling?
Both are done. Loving it. I need reading glasses, though, because when you do that, unless you're got tons of money because insurance doesn't cover it and you want to pay $8,000, you could do it that this doesn't happen. But when you get to choose like what kind of sight you want to have. So, of course, you say far away, right? So you could go outside in the world, not wear glasses. But then you can't read. Like close up is horrendously bad. So I have to wear these like magnifying. So I'm constantly like this all the time because I have to do this. And but I just, I ordered progressive glasses that I could just wear when I'm indoors that will do everything, so.
I love it. Mother effing Chew says we're more excited about O'Leary's wedding than the Jets 2025 season. That's true. I mean, look, I'm very excited for that wedding. There's no doubt about it. Wayne says passing up on Sanders is why this is a poverty team. Then, okay, there's 31 other teams that are poverty too, then, if that's the case. I mean, he went in the 5th round, Wayne. There's obviously a reason for that.
I mean, if you want a quarterback that holds the ball for about 5 seconds when he drops back, I mean, go ahead. There's your guy.
Peter Castro says, I am pissed. I thought you liked the first couple picks, Peter. Now, my big thing is, while I don't love the day 3 picks for the most part, I'm not going to go and get that crazy about it. They're day 3 picks. That's why we emphasize the first round and the second round picks the way we did on this channel for months, because those were premium picks. 42 is a huge pick. 7 is obviously a ginormous pick, and I think they got those right, so I'll live with it.
Yeah, those mock drafts and those sites, because of the trades, set up these kind of delusional, over expectation type results to a draft. And then it always comes the reality of the real draft when you don't necessarily have 8 teams making you crazy offers to accumulate 30 picks. And then you find out it's not so easy,
Let's see. Catskills, pick 1 and 2. Excellent. And you know what? If the Jets hit on both those picks, you're not going to care about day 3, no matter how it ends up.
Yeah, I hope it's not going to be the same thing that happened with McDonald, where people are going to blame the player and undervalue the player because of the position. I mean, the Thomas is a fantastic football player. If we happen to be a team that didn't sign Stevens and really needed another cornerback, that is a high value pick. He is a superb football player. He was top 20 on Dom's overall list. He dominated the Senior Bowl. We were saying his name every 5 seconds. The kid is really good. The only reason he went down that far was because of the 40
time, right?
around the 40 time. But if you were just basing it on film, this kid is special. He fits into our system perfectly. He's a press receiver. It's just what Glenn is describing that he wants. So he's a really good fit. He didn't make positional sense. I get it. We all wanted a weapon. I get it. But I hope people don't take it out on the player. The football player, maybe not the position you wanted, is an excellent football player.
We have Muji and Glenn speaking to the media right now, and that means they're done because you're not speaking to the media if you plan on trading back in. So we can officially now say that the Jets are done. They didn't have any picks left, but they could have traded, in theory, picks next year to come back in, which would be moronic. So that's not going to happen. So the Jets are officially done. I'm going to try and download a couple sound bites for Jets Chaos, Jeremy and I, to react to. But I do have a quote here that I can read. Darren Muji said the Jets are keeping an eye on the QB room in the draft, and they may sign one as a UDFA. I think that's great news for Jordan Travis because the fact that they didn't take one tells me that they think he's just as good as the other guys that were available to them. And maybe they have less concerns about his health, and we actually could see this guy practice for once and maybe get some sort of idea on what he is as a player.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sitting there saying that Jordan Travis is our long-term answer, but he very easily could have been drafted a lot higher than some of these other guys in this year's class.
I mean, it would be not, I mean, because since there's no reason why you would cut him and release him anyway until he proved otherwise that he couldn't play. I mean, I think at least we want to see him in camp, right? They drafted him last year. There was, before his injury, there was some people were excited about him. Why don't we get to at least see him in camp, whether you like him or believe in him or not? I mean, you got to have some bodies in camp. You got to have these quarterbacks you never heard of anyway. So why not let Travis be one of them?
Fiore gives the draft a C grade. Reach at 4 for wide receiver, no quarterback, no inside DL. Matt, I'm with you on the reach and the no inside DL. They didn't need to take a quarterback in my mind. I was okay with that. But C is a fair grade, because you can't go C+. It's not an option on the YouTube poll. It doesn't let me do it. So I agree. To me, the two biggest mistakes, and we'll find out just how big of a mistakes they end up being, the reach at receiver, not drafting at least one defensive tackle today, not one.
That's probably the strangest thing we did. This draft was not take a defensive tackle.
Here we go. This is a little Glenn and Muji talking about day 3.
Yeah, starting with Smith, the wideout, we added obviously an explosive speed element, brings an element of speed to our offense, an offensive weapon there. Who we had next? Let me go through this. Malachi Moore is the guy we targeted. Obviously, a very instinctive, tough player. He was a team captain. He's made of the right stuff at safety. He was the guy we really coveted and kind of targeted early in the day. Glad we added him. And then Kiko Muaga from Miami, another tough, physical, instinctive linebacker. I believe he was another team captain at Miami. And then here at the end, Tyler Barron, his teammate at Miami, a productive player at the end spot who has pass rush.
Thoughts on what we heard there from the Mooj? By the way, whoever saw my stream last night, I predicted they were dressed down each day. Night 1, we had the shirt and tie. Last night, we just had, the jackets, but no tie. And today, I'm like, they're just going to be in polos. It's casual. It's Saturday. And that's exactly what we have there on the screen. They look like they're going to play a round of golf when they get done with the draft.
Look, they look very relaxed from what he's, based on what he's saying. I mean, they got guys that they wanted, that they targeted. So it's really about not what we think. It's about whether or not they're right. And we don't know them well enough to know if they're wrong or right, or if they're going to be right. And I like the safety. He does have potential. He could be developed. So what they're saying is not untrue. And I love that Aaron Glenn always looks like he's ready to run through a wall. I love that about him. Do you see that? He looks like he's ready to, he has so much trouble sitting there. It looks like he just wants to get up and run through a wall. And I absolutely love that.
Comments, questions, super chats will cut the line. Hit the like button if you haven't already. We are going to get to more of your calls here coming up. I'm just scouring for some more Glenn and Muji quotes. Aaron Glenn said that Brian Branch gave him insight on the kind of player Malachi Moore is. Says Moore will have a chance to compete for the starting role. I'm telling you, the second we saw in the nugget that Dom C had about Brian Branch, I knew that was what sold Glenn on this player. He thinks that Moore could be a Brian Branch-like player. Now we will really find out about the scouting acumen of one Aaron Glenn, and that turns out to be true.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if you could find a guy in that round, like at that, at 130 or whatever, that would be outstanding. If he's the day one starter, that's a really good sign. That's a really good sign of where we are.
I got another cut from you to share. A little Darren Muji breakdown. The Mooj. Here is the Jets general manager on the thought process of some of these trades they made.
What leads to the trading up? Do you get intel that these guys might be gone? Is it that there's just not that many players?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. We look at the board, we see how we think it's going to fall by position, some guys we may have targeted. You start looking at teams that are going to have the same needs, and we definitely view those players maybe higher than where we think if this board falls, we might get this lesser player where we can give up minimal or a pick swap and go get this player that really fits us. So it's always a little different each case, but that's how it unfolds.
Wheeling and dealing, Muji. He's made 2 draft trades, both trading up in the same round, right? I think so.
Yeah. It's pretty cool that he's first time GM, and at least whether you like it, the moves or not, the fact that he's willing to do it, though, that he's I think Jacksonville did the same. Their new guy made the huge trade up, but it's nice to see just that we have a guy that's willing to do it. I mean, before JD, there was a lot of years there where we felt like we never did things like that. So
we just sat back and we didn't do anything. We just relaxed. We just chilled.
So whether you agree with it or not, I like that they're willing to act on what they want, that they're willing to be aggressive and do the things they want. At least that means they're decisive about the players they like.
You're so right about Glenn, by the way, man. The guy looks like he's ready to go play in a game every time you would see him sitting there.
You can see, look at his thumbs. Look at his.
Look at Aaron Glenn here. Look at this.
Yeah, starting with Smith, the wideout, we added obviously an explosive speed element, brings an element of speed.
Gotta take a nice little sip of that water, stay locked in. Look at this. It's unreal.
Who we got next? Let me go through this.
Look at
Malachi
him.
Moore is the guy we targeted. Obviously,
he wants to tackle Samini right now.
Tough player. He was a team captain. He's made of the right.
He's looking at Kaz being like, "You next."
And kind of targeted early in the day. Glad we added him.
Where's Faria?
And then Kiko Muaga from Miami.
Give him a nice
tough, physical,
boot in the ass.
Linebacker. I believe he was another team captain at Miami. And then here at the
Glenn's
end,
right,
Tyler
dude.
Barron, his teammate at Miami, a productive player at the end spot who has
hell yeah.
I'm telling you, man. I know I was a teacher. I know I recognize that stuff. I knew which students were having a lot of trouble sitting still and wanted to just get up and do something. So,
man.
He's gonna be a fun guy to watch on the sideline. We're not gonna have that droopy guy sitting there looking defeated anymore. I don't think.
I hope not. Ladies and gentlemen, more of your calls. Hoboken Jay is on the line. He's next. What's up, Jay? Appreciate you waiting.
What's up? Yeah, how's it going, fellas? This has been fun watching some of this. I got 2 main comments. Is that one, the way they drafted, it felt like they wanted to trade Breece Hall, meaning they went so young and they went crazy young. Like everything, even like the wide receiver in the 4th round seems like a little bit of a future thing. So I'm interested if that's still going to happen, or if they maybe didn't get what they wanted, or if I'm reading this wrong. And 2, overall, day 3 was a little rough. It seems like, we don't know crap. I don't know crap. You just read and stuff. But just to be 40, 50 rankings behind consensus is tough for a first regime. So I guess, maybe they're right, but they're bold. Oh, and the third thing is that in those comments, Muji seems like more in control than I thought he would be. I thought it was just going to be like the Glenn show in some of these post-game or post-draft comments. Muji seems like he's at least, in my opinion, maybe more than Glenn in deciding some of these picks than I thought. And you let me know your guys' thoughts on those kind of small things. As I said, I think basically how young they went. Brees is a dead man walking. And
But they didn't draft the running back, though.
Right. I'm saying I think they wish they would have. Like, I think they wish they could have gotten rid of Brees and drafted a running back because of, like, how...
But Brees is young, too. Brees is, what, 23?
Brees is young but on expiring contract, so I don't think he's in the immediate future is my point.
He might not be, but getting rid of Brees wouldn't have made sense because he's one of their best offensive players, and they want to run the football this year.
I am Team Brees. I always have been. I'm just saying, if you're going this young, it doesn't seem like it's...
But Brees is young is what I'm telling you, Jay. He's one of their younger players on the team.
So you think they resign? Do you think he's on the team in 27?
I don't know. I think he could be on the team in 26. If he has a big 25, they could put the franchise tag on him. They have his rights. Why are we closing the door on Brees before we can see what he's going to look like with real coaching behind an offense that's tailored to what they want to do running the football? What he does best.
Stronger offensive line, it could be awesome. It just felt like because they went so young that they...
Yeah, but if they drafted a running back, I'd say, okay, Brees is now expendable. They're preparing for him to maybe be off the team in a year or trade him. But they didn't take a running back in a stacked running back class. So I think it's the total opposite of what you're saying with Brees. He's a part of their plans. In fact, they went so much out of their way to say that he's not being traded. Muji on night one was asked about Brees, and he shut down all the Brees trade talk immediately, saying, I have not spoken to any team about Brees. He's on the team.
So you think that was the plan all along?
Yes, I think Brees Hall is part of their plans for 2025. Absolutely.
Yeah, fair enough. I think this is slightly different. I think that they wanted to. I believe the reports that they would have gotten rid of him for a reasonable price because
no one offered anything. What's a reasonable price?
Maybe like early third-round pick this year.
But no one was going to give him that, so it's a moot point.
So then, fine. So he's just there, and I said,
he's there to be one of their best offensive players. They need him. I mean, he's probably still the second best wide receiver on the team, too, as far as just being a pass catcher.
Couldn't agree more on that. Like, I think he's great. I think the fact that it looks like the way they drafted that 25 isn't the main goal, which is kind of what we all thought. And that's why I think it seemed like he could have been expended. And I'm surprised.
But he wasn't. That's what I'm saying, Jay. He wasn't. And I think I think they went BPA in a lot of spots. I mean, they have a stout offensive line. They're going to try and run the crap out of the football, and they think they can unlock Justin Fields and be, a competent offense with him at the helm. That's their plan. I don't think they're trying to win the Super Bowl this year, but I think they could be a lot better than they were last year. They could fight for a playoff spot.
Yeah, okay. So we're off. So then Jake, straight up, like we're off the 4-win, 5-win. We're feeling a little better, which I like to hear.
I still have some doubts with any first-year coach and first-time play caller, and I've never been the biggest Fields guy, but I'm rooting for him. But like they look at it differently than we do as fans. They're trying to win games. They're not here to go out there and win 4 or 5 games again. There's too much talent on this team. Salah won 4 games his first year. This roster is light years better than that team in 2021.
Yeah, I guess like I'm with you on all that, except for if that was the case, I'm surprised there wasn't like we kind of talked about, like a plug-in D tackle to start ish in round 3 or 4, or more plug-in wide receiver. The issue is just like those kind of parts don't completely add up to me when some of the, again, like the wide receiver seems like it's a year away, or even, we took a corner / safety that is, you could argue, is a backup in round 3, depending on how they sculpt the roster. Those are where I'm with you. Like, trust me, I want to win 12 games. I'm all in. Brees is definitely better than trading for a 4th-round running back. Sold, all in. It just seems like there's a little bit of back and forth of, is it this year or is it really 26?
It's both. They're not all in to try and win a Super Bowl yet. We don't know if they have a franchise quarterback. But if Fields is like what Darnold just did, they won 14 games out of nowhere because you still need a quarterback, Hoboken Jay. That's the biggest thing. You either have a quarterback in this league or you don't. You can only go so far really without one. Like, as great of a coach as Mike Tomlin is, the reason why they can't do anything in the playoffs is because they run into Lamar or Josh Allen or Mahomes and they get bounced because they don't have the manpower to keep up with those guys. So, like, the Jets are going to try and win as many games as possible. They hope Fields could be the guy. If not, they're going to get their quarterback in the draft in all likelihood in round 1 next year. But they kept Brees because they're trying to win. They're still trying to they're trying to give Fields a chance to be the guy and win as many games as possible. How many games is that? I don't know. I never would have told you Sam Darnold was going to win 14 games last year. So, while I think the Jets are probably around a 5 to 7 win team, they could be a lot better if Glenn's the man and if Fields is a lot better than any of us think. That's the great unknown with this team right now.
And I guess if Brees is rookie year, Brees pre-Denver.
That helps.
Then you're gonna win more games. I said I do think there's a little. I said not a lack of continuity, but we can all hope. I said that's fair enough.
When you say continuity or lack thereof, like what do you mean by that?
I do think that like I said before, I don't want to keep repeating myself, that like if we were more trying to win now, it would have been more obvious plug starters, like a second receiver or a defensive tackle in the first 4 rounds. And skipping on those, listen, again, I'm here just to scream my point, not to be a scout, but it does feel like there's a little bit of a lack of defensive tackles next to Quinnen and a little bit of lack of wide receiver too. And so to win the most games or win a reasonable amount of games this year, I would have thought they would have addressed that rather than a corner who seems to be underdrafted, but might not start for, this year or next year, really. That's my point, is that like keeping Brees seems like win-ish now when you have the other guys, but not addressing a pretty obvious lack of wide receiver 2 or defensive tackle is my lack of continuity.
Yeah. So like, I understand your point, Jay. Here's what I would say to that, right? And you tell me if I'm wrong, Jets Chaos. He said he wanted them to fill holes. That's what taking Memba does. That's what taking Taylor does. Once you get to the 3rd day, a lot of times it then becomes best player available for some of the best teams in the league. And the corner they took, some people thought was a top 15 level player. Dom had him as a 17th overall player. They took him at 73. Glenn loves him. This guy's going to play. He's not going to be a bench player. They might move Stevens to safety, and then boom, you have some packages immediately for Thomas to get a chance to compete. And we know they also drafted another safety today that could kind of be their do everything in their secondary. I mean, we have the Brian Branch comparison already from the head coach. Like, they're trying to win, but they're also not just going to reach on certain positions. I think it's fair criticism to say, hey, no DT, or I don't love the receiver you took, but like that, the continuity stuff, I don't really understand that point. They're trying to clearly win games. It's like, it's tough to project the Jets to be a great team when you have a giant unknown at the 2 most important positions on a football team, head coach and quarterback. That's why the expectations are low right now, because you don't know the answers to those 2 questions.
I think championship football teams have a balance of trying to add talent to the team and fill holes right away and try to help your team be better for the season that's coming. But there's a balance that you're also factoring building the team for the next 5 years. There's a 1-year plan, a 3-year plan, 5-year plan with the money, with the talent. And if you know what it looks like when you're all in for the next season. It's either you're right there and you're doing that final move, like when the Rams went out and got those last 2 guys to win the Super Bowl, or it looks like paying tons of money to a guy like Le'Veon Bell, thinking that's going to make your crappy team all of a sudden good. Right? That's not the way to do it.
If you had the quarterback, right? Like
right.
if Sam Darnold was the Vikings Sam Darnold, he was never that guy. And that's really the thing. It's like, if Fields is really good, a lot of the stuff is not going to matter because he's going to elevate people, because that's what franchise quarterbacks do. Until the Jets had that, you're trying to build the roster to put yourself in the best position that when you eventually, hopefully, to some point in our lives, get the quarterback, you're ready to win. And like, regardless who the quarterback is in 2026, you feel pretty good about your offensive line now for whichever quarterback takes over if it's not Justin Fields.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Aaron Glenn, when he made and Moogs, when they made that pick in the 3rd round with Thomas, I think that they genuinely believe that over the next few years, not just this season, but that with that pick, we very well 2-3 years from now, like when we're looking at it, they believe that we're going to be the team that has the best cornerback duo in the NFL. That's what they're thinking. They believe in this kid. And next to Sauce Gardner, if they're right about him, this is a kid with CB1 potential. You put him next to Sauce Gardner, we extend Gardner. Now we're going to be, and we know that Wilkes' defense likes this. We know that Glenn's defense likes to be built like this. We're going to have this incredible secondary. We're going to have Michael Carter the second, and we're going to have these 2 boundary corners that are like 2 CB1s. I mean, it makes sense if you're looking at the scope of the next few seasons of what you're trying to build, and it doesn't mean you're trying to lose next year. If he wins, I'm sure he'll come in and have the opportunity to win the starting job next year and be the starting CB2 next to Sauce.
This was Darren Muji after the first round Thursday night, asked about the Brees Hall rumors.
I haven't had any talks with any teams about Brees Hall.
So he'll be here.
Yeah, I haven't had any talks with any teams about Brees Hall. He's on the team.
So, like, you know, if they got rid of Brees, then it's like, are they even trying to win? But like, they kept him. They kept him. They have his rights for next year on the tag if they needed to. Anyway, so let Brees go out. It's a good problem to have. Let Brees go out there, ball out on a team that we hope leads the NFL in rushing, Rex Ryan style, and wins a bunch of games. Like, that should be the goal.
And I think that this all started because Glenn simply said, I'm going to use all my running backs. Like, all he said was what he said consistently with the whole team. It's like, I use good football players. Like, he basically said, if Isaiah Davis and Braylon Allen are good football players, we're going to use them too. We're going to do what it takes to win. And if you look at Detroit, right, they drafted a top 10 running back. They still used Montgomery. Like, it doesn't mean we don't like Brees Hall. It means you're allowed to go running back by committee, or you're allowed to go by situation. You're allowed to bring in a power running back to wear down the defensive line, and then use Brees Hall to pop big plays. I mean, this is all normal stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys want to watch what some of you will call his greatest call ever?
Gas station pizza is better than a Big Mac.
Ah, you joined. I was going to say, thanks for the time, Gary, when you weren't sitting in your chair, and say, some of you probably thought that was Gary's best call ever.
No, it's a good. So first off, Quinn Ewers just told on himself. He had this whole thing when he transferred to South Lake, which is a football factory. It's like, no, I lived there. The house with all the dead animals is in Chico, Texas, which is by Denton, which is where he would have supposed to gone to high school. But he went to South Lake, which is like where Greg McElroy went to school, little Jordan Humphrey. Like, it's a football factory. And he somehow got to be able to transfer there. And now he's sitting at his parents' house, the house he grew up in Chico, Texas, was like 45 minutes away. Quinn Ewers just told on himself.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think out of the 430 people who are watching this live right now, a single soul gave a flying you-know-what about anything you just said there?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I just thought it was interesting that they put Chico, Texas. Like, well, you just told it. That's the house you grew up in, right? You just told. He had a whole.
Hey, you're aware this channel talks about the New York Jets, where I would say the vast majority of my audience has roots in the following 3 states: New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and actually Florida is my third most viewed
Florida.
state.
I would say Florida more than Connecticut, just because there's a lot more people in Florida. But we take a poll. Are there more people from Florida or Connecticut in the chat?
I can check the. I don't know about the chat right now, but the demographics will tell me that more people listen to my show from Florida than Connecticut.
How many people from Texas? Just the 4?
Just you and Alan.
And
there's more. I don't know. I don't. Yeah, Aurora too. I don't have the. I don't have.
The guy that comes on from Houston. He listens. He checks out your show.
Also, Gunny isn't. Is
Gunny,
Gunny lives in.
At least 5. At least 5.
No, there's probably at least. I know of at least 30 people that watch the show regularly from Houston, because I would go to the Jet fan bar in Houston. There'd be a ton of Jet fans there every week.
Yeah, there you go. Really? Because the one here, the one that Alan and Aurora went to, there was like 7 people there. But you know,
we have more in Houston. Shout out to Alexis if she's watching. Probably not, but Alexis does a good job running the whole bar. Oh, Brian's in the house. Yeah, Brian, see, you got it.
Yeah, Eric Craig. I'm sure he watches your show sometimes, right? You know that name, Eric Craig.
I think so. Texas guy.
He's not watching Jake's show. Come on, let's be real.
Why not? No. He watches me. He watches Jake. Come on.
A lot of people watch you.
I'm just busting your chops.
That's why I brought Jeremy on.
People watching you right now. You're doing great, Jake.
No, I wanted to bring Jeremy on because I want the chaos audience to find this show. I mean, it's all cross promotion, baby. I want the food review audience to find the show. The Brooklyn Brothers food review channel. I want their audience to come and become as maniacs.
That's the future, baby. When we start, that's the future.
I wanted to address a couple of things. Yesterday, when we were talking about the lovemaking. When we were talking about that, my wife and daughter were standing right by my office door. I'm like, I don't think this is what I'm supposed to talk about right now. So that's why that got real awkward real quick. I just wanted to address that.
So did you tell them that you revealed on the air that you made sweet love to your wife yesterday?
When I said right after the Jets took Taylor, my wife, she's not stupid. She knows, she knows what happened right after that. So, I mean, my daughter doesn't, I don't think. But, like, I don't want to talk about it in front of everyone. That's awkward.
So your wife. So let me understand something here. Your wife knew that after the Jets selected Mason Taylor at 42, there was a nice little gap for some lovemaking before pick 73. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, it's just a couple minutes. I get it cooking quick.
I'm happy for you.
Calm your freaky down.
You don't get paid overtime. So I actually just and I really wanted Dom C's take on it too. Just like Quinn Ewers did this whole thing out of high school where he reclassified, left early. He was a trendsetter. He had to transfer to Ohio State because of the laws in Texas to be the first round pick in last year's draft. The next year, we're in the 6th round. He still doesn't have a job. What do you make of that? Like, is anyone going to take him? And like,
someone's going to sign him if he goes undrafted.
If he goes, he set up his whole life. He was a perfect 100 24/7 rating, right? 24/7 rating, a perfect 100. Like, he was supposed to be that guy, and he did all of this. He put all his future at risk to be the first pick in last year's draft. Now the next year.
Is it true that you have a boxing bell that rings after 2 minutes, and that's when your wife knows that you're done?
No, it's just like when you train, it's 3 minutes, Nate. When you train for 3 minutes, everything is 3 minutes. So 180 seconds is it's like clockwork. It's clockwork. 180. It's 3 seconds. 3 minutes, 180 seconds, Nate.
I can't speak to Quinn Ewers, nor do I really care. Do you have any jet point for us?
Well, yeah. Okay.
Did you want the Jets to take Quinn Ewers? Is that the take?
No, I don't. I want I want nothing to do with them, right? But now I kind of feel bad for the kid, right? Like, he had like all of this hype, all of his life. He was that dude supposed to be.
How much money do you think he's made in college, NIL wise?
He made
$3
$4
million
last year.
So,
he made $4 million last year. I don't know what he made the year before.
He'll be okay then. No one needs to feel too bad for him. He's still going to play in the NFL. Someone's going to sign him if he doesn't get drafted.
I mean, he'll get his opportunity. But if you're asking why he's slipping or anything like that, I would say Dom C's take on him, and I would agree. I think that we both agreed that you can't just look at statistics. And when you look at the attributes of the quarterback, the kind of passes he makes, how he does under pressure, can he make every kind of pass? He just doesn't check the boxes enough.
I agree.
He just doesn't check the boxes.
I watched him play his junior year of high school when he played Cade Klubnik in the state championship game. You could tell it was the first time he faced real pressure. He was just flinging passes up then too. It's like he just flings things up. It's just like and he's never ever fixed it. He's never fixed it. I wouldn't draft him either. It's just like, you're right. The guy's made millions of dollars already. I guess don't feel too bad for him. He's not a very good quarterback. As far as our draft, he didn't have a C+ or a B-, so I gave it a C. But I feel like that's a little harsh. I feel like it's in between a B and a C. Like,
so do I.
None of the picks are bad. Like, there's not a single pick I'm like, what are you doing? The only one that was surprising me was the 5th round pick.
The 4th round wide receiver was incredibly surprising.
It was surprising, but is that a bad pick? I mean, he's a playmaker.
I think so. Connor Rogers had a 6th round grade on him. Dom had a 7th round grade on him. It took about 110.
This was a puzzling pick.
That seems harsh.
I mean, you had the kid from Stanford on the board. You had Royals on the board. I mean, it was a weird pick when you looked at the receivers that were available.
I think 6th or 7th round. Okay, it's probably early. At the end of the day, though, he's gonna be a special teams player too, right? He's the best guy in the field. I would imagine he's gonna return kicks. If he returns kicks and he's wide receiver 3,
I don't think he's gonna be wide receiver 3. He can't catch.
All right. I didn't see it. I mean, he's an athlete. He's a playmaker. I didn't see it. Like, it was a surprising pick. I didn't see that coming, but I don't think it was bad. All right. We don't like that pick. The other pick, the linebacker from Miami, Mayuga. I feel like I've watched almost every Miami game this year. I don't even remember him, but they were telling me he's got a bunch of accolades. He's all SEC. He led the team in tackles. So I guess he can play. I just don't even. That name didn't even strike a bell. That was the only one that was like, where did that? Did you have him? Where did you have him?
I didn't have him at all. I read about him afterwards because he wasn't high enough on the boards for me. You only have a certain amount of time to learn about players. But I will say one thing about him that everybody has to understand. He's base defense only. He's an early down linebacker. He can't cover. So he's never going to be like this stud all around great linebacker. Like at best, he's going to be, when you play base defense, early down, run stopping, good tackling linebacker, but he's never going to be the complete package that can cover receivers or cover running backs or tight ends. Like that's not his game. And we're in big trouble if we're relying on him to do that.
Does he? I mean, what's his role going to be? It's just
base defense. If we go three linebackers, they're hoping he's going to be a good run stopping linebacker, a guy who can penetrate, get through blocks, and tackle the running back. Or
he'll play special teams too, I'm sure.
And play special teams. Yeah, he can play all special teams. They said.
Okay, so it's a special. How would you grade the pick? How would you just this pick alone? How would you grade this pick?
This one probably is just a C plus.
Okay, all right.
B minus. I mean.
I'm going to skip this one because I don't even know who this guy is. But the rest of it, I don't think there's like Alan is texting me, blasting all the picks. I'm like, I don't think any of the picks are bad.
Wait. You want to laugh? You want to know why Alan is texting you? Because no one can hear his takes. No one can read his takes in the chat because I put him in timeout for the day because he spoiled one of the picks. And I had a rule: you spoil the picks, you go to the gulag. So goodbye, Alan. Hey, Alan, if you're watching this. Anyway, continue, Gary.
From one to, I guess, fifth round pick, none of them. I thought Thomas was. I saw mocks that had Thomas as a first rounder. Like I thought that was a really good pick.
He only dropped after the combine. That's the only reason he dropped was this 40.
Which Glenn doesn't care about. He's made that clear.
The rest, the Smith pick, you guys hate it. I don't hate that pick. I think he'll have a role as a Jet. It's a fourth round pick. He'll have, if you get a fourth round pick and the guy's got a role in your offense, why is that a bad pick?
To me, it's based on the talent that was still on the board that we didn't pick. That's my problem with the pick.
Do you see the scouting report here? That's why. That's why people don't like it.
10 drops in 2024. That's not a good drop ratio. Significant tracking.
You think?
His weaknesses: slender, narrow build, 10 drops in 2024, dropped the pass on 16.7% of his catchable targets, one of the worst rates in all of college football. Significant tracking, concentration, and body control struggles, routes lack control and tempo. He has a 6th-round grade. Connor Rogers wrote this report. One-trick pony vertical threat who brings his track speed to the field while he can run by any coverage. His routes lack control, polish, or any kind of tempo. Struggle to finish plays with a drop rate as bad as you will find for a starter. Not going to win in contested catch situations. I don't want to bury the guy. He didn't draft himself here, but it feels like a reach.
I'm just saying, like, you watch. I know he's a 5th-year senior, right? He's there for 5 years. I never heard of him until this past year, and he was on the two natty teams. But like, if you watch Georgia this year, he's one of the guys that kind of jumped. Like, that guy's fast. Like, one of the guys on Georgia that jumped off the screen. Like, I'm not saying that's going to translate to the NFL, but I'm saying, like, there's something there. Like, the speed is eye-catching for sure. That doesn't mean he's going to be a good NFL player. I agree, but it's not like this is totally ridiculous. Like, you watch Georgia, he's one of the guys you say, who's that guy? Like, that's an NFL player right there.
Who's that lovely lady?
Who's that lovely lady? I don't hate the pick. You're right. Could they have gotten a better receiver at 4? I mean, we'll find out, but on paper, yeah. I still don't hate the pick. I mean, that's an eye-popping athlete right there. And he's not small. He's like 6 foot, 6'1". He's not little.
They should have just signed Usain Bolt then. If it's about just finding good athletes, speed.
All right.
So last I checked, the wide receiver has to catch the football for a completion to count.
Okay. He's probably not going to get 100 catches, Jake. I would agree with that. But you can't make plays for him. You can't do end arounds. You can't find things to do with him.
I guess they could, but the point is that there were other players in the 4th round that could have had that were better players or maybe had more of an impact right away.
Fair enough. I mean, what does this mean for Corley? Does it have any, as far as
Corley's fighting for a roster spot this summer? Nothing is going to be handed to him. I don't care if he was a 3rd-round pick. They didn't draft him, this GM and head coach. So if he's got issues with work ethic that's been rumored and he's not all in and he's not mature enough to handle playing in the NFL, then like, see ya, gone.
we all looked at Corley's film. I know it's Western Kentucky. It's not the best competition in the world, but we looked at Corley's tape last year. We're like, there's something to this guy. Let's give him a shot. If he's just gone, that sucks. I mean, again, these guys didn't draft him. I get it. They have no.
I'm not saying he's gone. I want to be clear. I'm saying that he's fighting for a roster spot this summer. It's not going to just be handed to him. I want to make that clear.
It just means he has to come in and prove himself. Like we're clean slate.
Yeah, 100%. Nate says Arian Smith has no hands. Lazard has no hands. Rucker has no hands. Sauce can't catch. Brandon Stevens can't find the ball. A.Z. Thomas 1 interception in his college career. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
So I'm guessing you don't like the draft, Jake.
I liked the first 2 days. If I was asked to give a grade, I would have gave a B- or a C+, which YouTube won't let me give in the poll because I can only do 4 options. To me, I'm not freaking out about day 3 when if they got pick 1 right, because look at the 2020 class, right? If they hit on Becton, we wouldn't care about Braden Mann and James Morgan and the Michael P. Ryan and Denzel Mims and all these and Ashton Davis. I wouldn't give a flying F about those picks if they drafted a stud bookend left tackle. We wouldn't care. It'd be worth it to have Becton being our 10-year starter, the next to Brickashaw. Hopefully we now have that with Olu. If they got Membu right, and I think they did, and they hit on Taylor, who I liked, I'll deal with the other picks. We got to get those picks right first. And I think Thomas is going to be a good player the more I watch him too, because I didn't watch any corner film because I didn't think they'd take one, but the value was too good for them to pass up. So I'm ranting, but I don't hate their draft. I think there's too much craziness over day 3. I don't love some of the picks, but I'm also not going to sit here and just bash them and say, how could they? When I think they did a pretty good job the first 2 days, and that's more important than today.
So the last 2 questions, and guys both feel this, not taking a D tackle and not taking a running back at all. What are your thoughts? Those are 2 positions I had bookmarked, and we didn't address them at all.
Couldn't care less about the running back, but I think we're all confused about the lack of defensive tackle. I think we're all confused about that. It's a very strange and odd thing. There was so much talent at defensive tackle in this draft, and it's a position of need for us. So it's I don't think any of us, it's impossible to explain. I think we'll always, I don't know if they're going to ever give a direct answer. I think their political answer will be that's how the board fell, like the way the board fell, but that will never explain it to me.
I had mine out for Collins. I know there was the D tackle from Toledo that everyone loved. That was like 300.
Alexander.
Yeah. I don't know anything about him. I know a lot of people fell in love with him.
He went to the Giants.
Where did he went to the Giants?
Yeah, they're going to be crazy good, their defensive line. Holy moly.
Are you high on that? I don't know anything about it.
I am. I mean, I admit there's a little risk there. He comes from Toledo. How good was the competition? But everything else other than that one thing is great about him. He was dominant in Mobile. He was, he's great in the combine. He measured great. All of his film is great. I think he's going to be but there is risk there because Toledo, most of what you're watching when you watch his film is not against top competition. But you could say that about a lot of players, right? We can't rule out every player because of the competition. So, but I
players that come from all types of schools. Yeah,
I think the Giants, when you look at the Giants' defensive line right now with Thibodeau, Burns, Abdul Carter, Dexter Lawrence, and then Dorian Alexander as a prospect, they look like they could be insane.
If they could score 21, 23 points a game on offense, they should be in a lot of games with that defense, at least in theory, if Carter's the real deal. But Gary, I got a special guest on the line, so thank you for your points. And if you want to go make sweet love to your wife, we know the Jets are done picking for today.
Appreciate you, Jay. Have a good one, y'all.
Plants are trying to kill me, so I think I'll eat a stick of butter.
Now, Jeremy, you're more than welcome to stick around as long as you want. But right now, we're going to be joined by, I think you know this guy pretty well. The great Nick Shine is with us. Hello, Nick.
What's up, guys?
I think I have to stick around now.
You have to, right? You can't leave.
I love it. All right, Nick, where are you at? Half the fan base is freaking out over day 3. The other half is saying, shut up. Where NAG we trust. Where do you stand?
Sit and wait. We know nothing today. They haven't even put cleats on at the facility yet. We loved Corley last year. Like I said in the super chat earlier, he's the Yak King. He's Debo Jr. Gave us absolutely nothing. So maybe our opinions today don't matter. And let's see what the coaching staff does with them. Let's see the plan. You take Smith, for example. That could be a guy that you put in the slot and just takes the top off and then opens it up for Taylor on a crossing route underneath when the safety's 25, 30 yards deep already, worrying about him getting over the top. You're bringing in players to complement one another. You're not bringing in Smith to be the guy. You're not drafting him 10 overall like Garrett. You're going to get the ball in the hands of other guys. But if you don't pay attention to him, he can get deep on you. So it's a need that we've needed. And, I get it. You might not be happy with where they picked, but we do need someone who can take the top off of defense. We need someone who can get downfield. So there is logic behind the pick. Malachi Moore, all right. We need safety depth, right? We need a guy who with Cisco on a 1-year deal, sit behind for a year, and then if we don't go long term with him, you have a guy. You have the factory, right? You got guys in waiting to come up and develop. Sherwood's a perfect example of that, right? Drafted him, safety, transferred to linebacker, sits behind Mosley, plays a little bit here and there, and all of a sudden plays himself into a big deal on the second contract. So we don't know anything today, and nothing that any of us say, fans, media, anyone, is definitive. It's all speculative, and it's just an opinion. So let's see what they do when they get in the building.
As a Georgia fan, what did you think of Smith? I mean, do you remember were you a fan of his, or?
I mean, he's inconsistent, right? Like he's a freak athlete. He can get deep, but you're holding your breath when the ball's going in his direction. That's really what it comes down to.
Okay.
So you can work on that, right? You can work on positioning. You can work on angles. You can work on technique. You can work on positioning of hands. That's all coachable things. Just have the focus and the desire to get better, like in any form of life, right?
My big criticism is they did not take a defensive tackle today. Like that to me is the big, like beyond just the Smith pick, because like they're gonna have their opinion on the player. We don't love Arian Smith. Fine. Let's hope they know what they're doing there, and they obviously know the character and they're betting on the person. We know Gruden likes Smith, so like everyone's got a different opinion on that. I, for the life of me, don't understand how arguably the deepest defensive tackle draft ever, you don't take at least one. That, to me, is the criticism I have from today, Nick. Your thoughts on not getting a DT in this draft?
You know damn well how much I wanted Deion Walker. And I texted you earlier. I'm like, all right, you had me coming in later in the day. I'm like, we draft Deion Walker. I'm coming in hot. And then the Bills trade up right in front of us. Not to say we were going to take him, but that's a guy that was my guy in this entire draft. I was like, if we get a guy with that size next to Quinnen, that bothered me. We have our pass rushers, right? You can find guys who are good at the run undrafted. You can go find a big body and plug a guy in, and maybe he makes the team. So I don't think it's the end of the world that we didn't get a big defensive tackle. We don't need a pass rushing defensive tackle. We need a run stuffer. And run stuffers don't go high up the board. And a lot of them with those big bodies who might be considered immobile and slow are very effective run stuffers in the NFL. So maybe you find one and you bring a guy in and you complete that D line, because I think that's what you're missing. Like we've talked plenty, and I want a big, massive guy, if not two, to help collapse the pocket. You line him in the A gap, you crash him down, you open up lanes behind him. So I am a little disappointed with that, but let's be real, they're not done yet, right? We found 3 defensive linemen last year that made the roster undrafted. So who knows their plan and vision? And like I said, when they got hired, we got to wait and see. But we don't know the plan, so we get nervous when we don't know things, right? We want all of our answers immediately. But I think there's still time to add a run stuffer, whether through a late trade or somebody upgraded a position and a veteran who just fits the role like that becomes available.
Guess we'll see. We are in the home stretch of this draft here. I'm in hour number 5 of broadcasting today after we did 5 hours yesterday. All memberships all weekend long for the draft are double. So if you want in on our raffle for Monday's show, gift away for double the chances to win. NY in Atlanta has gifted a channel membership. So NY, you're in the raffle for 2.
You get the fuck out.
Your membership went to listener Matt Burns. So Matt, you're now a channel member. Thank you very much. to NY. I pulled here some sound emoji being asked why the Jets didn't take a defensive tackle. I haven't heard this yet, so we will listen and react all together.
One position you guys didn't address was the interior defensive line. I think coming in, people might have said, see the Jets taking somebody there. Could you, one of you just how do you guys feel about that position beyond, we know Quinn, right?
Yep.
But beyond Quinn, how you feel about that position right now?
Yeah, we feel good about the group. I mean, the guys that are in that room, a lot of those guys have played. You know, Jay, Noddy, Coward, those guys have played in the NFL. They know how to play the game. We went in the draft knowing that the group was deep, and it was a good group. However, when you get to the end of the process, whether there's certain character issues or medical issues that may eliminate some guys, the group gets much thinner, you know? So we went in the group anticipating it was a big group, it was a little thinner. There were still some guys we identified, but we feel good about the group we have right now in there. And like I said, like I mentioned, those guys can play, and the process doesn't end. We'll break this meeting, we'll go upstairs, the draft will end, and this is like our 6th and 7th round. And our guys will be hard at work, adding guys that we still think can help. And even after this weekend, we'll have the UFL to evaluate. We'll have all off season. We're constantly looking to add pieces to the team that we think can help at all positions. So by no means is the roster ever complete.
All right. Jeremy, your thoughts on Mr. Muji's explanation for no DT?
Kind of what we were talking about before, right? He's like, he didn't say there was no one we didn't want, but he's saying, you're saying it's deep. We're saying that we eliminated it and it was lighter than you think. I'm a little surprised. I'm not surprised that he's saying he's happy with the room. No, you general manager and coach are not going to come out and throw a room under the bus and say, we're not happy with what we have. These guys aren't good. I mean, you brought this kid in from Kansas City, you know, LT3, you know, is a developing player. I think you're not going to go out there and throw these guys under the bus and say, we're not happy with the guys we have. But I think the fan base feels differently. I don't believe the fans for them. I'm not panicking. I mean, we have Q. We have one piece of it. I think LT3 is good in passing situations. The kid from Kansas City could come in on early downs. He's a good run stuffer, a bit, you know, a green bean fatty. Like, I don't think we're completely diminished in that room. I don't think it's the biggest concern in the world, but I thought we could use a nice piece. I thought there were guys we could bring in that really would have solidified the room.
Did he say they know how to play football in that room? Like, I'd hope. That doesn't mean they're good at it. I know how to play football too. You put me out there, I'd suck. Like, is that really the rationale? They played a lot of football, but they're not good. Michael Clemens has played a lot of football too. He sucks.
Yeah, exactly. He knows how to play it, but not very well.
Does he? Does he?
I think the kid from Miami, I think, is to replace Clemens. Even when you look at his profile, like one of the player comps is Clemens.
Oh God! Congrats, Josh Allen. You're picking up a 4th and 1 conversion with the game on the line in the near future.
Congrats, Deion Dawkins. You can put a human surfboard on your resume next time he jumps on top of the pile.
Chef Kevin with a super chat here. Nick, do you have an extra copy of the chicken soup recipe laying around? Jake, thanks for the draft shows. Let's go, Jets. Chef Kev, you are the man, my friend. That chicken soup recipe, there it is.
Right
the Gorman chicken soup recipe.
Safeguarded. We're going to Atlantic City in a little bit, and we're gonna lock it up in the vault. We're down, for those that don't know, myself, Jay Graves, Knobcraft, Tom Ace.
Hold on, I'm getting a call on the money phone here. Hello, this is Nick Shine after winning tons of money at the casino. Hello.
I'm off to a good start. I'm playing with their money. We stopped the other day after leaving. Let me say Clancy and Weed the People here. They all went to the beach. I was like, all right, you guys got to go do events or activities. We're talking like stepbrothers. You guys got to go do activities. I'm going on Jake's show, and I need it quiet here. And then when they come back, we're gonna head up to AC. But I hit on the way down. Me and Knob stopped there at like 3:30 Thursday night after leaving your party, and I hit a little bit. So playing with their money, I have some fun. The sun came out down here, so we'll hit the boardwalk, get a bite to eat, and have a night out. This first, we might do this annually. Go to your draft party on Thursday night, and then do like a Shiner weekend where we go get like rent a house somewhere. Everyone's having a good time, so it's nice.
The next draft party will be at at the what's the best I don't know, what's the best AC casino these days? I haven't been in years. Borgata. Jake has a draft party at Borgata.
Hard Rock. I'm older, so now I don't have the patience to deal with the young wild crowd at like a Borgata or like the Hard Rock. But we pulled into Caesars the other day and it was great. It was 3:30 in the morning. There was like 7 people playing blackjack between
That's
3
old
tables.
school.
So it was
That's old
perfect.
school.
Yeah.
Caesars, that's
Yeah.
old school. You got
I enjoyed it.
70-year-old waitresses wearing the same outfits they used to
Yeah,
wear.
disgruntled, angry, no flirtation. Like, what do you want? They've been smoking for 40 years.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the jam.
You don't even want to make eye contact with them because you'll lose part of your soul.
Oh man, memories.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, more of your calls right now. G-Man the Prophet's up next. What's up, G-Man? G-Man? G-Man. Big G.
Hey.
G.
Yeah. I'm here.
What's up, G-Man?
Oh my God. Oh my God. What's going on there, Jake the Take? How are you? Let me get
What's up,
outside.
man?
I was. Oh my God. You guys are awesome, man. Hey, I love Nick Stein's take, man. I love you, man. Because
Thanks,
G-Man a prophet. Oh my God. What is Jet Nation thinking about? Are we losing our fucking minds? This is the best draft we ever had. You know why I'm going to say this? We are the best people of analyzing, but if we never been in that position in our lives, take me for instance, I probably should have been in the NFL. My mindset was that of being a champion. I just didn't have the backup support. I was great in defense. I loved to hit. I was the smallest dude on the field hitting people that was 60, 70 pounds bigger than me. Everything that the Jets did today comes with coaching, first of all. Them also being in the field of knowing what they had to go through in life to get to that level. Don't be surprised. And you guys understand, we all go by a certain degree of what we hear. However, you had to be in the game to play the game. And what I mean by this, my senior year, wrestled for only 2 years varsity. My coach believed in me, said because of my talent, ability, athletic ability, strength, posture, this and that, I can get you a scholarship. You got to do what I tell you to do. I listened, and I was able to get a scholarship for high school wrestling. Never done it before. And these kids who've been wrestling since they've been 5 years old, I was able to compete with them only because of the coaching, my ability, and what a coach can see in you. I love you guys, man.
G-Man,
Yeah,
I love you.
It's going to be awesome. And as far as like you guys going to all these probabilities and all these takes, you know, like I'm in Trenton, New Jersey. This is Eagle Land right now. I'm on the street, man. People are laughing at me, but they won't bother. Well, why? Because I've taken down 260-pound men on the ground because of my speed, my agility, my coaching that I was coached by, and that's the way it is. This is awesome.
Hey, do
G-Man.
me a favor. My son is
Jet
down at
Nation, you need
G-Man.
to calm the fuck down because half of you guys are agreeing with what our administration has been doing. However, and let me make myself perfectly clear. This is going to be monumental. These guys will know what they're doing. We're sitting back and just watching numbers and figures. People running in their goddamn shorts and underwear and combines. Coaches know because if you're a coach, sometimes you have the ability to also participate and know what it takes to be a goddamn champion.
G-Man, well said. You are a champion. I'm not quite sure how your high school wrestling achievements relate to the 2025 Jets draft class, but it doesn't matter because I believe what you're telling us. And if you say this is the best Jets draft class they've ever had, I'm on board. Who am I to question G-Man the Prophet? He's a prophet after all, Nick Shine.
I'm in the 260, so he could take me down allegedly. So I don't want to say nothing.
And by the way, Prophet, he came to the draft party the other day. Kyle Clifton, who's about as down in the dumps as you could be about our drafts. He says, I met the Prophet the other night. Awesome guy. Like the positivity, but I don't share it regarding day 3. G-Man the Prophet is ahead of his time. All right. Heard it here first.
For being a prophet, it was weird that he didn't see that you were bringing him into the show.
Robert C says, what's the record for the longest show I've ever done? It was a draft show. I think it was day 3 last year. So this is thankfully, it looks like, going to end before 7:15 Eastern, which is what time Mr. Irrelevant was a year ago. Remember the Jets had Mr. Irrelevant? So before today started, I typed it on Google, Jets draft, Mr. Irrelevant Twitter, and checked the timestamp for when it was first reported who they were taking. And it was like 7:13, and it's 5:30 right now, 5:24. So we're at pick 213, and Mr. Irrelevant's 256. So we'll be done before then, which is great.
Oh, yeah. Dave's flying.
Thank God. More calls right now, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Grow is on the line. What's up, Jay Grow?
Oh, it's like another Nick.
Jay Grow, we can't hear you.
I'm another chaos. What are you talking about?
Whoa.
Wow, you are. I copied you with this, and you copied me with this.
We can't hear you, Jay Grow. No, I was just watching Jeremy and Nick analyze.
Well, Jay Grow's just doing visuals of what most Jets fans did today during the draft, it sounds like.
Good take, Jay Grow. Appreciate you. Try and call back from either a different computer or a phone. I'm not sure why we can't hear you. That's odd. Try a different web browser, too. We've had some people have issues there. Another legend is on the line, though. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, get close to your screen. Like, when I say close, I mean real close.
I got my Iron UG. I hope you like my Jets take. You know they call me David T. It's not easy for me to see, but if you bring me full stream, you might like what I had to say. I'll need to get real damn close, cause my vision is dog shit.
Hello, fellas.
Dave, how are you?
Yeah, hey, Nick. You talk about going to Caesars. You bring back good memories when my mother and father years ago were in good shape in their retirement. I used to go down to AC with them, and Caesars was our place to go. And we were all about the slot machines, and we had the cards and got the comps and, you know, the free meals and all that kind of stuff, and had so much fun through the years. So, yep,
Nice.
Caesars was our place.
Awesome.
Yeah. And Nick, thank you for Jake, thank you for staying on long. I know you're a young fella, you want to enjoy your Saturday night, but I appreciate it. And as far as the draft goes, I wanted Tyler Warren, but Tyler Warren, Membo, they were the two statement picks, and they took Membo, thankfully. And then the neat thing was they took the tight end in the second round. And so the later picks I let for your experts to analyze everything. So the only thing is I was hoping they would get a big boy defensive lineman. And I had the fancy for Kyle McCord. And I think he went to the Eagles, and Howie Roseman is the best, but you guys clarify, Nick, we don't know. I mean, they did the best they can, and it is what it is, and we keep moving forward.
I love it. Now, David T., are you going to rip some fireball shots this evening?
Okay, well, I already did my fireball. And then now I have switched over to Yingling Original. So my routine, Jake, is I think I told you guys, it's like a 14-ounce glass, and I fill it up with ice, and then fill it up with Fireball, and that's my first enjoyment. And I've been, listening to your show and enjoying that. And then I switch over to beer, and drink as many as I would like to. I'm not driving anywhere, and and just enjoy your show and all.
David, you're the man. You have a great Saturday, all right?
Thank you. You too, guys.
I got my Iron UG. I hope you like my Jets take. You know they call me David T. It's not easy for me to see, But if you bring me full stream, you might like what I had to say. I'll need to get real damn close, cause my vision is dog shit.
Great takes from David T, baby.
I got a surprise for you right now.
Uh-oh.
All right. I got cast of characters here that all want to say hello. They just got back from the beach.
Where'd you go? Now we just see your mug.
That defeated the whole purpose.
Yeah, I don't like this. Until you fix your camera, this is going to be the crowd shot. There goes Nick Shot.
That was like the people accidentally like fell on his computer or something.
That's probably exactly what happened, though. JYB with a super chat. He's in the raffle for 10. You're running out of time to get in the Asmaniac raffle if you want double the amount of entries.
We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
If 4 or 5 of the picks hit, including Membu, who cares if the rest of day 3 pan out? Much to do about nothing. Well, 4 or 5 would be a lot for any team. Typically, I've heard NFL GMs say you want to find 3 long-term starters in every draft class. Like that's usually the expectation for a lot of teams. I think draft to draft, it varies. Like sometimes you don't have a first-round pick, so like I think it's a different level of expectation. I think given where the Jets picked, with 3 in the top 73, including 2 in the top 42 and 1 in the top 7, I need at least 2 plug-and-play starters right away. They had that in Membu. I think they had that in Taylor. And I think Thomas could start. I don't know if he starts right away, though. It depends what they want to do with Stevens, and then they drafted Moore at safety as well. So that's part of the conversation, too. But they come away with 3 starters from this. Like, typically, that's what you look for.
Yeah, I mean, and then you got to look at, like, how good are they? Like, if Membu is an all-pro tackle, right? And then let's say it's just average, but then Thomas becomes a CB1 type guy, and let's say Malachi Moore becomes a good starting safety. Holy cow, great draft. Right, regardless of those other picks.
100%. Ladies and gentlemen, we could see him. Nick Shine is back. Hello, Nick.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, look at this crew. Oh, that guy in the back there. Who's that mysterious character? Who is that guy?
I don't know. Some guy they found on the beach just walking around aimlessly.
Yeah.
Nick Shine, Jay Graves, Clancy, Knob Deep, We the People. What a crew. What a crew. What do we think of the Jets draft, lady and gentlemen?
B.
I liked it. I feel like I wanted a D line, but clearly they had a plan, and I'm gonna hope that it's a good plan, and I guess we'll see.
Jake, nice. I'm pretty messed up right now, so I think I'm pretty happy about everything that's going on. Everybody looks so pretty today.
Weed? How much weed would you say that you've consumed today?
Healthy amount.
Are you higher than the sky? What's the high rate?
I'm getting there. I'm at about cumulus clouds. I'm working to get to nimbus clouds.
Love that for you.
We just
Clancy,
do the football on the beach, baby.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
I heard it was like the scene in Top Gun.
It basically was.
It was.
Shirts off.
Yes, I saw it.
The music was playing. It was great.
I want Knob's thoughts on the draft. He's like the unsung hero of the group, I feel like. Very under the radar man.
A++.
There we go.
Wow.
AC is going to be a baller.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Positivity. Love it.
Wow.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Jets.
Yeah. Nick, were you inspired by your mic choice?
I was expecting everybody else to join in on.
Say again?
Were you inspired by Beast Breaker's mic choice, and that's why you went with your
No, I've had this
mic
for a
as
while.
well?
Let me change the color so I don't look like his. There we go. We go Jets green.
Hell yeah.
Also, I know how to turn it and face it towards me. He should Google that. Let me tell you, Clancy is notoriously late.
Yes.
We've told Clancy about this for 3 weeks. Ask me what time he got here.
3 minutes ago.
I get a phone call 5:03 in the morning to wake up and come let him and Weed in because they showed up at 5:03. He didn't leave his house in Tom's River till after 2:00. Goes up and picks up Weed in Keensburg, then comes down. So they were on the road. At 2:00, I'm getting ready to go to bed. I'm like, Weed, you're still home? He's like, yeah, Clancy's leaving now. I'm like, just call me when you get here. I'll keep the ringer on.
It's not so much the destination as it is the journey, Jake.
I'm happy for you, Weed. I hope you have the best weekend ever. Amazing.
Awesome.
Real quick, Nick, because I know you're going to the casino here.
Yeah.
I got Beast Breaker on the line here. Beast, do you take offense to Nick Shine copying your microphone style?
It's supposed to face you this side.
Beast.
Tired right now.
You need a tissue? You gotta blow that nose?
I'm taking a nap.
All right. Is
Night
that little Joey in your left nostril?
Are you stupid or something? Or are you just gonna sit there and smirch me?
Well said, buddy. You never. Yeah.
Night.
It's
All
another
right, Beast.
prop.
We'll
All
let
right.
you sleep. I definitely won't randomly pan to your camera.
New York.
Yeah, thank you.
You get the fuck out.
Oh my god, guys! I got a bolt, and it's for the funniest reason. My wife just got back from the farmers market, and there's this bakery that she gets me jalapeno peppers and cheese challah bread. I just can't wait anymore. I got to go down and rip it.
Well, you do that, Jeremy. You enjoy it. I appreciate you hopping on, man. This was fun to get you on for an extended segment here.
That was awesome. Peace out, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jets Chaos.
Later, buddy.
Nick, when are you going to the casino? You're out too?
We got to wait. I think Clancy's got a shower, so right, we got a little bit.
All right.
That was my cue. That was me running. Clancy, get in the shower. I got to remind.
Yeah. We're trying to do things. Beast dropped off the line. I was going to check in with Sleeping Beauty. Beast, you there?
I was about to go make lunch, but the kid woke me up. I gotta go make his. I gotta make his dessert right now.
You just said it's time to go make love, but the kid woke me up.
I said, I'm going to make him his dessert. Do you read English? Or are you gonna stand there and besmirch me? Now let me go make the kid his dessert.
Who's the kid? Your guinea pig?
Oh, it's Joey's dessert time. Now let me have my fun, please.
Is he a human?
He's a guinea pig. Are you that? Oh my God!
You said kid.
Senile?
You said kid. You said you got a kid.
Hey, I call him a kid because he's a good boy. He's taking good care of you. He's being and plus, can't we please be a little respected?
He's taking care of you.
Nick, how about you go to the casino, but don't spend any money, no more or less than 100. Go to the dollar table or do something. Go to the dollar table. Go to the $5 table, and don't blow as much as you have to. At least save a few dollars for food. At least.
I will. Thank you for the advice. I've put myself in a situation in life, I guess, to take financial advice from you, and maybe one day, if I save all my pennies, I too can move into a spacious attic.
Not pennies. I'm talking quarters, dollar bills, and everything for future reference. What's wrong with you? Did you clean your ear this morning, or are you gonna stand there?
Yeah, clean your ears.
I'm sitting.
Nick.
I'm good. Stop yelling at me. Go
Clean
feed
out
the
once
kid.
in a while. Yeah, your Q-tip and some rubbing alcohol. Put it on there once in a while. Get all that flaky, crusty shit out of there, and then learn from the best. It's called. You ain't gonna.
I know what you were going to say, Beast. Absolutely. Real quick, for those maybe new to the show, just discovering the show this weekend for the draft, Beast Breaker referring to his kid. That is actually his pet guinea pig. His name is Little Joey. And a bunch of my great listeners, this one by Daz, always like to send in songs about Beast and his beautiful, precious guinea pig.
Up in the attic where the beams creak low, Beast Breaker's heart is a steady glow. Little Joey perched up high with pride, taking a spin on a piggyback ride. Beast Breaker laughs, his joy ain't small, loves his pizza, loves gabagool, all in all. Little Joey squeaking, they roam so wide, living the dream on a piggyback ride. The floorboards groan beneath his feet, but it's pure love that can't be beat. Little Joey's fur glows in the dim attic light, holding on tight through the moonlit night. Beast Breaker laughs, his joy ain't small, loves his pizza, loves gabagool, all in all. Little Joey squeaking, they roam so wide, living the dream on a piggyback ride.
What a beautiful song.
I was ready to have people start checking the back of milk cartons when he said he had to feed a kid. We got to see if someone's missing.
That's a good point. Bino says, Jacob, first 3 picks were solid in my opinion, but after that, there's some serious reaches. They passed on serious talent still on the board. I think it's fair. I think I like a couple of their picks. I don't think it was all bad. The 4th round receiver pick didn't like, and I just don't like not taking a DT at all. But, you know, apparently we have guys that know how to play football in that room already, which is great. Doesn't mean they're good at it, but that's what our GM said. So there's that.
That's what you need. That's the key to success.
The Bat Fella, Bobby Beasley is a supervillain and will face the hand of justice. I smell criminality everywhere. Bat Fella, thank you. All right, I'm going to try J. Grow again and see if the 3rd time's a charm. I want to hear this man. He's a great guy. He came to the party on Thursday, but he's been muted every time he's called in the last 2 times. J. Grow, do we hear you?
I hope you can.
Hey!
Hands up.
Gentlemen,
Hands up.
oh my God. I restarted my computer. I'm logged in on my phone. I don't, I'm not technology inept. I don't, and it worked earlier. I have no idea what the problem is, but this is not a call to IT. This is a call to the greatest show in Jets land. And it is amazing to be back on with you guys. Jake, you are the marathon man. You are, I can't believe, what is this? How many hours now during the draft?
I mean, this is going to be over 6. And last year I did all 3 days because I was live in Vegas for it. But since we did the draft party this year, I only did about an hour and 15 minutes from the party right after Membu was picked. But like yesterday we did night 2. We're doing day 3 here. So, I mean, we're built for this, baby. Aaron Glenn said we're built for this shit. I mean, I'm a radio guy. I would do back in my radio days when I was full-time radio, I did 4 hours of drive time in Houston, and I would still do an hour and a half on YouTube every day before that in the morning. That was when I only did 1 show a day when this was my part-time job, not full-time. So I love it, man. This is a great time of year. We get all the different content creators and beat reporters and friends of the show on for these mega casts. So it's been a blast.
Look, man, as a vice principal, I tell kids all the time, if you love what you do, you'll never work another day in your life. And you clearly love this. You're clearly great at this. You found your calling in life, and you have created a community for us, and I cannot thank you enough. Like I said, I think I told you this in person. As someone who lives out of market, like I just had to take a step back on Thursday night, look around. I've never been around that many, unless I'm at a game, I'm not around that many Jets fans ever. So it was amazing, and I tried to get some people to come with me. I ended up flying solo, coming all the way up, but it was well worth it. Everyone was just amazing to me. So that was great. As far as the draft goes, I give it a C. I loved what we did. I loved what we did day 1. I liked the pick yesterday. Today, I'm really scratching my head. I don't understand signing a wide receiver based on speed that doesn't have hands. Like if you're getting a speed guy, you're thinking, oh, well, maybe he can, if he doesn't crack the number 2 wide receiver slot, maybe he can return kicks for us. He can return punts for us. He'll work his way into special teams. But if you can't catch a ball, guess what? You're not returning kicks or punts.
100%. Yeah, I don't understand, Nick, because there were other players that everyone seemed to like more that were there. Like they didn't have to take him. Like that to me felt like if they took him the 6th round, great. They love his speed and it's worth the dart throw in round 6, or even like the end of the 5th round. Like they had a late 5th round pick with one of their selections that that might have been the one they used. They traded one, they kept one of them, whatever. But like that was the spot to take him, not pick 110 when there's still good DTs on the board and other receivers.
Yeah, and I don't profess to know enough about what it takes to be a good DB in this league, but I'm not questioning the safety pick. I'm not questioning the cornerback pick. This is, you want to put Aaron Glenn's stamp on it, let him have the 2, those 2 picks. You want to say these are 2 guys I can work with. I've been a DB my whole life. And I've also been a scout. These are the guys I want, and I'm fine with it. I'm actually curious to see how those 2 guys work out. If you want to change one guy's position, you want to whatever you need to do, whatever you want to do, I have no problem with those picks. But walking away without a quality, like a guy that you could slot as like, hey, we have him projected to be our number 2 receiver, that's a real head scratcher. Now, like you said, I think earlier, you got to look at free agency now. You got to look at maybe a trade, and maybe they do have their eyes on Cooper. Maybe they do have a trade in the works. I keep going back to this. I would love to have Olave, but who knows? I don't know what they do at the number 2 wide receiver position. And it's so funny because if you think about this time last year, we're bringing in Mike Williams, and then next thing you know, we seem to have a wide receiver room last year for Rodgers. This year, you're saying you're building around Justin Fields, but without a number 2 wide receiver, I'm really concerned.
100%. Yeah, I think it's all fair, Jake Grow. Great call. Hopefully there is a veteran receiver signing. Cooper, Keenan Allen I brought up because I'm with you. Right now they have I know they added some speed today with this Smith kid, but They have the slowest wide receiver in the NFL among players who are projected to actually be on the field next to Garrett Wilson, like by far.
All right, gentlemen, have a wonderful evening. It's been a blast, dude. I hope to keep. I'm gonna find a way to be able to keep calling in, even though with my work schedule it's a little erratic. But I'm gonna make it happen because you got me sucked in now. So
I love it, Jay Grow. You're the man. Great call, dude. I'm glad you figured out the audio. Did you get a chance to talk to Jay Grow at all at the draft party, Nick?
Indirectly, but he was out in the back where the table was, and everyone here was like hanging out with him. So when we saw him having some trouble getting on early, I'm like, that's the guy who was with you guys in the back. And yeah, he was there late with us. He's actually in one of our group photos too from the end of the night that I took. So seemed like a real good guy. Glad it worked out for him on the call in too. One of the things you guys were saying, if you don't mind, I just chime in with.
Go ahead.
You have a wide receiver room, right? Coming from a coaching side of it, where you might not have that stereotypical labeled number 2 receiver, but you do have a committee of guys that complement one another and all do different things. Now that's where the coaching comes in, right? You devise your scheme to bring out these guys' strengths and what they do well and how to get them the ball where they can be at their best. So it's part of the process too, right? Not just having talent, but utilizing it. And we've watched a lot of talent get utilized incorrectly with this team throughout the years. So if we believe we got the coaching staff and we believe that we can coach these guys up and we believe we can get that scheme together, that's a big part of the process. And that's just as important as times as having the talent. Because you see many teams throughout history lose players and they keep on winning because the scheme is designed and the scheme adapts and they know how to get the players the ball and they know how to get a guy the ball in space. And that's a big part of it. And we won't know that. And we won't even know that game one. It might take a couple weeks into the season before we really see what the scheme is about and how they're going to utilize everybody. And then you got to keep evolving because we all know that once the league catches up to you, the great ones still find a way. Andy Reid, when they know what he's going to do, he's still creating new plays that we've never seen before after all these years. So I'm not putting anyone on that level, but if you want to be great, figure out your plan, build on it, evolve it, and never stop evolving it and keep utilizing the talent to their strength, not doing what you want to do. Build to what you have, not what you want to be.
Our next guest was at the draft party on Thursday. The great Peg and Artie. Peg, Artie, how we feeling?
Hey, Jake, good afternoon. We feel great.
How was the trip back from New York
Hey,
to
Nick.
Florida?
It was a piece of cake, Jake.
Oh, man. What
yeah,
an
I mean,
easy trip.
It was convenient. The airport was 4 miles from the hotel. The hotel was within walking distance of the train. Jay Quest met us on the train with Chris. Matthew Smith was there. Let me tell you, Matthew Smith's not much of it. He's not like a dick in real life. He's a really good guy. And
I need that on a T-shirt, Jake.
that's how Jay Quest introduced me to him. He goes, he's like, I said, I know, he's a good dude, man. So we had a good time. It was fun.
That's awesome. I'm glad you guys made it. It was awesome. They were there. Yep.
Yeah, it was cool. Fireman Edwards really blew me away because not only was he like friendly and engaging, but he like talked to us for like 20 minutes. He really seemed like interested in everything we were saying, where we're from, the neighborhood and everything. Super nice guy.
Well, my brother who passed away did 35 years on FDNY. So when I told him that, he wanted to know all the houses my brother worked at, and so it was really nice. He really listened.
Yeah, he was a good dude. And everybody, I mean, I had such a blast with Clancy and Weed.
And Charles.
Charles was amazing.
So nice. Oh my God. He was just so amazing.
Yeah, he was amazing. You guys did a great job working with Charles. I mean, he did great. We need to work on V-Man though. He was scary. Yeah, he was scary.
Was scary.
I can only wear
hopefully we can work on him and get him a little more, socially, with it or whatever. But he's a nice man too. I've only just busted chops.
Very.
But so we're just hanging out, watch the draft. Crazy draft. I love the first couple of picks. Kind of went off the rails. I was kind of happy that it was so vanilla at the beginning because I figured they're not going to be like the smartest people in the room type thinking. And then sure enough, they go off the rails and pick some unusual picks. I mean, they might work out. Who knows? I mean, time will tell. But yeah, it was a great weekend. The draft party was spectacular. I mean, you really know how to throw a party, man. It's not going to be our last time coming up there.
It's the first
We're
time we've ever
thinking of
done a
coming
draft
up-
party. So hopefully, I want to make it an annual thing now. It went great. So it was a blast. It really was.
The Asmaniacs were unbelievable. Even like the ladies, the 5%.
Oh yeah, they made me feel so welcome. It was just amazing. Because I guess for me being on camera, they know what I look like, but I don't really know what any, besides a few that I've seen. And they were just so welcoming. Like
Yeah.
I had women walking up to me, Peggy, and I'm like, okay.
So we had a great time. I just wanted to pop in. Jake, thanks for doing the show today. I know a 5-6 hour show's got to be brutal. Especially now we don't have picks in the last 2 rounds. It's ridiculous.
Well, last year, if you remember, the Jets were Mr. Irrelevant. So it was like we were waiting for literally the last pick of the draft before we could end it. And now it's just like we're just waiting for the 7th round to wrap up here. But it's been fun.
Yeah,
man.
I mean,
the
the
Jets have been
fifth-
great. So all good.
The 5th to 7th round is like a crapshoot anyway. If we get one decent player out of the few that we picked, we'll be fine. I love the first 2 picks. Membo was a vital pick. I think we're going to be all right in the long run.
And to say to Nick, I'll be watching. I'll be watching. He's not going to make me watch. I'm going to watch with him.
Love
She
it.
goes
All right,
up
guys.
to me, and when we first introduced, she goes, I just want to let you know, a couple years, 23, I had some procedure, and he made me watch at night. I was like, what do you mean he made you watch? You didn't want to watch? She goes, now I do. Now I do. But back then, he made me watch. I'm like, all right, in the future, I hope you want to watch. So I'm glad to hear it. Back.
Yeah, it was great, man. Thanks again.
I got just the guy to get us going tonight.
What a party. What a night. It truly was a blast. Glad Peg and Artie can make it. A guy on the line right now was also there. Ladies and gentlemen, is he Nick Shine's twin?
He's home, his bed is on the bed. That's what feels good. On the road, his smell is on the bed. In a dirty hotel room. He calls the show, his smell is on the bed. He's just more comfortable. He got a beard, loves the jets, super jets. He's a big fella, sleeps alone. There's no room on his bed. But that's a big fella.
Well, your dad thinks that I'm Nick's twin, so that's good enough for me, man. That's definitely good enough for me.
It's one of the finer compliments I've ever received in life.
Yeah, me too, man, for sure. Yo, I'm not happy with this draft, bro. I'm not happy with the 3rd day, not at all. I wanted a defensive tackle. They said they were going to build from the inside out. You can't build from the inside out without somebody next to Quinnen. I don't understand it. Okay, and another thing I don't understand is this. Okay, we signed Stevens to a pretty good contract, right, to be our corner. Okay, then we're like, okay, we're going to draft a corner who's supposed to be pretty good. I'm cool with that. We'll move him to safety. Then we draft a safety, and I'm like, what is going on? I don't understand what we're doing.
That's what that pick was, because you got Adams on a 1-year deal, Cisco on a 1-year deal. So it's, hey, we like this guy. We think he could be a player for us. We're going to throw him in the room because if he is our guy, great. We have a spot for him. If not, he could be our guy next year. I think you're talking about day 3 picks, right? 5th round pick at safety. But my biggest issue is the receiver pick at 4 over a defensive tackle at any point. That's my biggest criticism of what they did today.
Bro, I was bouncing off the walls when, what was it, the 4th round today? It starts out and we have 2 picks ahead of us, okay? Dante Thornton goes 1 pick, all right? And I'm like, all right, fine. We'll draft Deonte Walker. We'll be fine. And he goes next. And I'm like, because the Bills moved up. I'm like, now we have to face this guy twice a year for God knows how long. And it's like, I'm saying Muji. I'm like, Muji, what the hell are you doing? Do something, And we did nothing. We did nothing for the defensive tackle position. The wide receiver, he's a reach.
If you look at the picks before and after us, 2 of my favorite guys in the draft went before and after us. Deion Walker goes before us. We take Smith, and then Robinson, the D tackle from Nebraska, goes right after. So
Yeah.
the two of the guys that I was targeting in round 4 went before and after us.
Yeah, I don't know. And the wide receiver for Georgia, he's a reach. He's fast. He's very fast, but he drops the ball, and hopefully they can work with him on that. But, I don't know. They just have to prove it to me now, because this day 3 was not good to me. I mean, day 1, I wanted Warren, whatever. Membu, I'm happy with. I'm happy with it. We're going to run the ball, run it down their throats, and I'm cool with that. Day 2, Mason Taylor, he could be viewed as a little bit of a reach too, but I'm cool with that too. Peanut butter Taylor. And then the corner was just I didn't get it, but if he's good and he's opposite of Sauce, I'm cool with that too. But it just seems like we had more, we needed more, and we didn't address it. And that's just what I'm seeing.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
But you like the first 2 days, right?
Yeah, the first two picks were good. The first two picks were, like I said, I wanted Warren. We got Membu. I'm happy. I wanted, somebody else in the second, but we got Taylor, and I'm cool with that too, So, like I said, I'm not happy with. I'm okay with the first 2 picks. That's fine. Even the third one, if he pans out, that's great. But the other ones, you got to prove it, man, because right now it does not look good.
Fair. And let me ask you
my
something.
original alarm to join you at 6 o'clock.
What was that?
What?
My alarm went off. That was my original alarm to remind me to get on at 6.
Oh yeah.
If I could just chime in real quick with everything Big Fella said. I think something that not just our fan base, a lot of fans, we do these drafts, we do these mocks, and I think sometimes we overvalue players in 4, 5, and 6, right? We got to remember that those are typically players that are drafted for depth, special teams, and to do what Sherwood did, to eventually elevate to that starting role through time, coaching, development, right? I think doing all the mocks and falling in love with players like we do and thinking that we can make 4th rounders be the equivalent of 1st rounders. I found myself doing that a couple of years ago. That's why I'm speaking to it, because I was guilty of it. But I think we got to remember what 4, 5, and 6 are for, where if Smith is a very good special teamer who contributes on offense and is better on offense than maybe Irv Charles was and develops into that guy who just takes the lid off the defense, that's not a bad pick in the 4th round, right? If he goes on to be a guy who can get 7, 8 touchdowns in year 2, that's a very good pick for the 4th round. And he's a contributor on special teams, and maybe he develops in year 3 and has a bigger role after what he did. That's what the middle rounds are for. 1st, 2nd, 3rd round is where you really got to get your meat and potatoes. You get your starters, you get your impact, your day 1 guys. The rest are depth. And I think we've been programmed mentally to think that those guys later have to equal what the early guys are doing.
Yeah.
And I just think a lot of people do that.
No, I get that. And I understand that. But, there are guys who drop. And, you would expect that you would adjust your board or something to people who drop, but I don't know. I mean, to me, it just seemed like we could have had Jack Sawyer also instead of that Miami linebacker.
Any relation to Tom?
Exactly. Huckleberry Finn, where are you?
I don't know what reference I like better, Jake. The Abraham Lincoln one or Mrs. Lincoln or that one?
You're seeing a rare side of me when I'm on, let's see, we did like 5.5 yesterday and 6 today.
You're about to enter hour 7's about to begin.
Bro, you're a champion, bro. We will appreciate it 100%.
Love it. Well, big fella, you're the man. You being at the draft party was a big part of the party, man. We couldn't do that thing without you being there. I told you that.
I appreciate that, man. And I appreciate all the Asmaniacs. Nick, appreciate you. Jake, appreciate you. And I'm going to root for these guys regardless, but kind of pessimistic a little bit right now with the guys we drafted today. Hopefully we can turn it around and let's go Jets.
Then the first preseason game, they make a couple tackles, and all of a sudden, we got the steal of the draft, baby.
You get the fuck out.
Awesome.
I'm going to do a quick check-in on Beast, see if he's actually sleeping. Beast, you there? Beast? Beast? Beast Breaker?
Still taking care of him.
Beast, you there? Doesn't seem like he's there. Hit the like button if you haven't. Shout out to everyone still watching here. 260 something people in here, which is kind of crazy that this many people are still tuned in. The YouTube tells me that over 11,000 people have at some point watched a portion or part of the show, which is nuts. Nuts. And that's with a Jets team that has not had a pick since like the 5th round.
Something I saw earlier, I wanted to comment on. Our last pick, Kyler Barron, had a 15.5% pressure rate against quality offenses. Abdul Carter had an 11% pressure rate against quality offenses. So I'm not saying he's going to be better than Abdul Carter, but there is some deep analytics, and maybe they dug a little deeper. They found a guy that they like who can win in one-on-one matchups. So I just saw that tweet from Mark Weber.
Mark Weber?
Yeah, Nate sent that earlier in Mark Weber Sports, and Mark with a C.
Yeah, it's funny enough. He's from Syosset, where I'm from. He was my first ever radio co-host. He's an alum of my high school.
Yeah?
Yeah. True story.
I shouldn't have to spell his name then. My bad.
No, that's why I was
No.
that's why I was confirming the spelling because
Yeah.
I knew it was him.
And on the Nate note, I received a text while Big Fo was on here. Nate is going to be on his way down here, and Nate will be joining us tonight as well. So,
wow, Nate, good for him.
hop in the car with him, dude. Get down here.
Maybe I shall. All right, let's go back to Beast. I actually have a camera on him now. Beast, you there? Beast, I hear him.
Andre.
He even sleeps with wrestling on. Beast, you up? Beast? Beast. Oh. Pulling a Gorman.
Rest in peace, Gorilla Monsoon.
Beast. This was our reaction to the Jets draft picks today, too. Putting us to sleep.
I had a funny line and a funny tweet before. It was that Shedeur Sanders fell so far that his draft party turned into a draft festival. It was 3 days long.
That's pretty funny. All right, Beast is asleep. Check back in with him in a bit. All right, in the meantime, let's get to more of your calls. Appreciate all of you tuned in here. Let's say hello to Stephen Mitchell, who's next. What's up, Stephen? What do you think of the draft?
How you doing, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Jake, you must be tired.
We're grinding, man. We're at the home stretch here. I'll be taking some of these super chats from this show and putting it towards a nice steak for dinner later. That's for sure.
Sorry, I missed the draft party. Nick, I remember meeting you and your son at the preseason game party.
We had hope.
Yeah.
Remember? Who does that? No, you guys, wow, this community is amazing. And I have so much to say, but now I have to change my whole thought because Nick just told me that Barron is better than Abdul Carter.
That's the quote. That's exactly what I
Let's
said.
just end it on that. We're all good.
That's it.
You know what, guys? Let's just think about this. It never works out exactly the way we think it should. Using the words like I didn't understand that pick, fair. We didn't understand it. Guess what? This is their life, right? Let's just think. What were the worst position rooms at the end of last season? Right tackle, tight end, and we lost Conklin. Safety, and our biggest loss in free agency is probably, arguably, DJ Reed. Is that all fair? Those are all comments that are fair, right?
Yeah.
Fine. Now the entire, offseason, right? Oh, and third and wide receiver room, third, 2 or 3, whatever. Listen, Oh, right tackle, huge upgrade. Tight end, huge upgrade. Safety, obviously, now we're stacked in the secondary, right? DJ Reed, maybe we're too stacked. Who's our coach? Okay, so it makes a little sense, and I love the way you really said it, Nick. 4, 5, 6 round. If they start in the first year, that's unbelievable. I'm a Syracuse guy. Cisco, I hope we're too stacked because I hope Cisco, we're like renegotiating to try to keep him for like 5 years. He's 25 years old.
Yeah.
He had one bad off season. It wasn't bad. Jaguars were bad, right? So, I mean, oh my God, all of a sudden our safety room and our cornerback room, which we lost our worst guy, we're now stacked for years, right? Maybe too stacked. We need a wide receiver. They picked this guy. He clearly is going to have to be paid attention to, right? And we have a tight end that doesn't go deep. He's not a Rodney Gatson, who's my Syracuse guy. I mean, he's go the seam and like play in the zone and basically just fill the zone. If you have this guy just running down the field, they're always going to have to account for them. I mean, it didn't work out perfectly, but guess what? They like these guys, the free agents, obviously, that they paid to be big belly guys, right? They weren't expensive. I'm sure they wanted another D tackle. It just didn't work out. But I mean, they really consistently, what about all the 4s and 5 in wide receiver that are big guys that we never had? So, I mean, we've stacked the rooms with competition in all the rooms that we were the worst at. And the one we missed was D tackle, in our opinion. But D tackles, I don't remember, was it Dom? Who said, like, finding a 320-pound guy that doesn't move well, but just negotiates a second team? Those aren't the hardest to find, and the offseason's not over. So what's wrong? Let's be patient. These guys know more than we do, but we clearly upgraded in the 3 worst rooms, 3 of the 4 that we had. Do we agree?
That's fair. It's an optimistic take. The pushback would be, if you go and look at, I'll use Connor Rogers because he's a Jet fan doing it. If you just take his board of players and stack it to how the Jets under McCagnon and Douglas in particular drafted, and we followed his board over their evaluations, we wouldn't be going on year 15 without the playoffs. So sometimes we as fans actually know what we're talking about. So I understand people being a little concerned with some of these picks, but I'm with you. I'm not going to freak out over day 3 because I like the first 3 picks. I think Membu's going to be a tremendous player. And I used the Becton example earlier. As bad as the 2020 class was, and Mekhi Becton was a stud left tackle, you wouldn't give a crap about the other picks that year because you filled a premium position left tackle. So pick 7, if Membu's a book, if he's the next Lane Johnson, next to Olu for the next 8 to 10 years, the other stuff is not going to matter in a few years. Hopefully they got that right for, above everything else.
But even the biggest reach that we're all agreeing on was the 4th round speedster. We wanted you came in today. We all came. We wanted a receiver. They chose which receiver. The other guys were on the board. Yeah. They chose who they wanted. It's not like they went, safety in the 4th round. They went where we really hoped they would. And they went receiver. This is the guy they chose. I hope he's the guy Gruden said. That sounded awesome. Yep. But at least they didn't go punter. You know what I mean? So, they made the choice. Jalen Royals was there. Right? They picked the position we wanted. Let's hope they picked the right one.
I hope. Steven, great call. Love the passion, man. Good to get you back on the show.
Hope to see you guys soon. And Steven, thanks for everything you do. You guys are great. Nick, I love your takes, and it's great seeing you. And let's have another event soon. I'll do my best.
Love it. Steven Mitchell checking in. Love that. Love the passion. Look, you could be optimistic if you want. You could be pessimistic. I'm not going to tell anyone how to be a fan. I'm just going to say it's all brand new. So you got to give – if you believed in Aaron Glenn before the draft, you still have to give him the benefit of the doubt after the draft is how I would look at it.
Yeah, they filled the needs the way they see fit. It's not – and we'll do this because this was very popular last month. There wasn't a YouTube poll about who the pick is going to be, right? It was they had their meetings. They had their breakdown video sessions. And they came up with their guys. So they're in charge. they're going to take the guys that they think will fill the needs that they want to build. So we got to have faith in them, right? Because we're not going to have a say in it as much as we'd like to.
100%. Let's get to more of your calls now, shall we? Why don't we check in with someone who knows more than anyone? Want to know why? Because his name is Jesus. Jets Jesus is up next. Hello, Jets Jesus.
Hey, I don't make that claim whatsoever, but I appreciate the compliment. Man, I was riding high after the first 2 days, and today was rough. As you know, I was watching the show, so I saw everybody kind of like take the same hits I was, where it definitely took a little bit of the wind out of it. But I do think we need to, like you're kind of going through, we do need to remember the first 2 days, in my opinion, were awesome. The corner was a surprise, but I do think it makes sense, and there's a lot of talent there, and I'm kind of excited. I'm pretty excited about him now. And how everything comes together will be interesting. What's up, Nick? I've listened to you a lot. This is the first time we're on at the same time, and I don't mean to start that with questioning something that you said, but I want to throw something out there and then get your thought on it based on that. And so what you're talking about in kind of sorry to just immediately bulldoze after addressing you. So
I'm not one to back talk Jesus, so please go ahead.
So you're talking about how kind of like, fourth on, you're more looking at depth and things like that. And I agree with you that that's normally the case. But because of how this draft was, with the talent really not being high end and being, more like mid-range talent, it did seem like there was more talent and more players that dropped into the 4th and 5th that could be potential starters. I don't know. Like, again, we're kind of saying the same thing with everybody else. Well, except for maybe Steven, who was last up and real positive. But I feel like there was so many missed opportunities there. And we'll see what they do. And hopefully they're the coachingest coaches of all time. But man, I really felt like there was some 4th and 5th round talent there that just got completely overlooked.
Well, all right. I'll give you a little kickback on that.
Yeah.
Every 4th rounder, and every draft pick really, but the 4th rounders, the mid to late rounds, are projections. Now, when they get them there and they get them on the field, many teams are going to say, holy crap, how did that guy fall to 4th? He fits in, he's perfect, he's standing out on the field, and he earns his role, right? You're not giving a role to a 4th, 5th guy as a starter from day one. They develop, they get out on the field, they earn it. These guys have to do the same thing, whether they do that or not. And that goes for every team. I don't think anyone drafted a guy 4th and later and are writing them in Sharpie as a day one starter. Maybe a guard or a D tackle, sure. But that would be my response to it. We don't know today because none of them have even arrived in Florham Park yet. So when they get out on the field, we start to see their role. We start to see how they fit. That's when you're going to maybe get the snowball rolling downhill. And like, we can't keep this guy off the field. He's better than we envisioned. So, and you being Jesus have great vision. So tell us, oh wise one.
No, I think that's great. I think that's great depth added to what you said previously, and then kind of like with my question of how that fell specific to this draft. But I think that's a great point. Is no matter what, you're not penciling those guys in as starters, even if they are looking really good at first. I think that's a really great point. The one thing I will say, I kind of
in due time, like Membu, you're right tackle. But when we drafted Mitchell, Warren, it was all right. Could they be? All right, they're not. But there are many guys around the league who, all right, we can't keep this guy off the field. He deserves it. He's earned it. And that's when everyone looks smart. And that's when coaches and front office people get extensions, when they find those guys. But nobody knows today who that is.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. I like that. I like that a lot. And that kind of fits with how I was seeing this draft. And, many people were seeing this draft as being, in its specific case. And then with what you said, I think that's perfectly framed. The one slight positive that I've got off of the wide receiver is, so in the middle of the show, I went to the gym and was listening from the gym, and Talking Jets popped up, and I was like, what are these guys saying? And I
joined them before I started my show, by the way. I was on with them at 11:30 today.
Oh, nice. Okay, That's awesome. Oh geez, so you've really been going forever.
Yeah,
he's been Bobby Midnight.
They were saying
it's true.
They were speaking to his blocking talent, And even though he's kind of a smaller frame, smaller, not short frame, but smaller frame, that he did block better than expected. And to me, that would make sense somewhat. And again, I'm trying to look for any positives with him possible. And just at the wide receiver position, I mean, a gunner in the fourth, I can't view that as a positive. So, but thinking about what we're potentially, thinking this offense is going to look like, if he can block well and then also stretch the field, is a nice mix. And you're not just going, oh, he's out there to stretch the field, half pay attention to him, or oh, okay, he's out, he's gonna be a gadget player, like whatever. That it does seem that there is a bit of versatility there, even though route running and such doesn't seem to be his strongest strength, to say the least.
He can get vertical, right? So
yeah,
say you run 4 wide and you have him in a slot and you run him deep, and then you have Garrett on that side who runs a post at that safety, and then you drag Taylor underneath into that open area on the field. The safety is going to have a choice. Do I drop or do I jump? He jumps, you go over the top with Fields. It's an easy one read. You attack that safety. If not, you'll have Taylor most likely beating a linebacker on a shallow crossing route. And you hit him, and now you're getting yak, which we don't get a lot anymore, right? It's been a while since we've seen Garrett catch one and take it, because we haven't been getting the ball down the field to guys in space. The only one I can think of last year was the bomb in Jacksonville to Adams, where it was a long catch and run. And Brees the year before in the Giants game when he caught one in the middle and hit the sideline and turned it up.
Yeah. And we know Fields can throw deep. Like, he does have an arm to be able, to unleash a deep ball, so that's good. And then if what's his name, Arian Smith, if Arian Smith is able to if he's able to block as well, now in that same formation that you're talking about, Nick, now if you end up having them block and you're pitching out to the backfield, or you're dumping to the tight end, or Fields is running, now you're going, is this guy just going to take off, or is he just going to push back those corners and maybe safety's playing up, or whoever, linebacker, whoever's over there he's not pushing back a linebacker. But anyway, pushing the defense back, now you've at least got a dual threat, and you're not just going, oh, he's on the field, it's this. And that's promising to me. That's something that's at least promising to me, because, I'm looking and I'm going, Royals is on the board. What was his name? Lane was on the board. I'm like, these other wide receivers that can do things are on the board at that time, and this is who they go with. So trying to find some positives. That's what I got.
Jets Jesus, you blessed me. I feel it. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to speak. Like I said, I was pretty negative with today, so I'm trying to find some positives. So those are the positives I have on him. I think with the other guys, there's a fair amount of positives to be found. It was just a matter of, like you said, it was reach day.
Love it.
I have a
Hell
question
yeah.
for you, if you don't mind. What does Jet Jesus do at the gym? I figured you just went out and walked on water, but what would Jet Jesus do at the gym?
I work on a lot of mobility, and then the benefits of my mobility work is then strength work, and did some kettlebell stuff today, which is always fun. So fun day at the gym, and it was technically a push day. So push day happened after some mobility.
I love it. Jets Jesus. Thank you, man. Peter, even Jets Jesus was feeling negative. LOL. This might be the perfect offseason for us, though. As negative as is that Nick Mangold?
Yes. Nick Mangold, do you want to show him your shirt? Yeah. Hold on. It's very similar. I don't know if you saw this.
Yes, the Gorman. Hell yeah. No, but I sent you that when you won, right? You won something from the merch store, I think, right? That's when I sent that to you?
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Love that. That's epic.
Fucking dope.
Hell yeah. Let me pull up the
way.
photo of Gorman with Fireman Ed. I want Nick Shine's thoughts looking at that photo. Just the happiness on Gorman in that moment from Thursday. It's really it really inspires me. Let me see if I can find this.
I've seen the picture. I follow Charles. The picture that he uploaded with Nickelback. Look at this photograph. Still has me cracking up. I've referenced it throughout the weekend.
Were you on last night when I tried to get him to sing Nickelback? Who was that? Oh, that was with Dylan. Yeah, I started singing Nickelback with him, and he did it a little bit, but he didn't fully sing. Where's Gorman been today? I figured he'd call in the 6 hours I've been on the air already.
We didn't get him home till like 1 o'clock. Oh, the face on Charles here is a kid who's being tickled while receiving the dream present on Christmas morning. There's joy and just like a feeling of like euphoria. I'm so happy for him.
It's true. It really is true.
I got a new fan club for Beast to start. Guinea pigs
Let's
for
see.
Glenn. Let's go.
What was that?
Guinea pigs for Glenn. That's Beast's new fan club to start up, baby.
Guinea pigs for Glenn.
No.
I love it.
Little Joey, shout out.
Hey, Beast woke up from his slumber. Hey, Beast.
I'm under construction right now. We're doing a little bit of repair work.
What are you doing?
A little duct tape?
Repair work. Doing a little bit of repairing. It's called solid steel construction. Well, if you don't have duct tape, then you're shit on the luck, kids. It's time for me to put a lot of these movies back into form. If you want to see all the goodies that we have here.
Oh boy.
Everything you see here is gold proof. Yep, that's right. Put it back in slow all night long. Everything you see here is GOLD, gold, including the man.
Bobby Midnight just lost his mind seeing that.
Bobby doesn't call my show anymore. It's over.
He's watching though. He's always watching.
Yep.
It's because, well, Bobby's different. He's his own boss. I don't want to take nothing away from him. Hey, Bobby is Bobby. That's the way it is. He has his days where he's decent, and then he has his days where he's like, like some people are on mangina, but that's another story. Now let's get back to construction. Finish this off. Yada yada yada. You already know the rest. This out here. Done. Deal.
Hey, Beast,
Bosh.
where's little Joey?
He's taking his nap. I just gave him his dessert. His dessert of the night. And what am I doing? Putting stuff away. Including champions right here, my friend. Jill, Jim, you know who these guys are. Let's go on the call. I gotta get back to work here.
I might be bad, but I'm gonna take your ass down.
Well said, Beast. Well said. Weed the people. Hello, Weed. Weed. Jets Worldwide wants to know how many days have you worn that shirt, Beast? I'm not sure. Someone named Sax is on the line, but there's no camera, so we can't go to Sax until I have some idea who this person is. Open phone lines. If you never made your call, now's a good time to do it. This draft is nearing the end, and we have broken it down for a long time, but people still have their thoughts, and we will give you the platform to echo said thoughts. Big Cho Jet writes in, Coach Cho checking in from home. Just got back from Spartanburg recruiting. How's the draft going? Big Cho, it's been terrible, man. The Jets forfeited half their picks. They couldn't get the timing figured out. New GM didn't get the pick submitted. Been a total
a lot
disaster.
of people say that I'm too positive, right? I'll give you a critique because I don't want everything that comes out of my mouth to be just positive and be labeled as like Jets goggles. I think if Muji can learn anything from this draft, it's how to be a little more patient. It's how to let the board fall to you, and don't go throwing away those later round picks and jumping all the time. Stay true to your board and take the best players that come to you. And once in a while, if there's a guy you gotta go get that you feel you can bring in and be an impact player, maybe if you're jumping from 4 up into 3, you do that. But when you get into 5, don't start giving picks away. Mike Tannenbaum did that all the time.
It's fair.
Mike Tannenbaum did that. He didn't value the mid and late round picks, and he would trade them away. And eventually, we had no depth because not that those players are guaranteed to make the team, but you never know. And that's where your special teamers come in. And just don't be reckless with the mid to late round picks. And if he does self-assessing and self-scouting after the fact, then it could be we could see some growth into year 2. But for running his first draft, I think he hit well early. And then maybe he got a little bit impatient and a little too trigger happy with moving up.
Quick reminder, last chance to get in the raffle. Double the memberships. Double the fun. Sign Joe Namath jersey. Sign Justin Fields helmet. Sign Aaron Glenn helmet. Sign Curtis Martin helmet. Sign DeBrickashaw Ferguson helmet. Sign Jermaine Johnson jersey. Signs Aaron Glenn photo. All those prizes on the line. Couple calls here. Let's say hello to Sax, who has his camera on now. What's up, Sax? Thanks for making the call. And thank you for the time, Sax. Your audio sounded alien-like. Please call back, and I will put you back on because that was definitely not right, whatever that was out of his mic.
Jake, I want to thank you for having me. Everyone's ready. We're going to be heading out shortly. Tremendous work all week.
Nick Shine on the money phone. Hello. Nick Shine on the money phone.
Double down, baby. Hit on the double downs. Jets Jesus, say a prayer for me that I hit on the double downs. Very big part of the process.
Great job all weekend, Jake. Party was awesome, man.
Thank you, Clancy. Great to see you as always, my man. Have a good time tonight in AC. Nick, you're the man. Appreciate you hopping on. You made the last 90 minutes fly by.
We'll talk soon, bro. Great work, bro.
Nick Shine checking in. From Nick Shine to Mr. Weed. Hey, Mr. Weed. What's going on, man?
Nick, I got exclusive behind the scenes footage of this guy. Look how hard he's working. He's working his ass off. Get out there and subscribe to Nick. Also subscribe to Jake. He's a good guy too. I love you, Jake.
I love you too, Weed. Did you have a good time on Thursday?
I had a fucking blast, dude. I'm still recovering. It was a good time for sure.
Well, you never have to recover if you just stay high the whole time.
I like the way you think, Jake.
Thanks, Weed.
You got a good brain there. That's a solid. You know what? I'm gonna smoke right now just because you said that. Hold on, let me get my bowl.
Ladies and gentlemen, Weed the people. Thank you, Weed. God. All right, last chance to get in here. We're at pick 240. We're like 16 picks away. I mean, at this point, like I feel like I don't even need to be live, but if I made it this far already, might as well just finish the job. But I do need some of you to call in. All right, I need a co-host here. I've talked for 6 hours and 25 minutes. Sax is back with us. Sax, hopefully we hear you this time. What's up, Sax? Nope. Sax, try without the headphones. I think that could be causing the feedback. That was rough. That was rough. Hit the like button. Remember, memberships are doubled if you get one. We haven't had one in a while, so I just want to plug it for those of you tuning in late. Taking a quick look at the poll. What grade would you give the Jets draft class? 46% say B, 33% C, 12% D, only 9% A. If YouTube gave me more options, I would probably grade it as a B minus, C plus. Not bad. They took some of the safe picks. I didn't love some of the picks today. David T says, get out, enjoy your night. Almost, David T. Almost. The weather was crappy today, so it's not like I missed out on a lot. Always. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. More of your calls right now. Ladies and gentlemen, will be the third time the charm is third time the charm. Sax. Hello, Sax.
It's unbelievable. Tell me this.
Hey.
All right. Finally. All right. So my question to you, Jake, and thank you for being patient with my apparently horrible audio, is how do the Jets actually feel that Justin Fields is the answer at this point? Or why are they so confident that this is the quarterback?
I don't know if they think he's definitively their long-term guy. I think when they evaluated their options and they knew they were not going to be able to get up to number one for Cam Ward, they felt he was the best of what they could do this offseason. They think there's enough upside there where we could try it, and best case, he could be our guy like Darnold had his breakout year and parlayed that into being a starter again, or Baker parlayed that into being the Bucs guy now long-term. And then they're looking at it like we don't need to get our long-term answer this offseason. They know, hey, next year, we're not under pressure to get a quarterback yet. We could do it in the draft next year after we build up the roster and the infrastructure and put our program in place for a year. So that's what they're thinking. I don't know if they definitely think Fields is their guy. I do think Glenn's higher on him than maybe we thought. Like, I do take him at face value with some of the comments he made about him breaking out and letting him play quarterback. But
Yeah, I think
we'll
that's
see.
my question, Jake, is the confidence of he's not even competing for the job at this point. It's
His
sort
job.
of
Yeah.
yeah, it's like his job right now. And I don't know how they're so confident to just give him the job so fast when even Pittsburgh wasn't that confident. You know, they took the job away from him. So I don't know, Jake. I guess my big questions are why are they so confident on him? Number two is why would you pick a tight end? Number two overall, when you're at the high, you're at the top of the second round, you could get other players. We need a linebacker. I mean, everybody. I get it. Like
They did take a linebacker.
yeah, I know, but later rounds, like we could have had a better one. I would assume we would get a better one.
So I didn't want them to do it early. To me, my gripe sacks is defensive tackle was a huge need. They could have done it as early as pick 42.
A run blocker. Run blocker.
They didn't do it, which is like, look, I think the Mason Taylor pick is fine. They needed a weapon. And they took a receiver with their first pick of round 4, which I wanted them to do. I just don't like the receiver they took. I think they reached on a guy that would have been there in the 6th round.
Well, I heard that receiver. I mean, every player before that receiver was taken was given a lot of kudos on their skill and acumen. Our receiver he's known to drop the ball in big situations.
Yeah,
like that.
Well, he like had like the highest drop percentage of any starter in college football last year. Like he's a freak athlete, but part of being a wide receiver is you have to receive the football. Yeah, you have to catch the football. I could go sign Usain Bolt if we just need to sign fast guys.
Exactly. So I look at this, and don't get me wrong. Like you listen to the press conference after the first pick, and they were all about. Or no, after the tight end pick, there was like this belief in lineage, and the fact that he came from like a family of football, and that's what they said on the press conference. So I'm wondering, so that same logic doesn't apply for the quarterback position, which I know a lot of people passed on Shedeur Sanders, but at the end of the day, why not get him just to compete against Justin Fields, who we don't know if he's actually a quarterback or not? Like at least his lineage, Shedeur Sanders, that is a football lineage. So maybe he'll rise to the occasion, and maybe he'll outplay or compete for Justin Fields' job. But we've already given it to him. So again, thank you, Jake, for being patient with my terrible audio.
Are you a first-time caller, Stacks?
Yeah, I've been texting you for a minute, Jake. I've been, I subscribe to you. I've been listening to you for a minute. So
that's awesome, man. Well, I appreciate you calling in. You're a great caller. I guess we just had to lose the headphones. I was giving the feedback, and you were good to go.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Good call. It was it.
Love it. Sachs, appreciate you, man. Call back anytime. I think when it comes down to it, Sanders, 31 other teams didn't think he was worthy of any pick until the 5th round. I think it was character concerns with him because the ability didn't warrant him sliding as far as he did. He wasn't a great quarterback prospect, but he was a borderline 1st round, early 2nd round pick. Like he's Will Levis, Geno Smith level of like a college prospect. It was all the other stuff. It was if you take him, now there's everything that comes with it for a guy that's your backup. Like with Tim Tebow, he's a great guy, not a bad guy, but it became a distraction for Sanchez and the Jets and all that. Like I don't think the Jets with a new program they're trying to build with a new head coach, who part of the reason they moved away from Rodgers is, well, they didn't want all the stuff that comes with them. Well, Rodgers is one of the best quarterbacks of all time. Shedeur Sanders has done nothing in the NFL. So it's different. Now, you could say they should have taken a quarterback at some point today. That's fine. I think they didn't believe in any of these guys, or they would have. I think they truly think we got Fields, we got Tyrod. I think part of the reason they didn't take a QB today is maybe Jordan Travis is finally healthy and can participate in his first ever NFL practice this spring. And when that happens, maybe he's their developmental guy that they can evaluate and see what they have. Maybe they compared Jordan Travis to Kyle McCord or Will Howard or insert whoever, Quinn Ewers, who I think went in the 6th round of Miami a little while ago. Maybe they evaluated Travis compared to those players, and that was the determination they made. You know what I mean? But, You couldn't take and I said this from the beginning. It's why I never wanted Shedeur at 7 when people were like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, you can't tell me on getting rid of Aaron Rodgers then take Deion Sanders' kid. Can't do it. It did not make any sense." And that was before we knew about how bad it was interviewing wise and everything else. Robert Morris has gifted 5 channel memberships. This means he's in the raffle for 10. Last chance to get in, baby. It is double the fun if you gift away.
It's the Asmaniac membership raffle. For every membership gifted, you receive 1 ticket entered in the raffle to win epic prizes.
All right, Robert Morris, your 5 memberships went to the following listeners. I'd love to tell you, but Mr. Tube is not showing me the names of said listeners. Maybe it will load. And when it does, I shall tell you. Here we go. DeAndre Vega, Anderson Simpson, Falcon West, John Woo, and Sal Pizzuto, all receiving channel memberships. Robert Morris in our raffle for 10. Reese says, Jake, you're the GOAT. We all appreciate you. Thank you, Reese. And you've been a channel member for 13 months. That's awesome. All right. Speaking of GOATs, there's a real GOAT on the line. The man has been helping me behind the scenes all weekend with the thumbnails and uploading clips from our reactions to each pick. The great Gator McCluskey joins us now. Gator, you and I were in Vegas at this time a year ago. Here we are a year later. No Rodgers, no Saleh, no Douglas, no half the team, new coach, new GM, and the draft is in the books, and half the fan base is still upset. How we feeling?
Remember how much fun that was last year? I feel like not just being in Vegas, but it seemed like the whole draft itself was fun. I think there's an element missing here from this draft. The only word that comes to mind is boring.
Yeah.
I mean, just to me, the whole buildup, we've been talking about this damn draft since November. By the time we were eliminated, it was like, okay, start talking about it. And then it's all there's been. And man, it's been a snoozer. I mean, especially after our second pick, I guess after the third pick, these guys are just like, who are they? It's amazing how many of these experts you've been having on, and they're like, who? Who is that? And then it's like, I'm Googling to try to get a picture to put in a thumbnail. I'm like, it's the first time I'm ever seeing or hearing of these people.
Yeah.
I mean, that I'm like, I've got 1/100th the knowledge of you guys when it comes to this stuff, but it's hard to stay involved and excited, especially coming off the Rodgers high. Hate to bring up the R word, but the last 2+ years with him on our radar, everything was exciting, intense. I mean, why else did we get 6, 7 primetime or standalone games each year of the last 2? I keep looking at this team, and man, the NFL is going to give us like one Thursday night game, maybe we get that Monday night against the Steelers, but why would they put us anywhere on prime time? And maybe that's a good thing. And maybe the fact that this thing was a boring draft is a good thing. I don't know. I think it's all comes down to coaching. Somebody who was reaching out to me today about you always have that one guy who knows nothing about football text you like, why don't the Jets get Sanders? Like that's a steal to get him in the
Yep.
6th round or whatever. And it's like, dude, you're not paying attention. It's like nobody wants this guy.
Right.
There's so much to it. And I get it. Glenn doesn't want the team to be have any players that are a distraction on it. But I don't know, man. I wish you luck trying to keep this fan base excited between now and the first preseason game, because it's going to be hard. Because other than the schedule release day, we can get excited maybe about a meetup game and figure out what's going to be good. But man, you've been on for like almost 6 hours. Man, you need to get the fuck out.
I know. Where's my drop you sent me? I need to do this.
You get the fuck out.
Man, what a day. What a day in terms of like, good for you, man, to hold the audience that you've held for 6 hours and seriously, this has been the most boring draft I've ever seen in my life.
It has. And like the Jets haven't had any picks since the end, like the mid-5th round. So it's like, it's been nothing. The guests have been good. Calls have been pretty good. And by the way, we were talking about this at the draft party. As Maniacs Got Talent, Gator, we might have to come up with something to get us through these lean months coming up here.
Maniac's Got Talent. That's not bad. That's not bad. That could, yeah. I mean, and a lot of them do. Sorry, my dog is playing with a squeaky toy. I don't know if you're hearing that.
I do hear that. Jay Quest says, Gator, if you say hi to me, it'd make my draft day.
Jay Quest, man, you're one of the goats yourself, man. Give us a Jay Quest. Give us some more calls, man. You know, if I could say anything to Bobby, who's probably watching and not, you know, I don't know what he's going through, but you know, Bobby, you were one of the goats when it came to calling into shows, man. Look at you're capable. Get on those early, late night, whatever. Keith McPherson, call in. You know, get us some content for the next few months. You know, we'd love it. You're good at it. You know, he's
Yeah,
one of the best. And Jay Quest, unreal what he's done. He could
Unreal.
probably be a stand-up comedian. He's got like that kind of timing and the ability to just roll the stuff off. It's tremendous what he brings to those
For
calls.
sure. You were missed at the draft party, Gator. I wish you were able to make it.
I'll get to one of these things sooner or later. You know, got to get my self in order, and I'll be at one of them. I can't wait. I hope you do the Tampa game, because that's my my current residence here in Tampa. You know, we'll get everybody over to the house. You know, have an Asmaniac party.
That'd be great. Yeah, that's the Tampa. Tampa makes a ton of sense because like my third most viewed state is Florida, so it'd be easy for a lot of people that already live there to go, and it's easy to get a flight from New York to Florida anyway year round. So, I hope the key with the schedule coming out is you mentioned the primetime stuff. I do think week 1 could be primetime if it's Rodgers going to Pittsburgh. They'll play the mandatory Thursday night game. They might get another game or two just because of the New York market, and it's like they still have good players on this team, and like the Jets, even the year they didn't have Rodgers with Zach Wilson, they still were pretty highly rated game when they were in primetime. So,
then there's always the flex game too when we're 9-2.
Yeah, right. Late in the year, Aaron Glenn's got us turned around. So, I mean, you hope, but you're right. I mean, but the boring offseason, boring draft, it could lead to maybe an exciting season for once, or it would just be more of the same. But I hope that it's the former, not the latter.
For sure, man. For sure. Need it to be. Need it to be. This fan base is I don't know if there's a fan base that's been more punished by the content of their football team than we have been.
It's insane.
You know.
I did have a guy on the line that wants to say hello. He has privately messaged me that he's requesting to speak to you. Are you prepared?
Probably not.
To the lair we go.
Right now, we're getting some gabagool. If you really want some gabagool, you gotta come get the gabagool. Catch you later.
Funnel butt. Funnel butt.
Come on, stop me.
Funnel butt. Funnel butt.
Ha ha ha. Very, very, very entertaining.
Why are you on your shit phone, by the way? Get on the computer. We can't hear you again.
Beast, your audio sucks. Go back to your normal setup.
I'm just taking my time right now. I just got to do construction.
Hey, Beast, until you get back to your normal internet, unfortunately, we got to do this.
You get the fuck out.
You get the fuck out.
Connection was just brutal, man.
Yeah.
So when he's on his phone, it's bad. But when he's on his laptop, we seemingly have figured out how to make it passable.
It's phones by Android and Texas Instruments. If you have either of those phones, that's what it sounds like. Although Bonesy has the key. If you've got Tiki Audio, try changing browsers. Whatever browser you're on to get through StreamYard on the shit Android phone, which I don't even know how they work. Figure it out, Google it, try a different browser, and you'll sound less like shit.
It's key.
Because if you call in with an Android and sound like that, you can get the bleep out.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Anyone have questions for Gator here? Why don't we do a little Gator Q&A as we get to Mr. Irrelevant coming up? The mastermind behind the show, the guy who's making these graphics that you see here, some of the funny clips and video stuff that we play. You sent me that Sanders thing earlier that I had it, and then I had to move it for some press conference stuff. And then by the time I think I saw it, he got drafted. So I haven't seen what you sent here. Should I play? Is it fair to play?
Yeah, just set it up by saying it's Sanders before he was picked, somewhere in the 5th to 6th round, it's live, clip of him waiting.
Okay, here is the latest on Shedeur back when he was waiting to find out where he was going.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
Rare footage.
Let's see.
You could also use that for a lot of different things if you want to set it up. Here's this person, here's that person. I would keep that one handy.
It's true. PA wants to know, are you still beefing with JJ?
I think JJ kind of vanished because, Jets Johnny was pretty hard on him. I think my little thing was a total joke, but JJ hit him enough. Jets Johnny hit him enough times that I think he just soiled himself and went into hiding.
Soiled himself. I love it.
Yeah.
Adam wants to know, what is your favorite Asmaniac content that you've made?
I'm pretty proud of the Chiefs fan theme song. That's one that I think a lot of thought went into, and I really, and the Ricky one, I'm really happy with. When I can do a song that touches on all the main things about that caller, if you look at Chiefs fan, there's so many things. Even in the background, I've put a few things where it really sort of just hits a lot of beats. And that's the key to when I do an intro, is to not just have one angle, but hopefully have several that I can bake into. It's tough now too with this AI stuff, because somebody, I'm not quite sure who it is doing these songs for Beast, and they're brilliant. They sound great. But the process I go through to do one is old school. It's by hand. It's literally just on, sometimes even on paper, or typing in lyrics, moving things around, listening to different songs, beats, trying to come up with a chorus, something that works. A lot of work goes into it. Not to say work doesn't go into what they're doing, but I know there's these AI things now that you can just type in a bunch of bullet points about a particular person, and then tell a genre of music you want, and then boom, it just spits it out, and it's amazing. But and then of course, after I do a song, then I got to think about the video, and I got to say, how am I going to present it? Kyle Clifton is the recent one I did, where it's like, he was tough because there's not what did I have to work with Kyle? It was really just his background. Sometimes it's a brick, right? And sometimes it's inside. So, he's inside, he's outside,
That's so funny.
and then I happen to notice in Discord, every time I go there, it's either him or Saint Nick. It's like, as I scroll, it's either Kyle Clifton, Saint Nick, Kyle Clifton, Saint Nick.
And Saint Nick never watches the show anymore, I feel like. He never calls in or anything. He's just on the Discord.
He's not an participant, right? Probably be a good call. He knows a lot about the Jets. He'd probably be a great caller if he just joined the team. But so, not for everybody.
JYB wants to know, on average, how long does it take to make a caller intro?
I'd say 3 to 4 hours. Maybe 2 hours for the song, 2 hours for the video.
It's crazy. I love it. I love it.
That, yeah. And if I'm tasked to do it, like if Jake says, hey, it'd be great if we had an intro for so and so, it takes a lot longer, because I usually stumble upon something that inspires me, and I'm like, like today, I was just thinking about how cool would it be to have Glenn, instead of pointing, if he punched an Asmaniac and had him sail out of the image. And I just thought about that in the shower. I don't know what the hell else I was thinking about. And then, I go into my phone and I say, Siri, remind me to make a cartoon later. And, I did that pretty quickly, because I knew it would visually be funny,
I love it. Let me see. There is Gator was thinking about Jake in the shower. Someone said, that's funny.
It's true. All the time. That's my worst bit ever, calling in from the shower. You remember that?
I do remember that. Yeah, that was a long time ago already.
Wish I could have that one back.
Here is one of my favorite intros that you've made, and it's a relatively recent one.
He thinks that Charles and Bobby need to get a job. This cowboy hates to see us maniacs complain. What they call him, one punch breaker. You need to get it down. What they call him, one punch breaker. The beast is on his ass. Call him one punch breaker. Has anyone seen Bean Mac? Call him one punch breaker. You'll only need one.
And Brigger joins us now. What's up, Dave?
How you doing tonight, Jake?
How are you, Dave?
Kind of disturbed, to put it mildly. You know, I had to take off. I just don't know what happened at 4th and 5th round. It's just very disturbing. How our opponents, division opponents, kept trading up, you know, getting the picks they wanted, and we had our guy that just sat back on his rear end. Like
Well, they
John
traded up
Hidson.
twice. They traded up twice.
Yeah, but it was too late. It was too late by the time he's, you know, these guys were jumping us. They were jumping us for wide receivers, defensive tackles. I mean, but this guy got a third, you know, this receiver. He looks like Devin Smith and Lamb Jones all in the same breath. I mean, come on. I don't get it. I really don't get it, Jake. I don't get it. I had to leave and go into the woods and take a nice walk. Then I come back and put it on, and Dom C was on. And, you know, Dom C couldn't even come up with the eyes. That linebacker from Miami. I mean, come on. What's going on with this guy? I mean, Glenn.
Dave, did you see Gruden's video of who did he talk
Yeah,
about?
Gruden went to about Smith. Yes, I saw it.
That didn't help.
Then I immediately went to the Georgia Bulldogs site to see some videos on the Smith. And all they were talking about was, I guess, one certain game he was having drops, and I don't know if it was the offensive coordinator or the wide receiver coach. He just said, "Get to work on the jugs machine. He can learn how to catch." I mean, come on, learn how to catch when you're, you know, this is kind of unrealistic at this point in time. We were getting jumped all over the place by the Dolphins, by the Patriots, but the Bills kept jumping in front of us. For guys.
We don't know if the Jets
what is this
wanted
Muji?
those players
Just a
that they
suit?
took. No, we don't know.
I don't know, Jay, but
that was priority for them. That's the thing. We don't know the Jets board. I don't like. I think they really liked the Smith player because they wouldn't have taken him where they did it. They didn't. There were other really good receivers that we thought were good value in that spot, and they elected with him. So, like, we'll see how it plays out. Did you like their first couple days? Because that's way more important than whatever they did today.
Oh, yeah, the first 2 days, I have no complaints. I thought, you know, they're going in the right direction, but all of a sudden the direction changed. I mean, I know you can't tell, you know, the draft until a couple of years down the road. I understand that. But just to see the process, why?
Dave, it's hard to be too critical of day 3. Day 3 is like, you know, it's a crapshoot. Maybe you get something, maybe you don't. It's day 1 and 2 are the ones I think that we really needed to nail, you know.
Right. Gator, you know what? I agree with you, but you know, we've been down this road. We get so optimistic. And then, you know, the middle rounds are where the teams are built. And we always seem to just, you know, they fail there. I mean, whether it be going back to Tannenbaum, whether it be, you know, just one regime after the other. Now, I'm just worried that Glenn has too much influence here. You know, I mean, what is Muji? I mean, he doesn't strike to me, you know, I mean, if you're the GM, you got to have some kind of input here. Is he having any input? That's what I worry about down the road here. You know, just the Glenn's is going to go on, get his players that he wants. That's the way I see some of these picks, to be perfectly honest.
First 2 picks were offense, though, right? I mean, Glenn's a defensive guy, so I think. Don't you think Muji had a little bit more say there?
I have no idea, but at this point, I would say Glenn is the primary influence in this whole team. You know,
he is.
And with this Malachi Moore, this is another guy they jumped in for, right?
Yes, they traded up for
Malachi Moore.
Correct.
Yeah.
But Dave, here's the thing with Glenn. They're a head coach driven organization now, whereas previously Douglas had control over Saleh. It's not like that. The Jets went all in with Aaron Glenn. He is the guy. Like, he has a scouting background, then he went into coaching. So Muji certainly has input, and he's running the front office, and he's running the draft, and he's hiring the scouts, and he's doing all the things a GM would do. But if there's ever debate on a player, what the decision is, Glenn's going to win the tiebreaker, just like Pete Carroll won the tiebreaker over John Schneider in Seattle, just like Kyle Shanahan wins the tiebreaker over John Lynch, just like Andy Reid wins the tiebreaker over Brett Veach. Like that, they're a head coach driven organization now, and we have not had that probably since Parcells was the head coach, but Glenn is getting all this power and he's never been a head coach before. So I get anyone being concerned. That was my big thing and why I wanted at least one guy they hired at head coach or GM to be experienced. But they went all in with Glenn, and we got to ride or die with it as fans. And we got to hope that Glenn's our guy, that he knows what he's doing, because that's the decision they made, why they gave him all this power in the first place. They believe he is that guy.
I was all on board, giving him a fair opportunity. I wanted to see how the draft played out. I wanted to see how they ran the board. I wanted to see, but when our opponents were coming in front of us for players that they knew that they probably wanted. Now, we don't know that for a fact, but there were so many players, wide receivers, defensive tackles, okay? Buffalo, Miami, the Patriots were always set up. I mean, the Patriots had a tremendous draft. Then, okay, I love that Scatterboo, right? And to see the Giants get this guy kills me, okay? It kills me. I wanted that Scatterboo so bad. I mean, I know a lot of people just think they say he's a bowling ball. That guy's a terrific player. I mean, we still don't have any impact players. We didn't get any impact players out of this draft. Yeah, we got a great tackle. He looks great. Mason Taylor, he's got to prove himself. The other guy, the defensive back, the Florida State guy, who knows? I mean, I'm very disappointed. I mean, I know it takes time, but I feel like our division opponents, they got ahead of us. We didn't make any moves on them, and that's over and over, year after year. I mean, I don't like to be negative, but I was waiting for this draft to play it out, and I know that you were not, you're not hyped up on the regime because you wanted somebody proven, and I can see it now. I don't have any faith in this Mooch. I really don't. We're gonna have to play it out. I really don't.
Briga. Have faith in Glenn. He's the guy making all the moves.
Well, he better know what he's doing, because I've seen his stuff too long. We all have, and it's a sad fact that we have great fans, and we have to put up with this year after year. Okay, if it wasn't for Asmaniac Madness and Gator, you do a great job. Thank you very much. Even though I know you're pulling for the beast, but we began.
Well, no, let me say,
come on, Gator, come on.
No, but I do want to tell this story, and I don't know if I've told it before, but when I was pulling for the beast and helping him, because he doesn't have a lot of fans out there, and I'm a fan of his. I think that he's starting to show that he's not a bad guy. Beast is a good guy. He just he has his moments where he doesn't collectively grab everybody, but he's won some people over, and I think that's a good thing. However, I took your criticisms to heart, not in a bad way. And what did I do? I went right after, and I said, I'm going to do this guy an intro. And I sat down and I thought it through. And, I think I got you a fairly good intro there that might have helped you a little bit. So I'm proud of that. And, I've become, because of that, I've become as big a Dave Briga fan as anybody. I think you're amazing.
Well, I hope we get together. I'm hoping for this Tampa game. I want to get down there. I hope we get this on the schedule so we can all meet up, because I know you're a Florida guy, and I'm not a MetLife guy.
I'm going to be up to a New York game too, for sure.
Yeah,
so hopefully I get to.
My last game at MetLife, I was telling Jake yesterday, was December 27th, 2015, when we beat the Patriots in overtime.
Wow.
I came in there with a whole bunch of Patriot friends of mine, and that's the last game I've been to. And we left there with an overtime victory. So
where do you live now?
Very impressive. What's that?
Where do you live now?
I live in Pennsylvania, northeastern Pennsylvania, Clark Summit.
Okay.
So it's not far from me. I'm between here and Philly. It's equidistant, as far as that's concerned. But I've always been a Jets fan. That's about the only New York team I root for. All the others, I don't have any particular liking for. Especially the New York Rangers, I despise them. And I don't like the Mets too much. I'm a Phillies fan. So we're not doing good right now. So the Mets seem to have it over. Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's the way we go. This place, we have fans. Where I come from, we have Boston Red Sox fans, we have Yankees fans. We have, everything, the whole gamut. Flyers fan. We have. This is like very, it's hard to explain here, but we have fans of every team here, all over the country. So
nice.
But I've been a Jets fan for my whole life, pretty much. football life. I never had any other football team that I really liked. It's Joe Willie did it for me, and all the guys did. So I pulled down that path. So, but
Well,
I
we're
just,
honored to, we're honored to have you here as a fan and here as an Asmaniac because
well, I'm honored to be here, because I like our loyal fans. Now, there's some that aren't, Terry. We know that. I don't like the particular names, just name them out, And guys have been giving us a little rough time here, especially Jake. They give him a rough time. But they
us
like
Jet
to get in
fans,
his pocket.
us Jet fans, we need to stick together. We have to stop insulting each other and being mean and calling each other.
Legitimate Jet. We're
this,
talking
that.
about legitimate. I don't insult legitimate Jet fans. The other ones,
Okay.
that you got a different story there. I don't. Instant fans and bandwagon fans are not my thing.
Sure,
okay.
sure, I hear you. All right.
I've been around a long time in this fandom.
I like to think that
whereas
Jake's got more. I like to think Jake's got more non-Jet fan viewers than any other NFL-based YouTube channel, because not everybody here is a Jets fan. They just like the show, and that's amazing.
Right.
That's a testament to
Well,
what
there's no
Jake
other
does.
show like this.
Yeah.
You can search every team. I haven't found one. I try to search through things. I give Jake 100% credit. This guy's like he's a workaholic. This is a man of achievement. A great man of achievement.
It's an honor, Dave.
And Gator,
it's an honor.
another one. There's nobody like Gator. You can search far and wide to see. I've never seen videos like that. And he's telling me he does it old school. I wouldn't know old school from new school as far as IT is concerned. I'm fortunate enough to just have basic knowledge of trying to get onto the internet. So
I'm so old. I bought my computer at Radio Shack. Remember Radio Shack?
Yeah, remember Radio Shack? Yeah, that was a pretty good. Way far, but maybe we're gonna get some new Radio Shacks with the new manufacturing bases. I showed Jake yesterday the foundations of our country, building coal, and
I
was
saw
at the museum. The Anthracite Museum. We got we have to reestablish achievement, workers, a work ethic. Get these guys out there working.
I love it, Dave. You're the man.
But we got to win. We got to. I don't want to listen. I'm the last guy that wants to be negative, okay? But I'm a realist, and I just want us to. We have to succeed. I'm tired of this stuff. I want to win. Let's make the playoffs. Why should we always be, just on a downer? Why do we have to end up on a down? Our fan base gets so up, and then boom, we hit the bottom. Like the last year, 2024 was the absolute worst. I'm hoping that's the bottom. Like you have to hit the bottom. We have to be going up, but we have to got good players. That's it. So, hey, Lord willing, these players work out. I want to see us succeed, so we can enjoy some good times. But let's hope we get a good scheduled day for that Tampa game.
Amen, Dave.
Yes.
Amen. And what I'm about to do right now is the only thing
Jake, you did a
appropriate to
great
do.
job. I give you a lot of credit to both of you for running a great show, one of a kind. There's no other show like this. This is number one, numero uno. Okay, ciao. God bless.
The great Dave Brigham.
He thinks that Gary needs more shots upside his head. This cowboy hates when you don't believe in achievement. Well, they call him One Punch Brigger. The moon landing was free. They call him One Punch Brigger. His claim is not too dirty. One Punch Brigger. Hated jokes just like his ass. One Punch Brigger. Knows it only need one.
I love it. One of Gator's best. Brigger's the man. And I love that he was able to somehow make the Asmaniac bucket hat like a fedora, the way he was able to position it on his head.
That's right. That's right.
Tremendous.
Oh, man.
He's right, though. His fan base is great.
He's kind of like the grandfather of the show. It's almost like, you always got to ask him, what do you think, Dave? And then it just comes down and it's like, okay, that's what it is.
One Punch Brigham, man. One of the greats. Gator, I'm glad that you're on as we are about to be at Mr. Irrelevant. Finally, New England has the pick. Because if you remember, for those who watched a year ago, Gator and I were together in Vegas. Gator came out to help me as we did the show live from the Circus Sportsbook, and Gator was on with me then when we closed out the show. You were dancing on the outside of the pool view at Circa, if you remember.
Right. That was awesome. I want to go back. I want to go back.
If you're around in August, I might have something to present to you.
Okay.
I'll put that on your radar.
Count me in.
JYB, have we addressed kicker? No, but I think that's something that you'll hear about at UDFA. They'll sign a kicker and have that guy compete with Zerline.
Ricky keeps talking about the Florida State kicker being.
Was he drafted? I don't know if he got drafted.
Oh, he hadn't been. I know when the first, second, and third kickers were taken, it wasn't him. So maybe.
Wrong verb. Now what are we supposed to do for the next 5 months? So I'll still be live every day. At the Asmaniac Talent Show, we'll get underway. We'll come up with something. Something always happens. Plus, we'll have OTAs. We'll have minicamp. Schedule release will be big. And, this community is the best, so we'll figure something out. We always do.
I can't wait to help assemble the top 64 for next year's Asmaniac Madness 2. I can't wait. I want to start now.
68, man. We got to expand the term. We got to do, now that we figured out how we could do it a little bigger, we can do play-ins. Yeah, it's going to be wild.
Oh, good.
Also, there's some ideas in the works from our committee chairman, Boomtown, to pass the time. So we're going to have some stuff. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about our community. We come up with stuff. New England's pick is in. So once their pick is in and the draft's done, we can finally wrap it all up, baby. We're in hour number 7. When I went back and saw that the Jets didn't make their Mr. Irrelevant pick till 7:12 last year, I go, oh my God. And then it felt like we were going to be done like way earlier, but nope, it's after 7 o'clock now on the East Coast. So I've been on for 7 hours. Unreal.
I wonder if our Mr. Irrelevant survives the cuts. You think Stiggers will hang on?
No, so our Mr. Irrelevant's not even on the team anymore. It was that guy from Alabama.
Oh, why did I think it was Stiggers?
Stiggers had the better story.
Yeah, for sure.
Bino says, Briga, the standard bearer. Amen. Amen. Mr. Irrelevant is not in the books yet. They're dragging this on. Melanie Salata Finch is announcing it. Beastbreaker says, how about Asmaniac soccer? Beast, can you give us an idea on what it looks like to kick a soccer ball? What do you mean?
Well, as long as you're playing football, you go.
Great if that microphone wasn't in the way.
Hey, Beast, can you do that again, but move your microphone? We couldn't see.
Halt! Time out that kick. Time for the shots. You stay there, you cheap son.
Wait, that's underwear. I think that's underwear. I'm not sure.
That's how you go for the goal, baby.
Breaker 666. He's the man who would kick your ass, and then he's gobble-goo.
I'm pretty sure he was in his underwear.
I think he was, definitely. We'll send him some Asmaniac underwear.
Wow.
Man.
That was nice. Yeah, that was good.
I'll tell you what, I think that's a perfect way for this stream to end.
Got to revise the emoji.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Gator, you are the man, my friend. Appreciate all your help this weekend with the thumbnails, the awesome little Chiron we got going with the draft background. You've been awesome, man. So thanks for making another draft weekend as successful as I think it could have gone, baby.
Thanks for giving the Jets purpose, my friend. Love you, man.
Appreciate it. Gator McCluskey, everyone. Gator Sports on YouTube. Gator McCluskey. Go subscribe. Check out Gator's non-Asmaniac content because it's great. Ah, man. What a show. What a weekend, huh? Just a recap. Here are the 7 picks the Jets made this weekend. Armand Membu, Mason Taylor, A.Z. Thomas, Arian Smith, Malachi Moore, Francisco Marigawa, and Tyler Barron. your 7-member New York Jets draft class. Tomorrow on the show, that's right. You think I'm taking a day off? No chance. Tomorrow on the show, we'll talk about some of the UDFA signings, and we'll get Nick Faria's insider perspective. He was at the Jet War Room all weekend on the moves that they made. But before I wrap up, I just want to thank all of you who tuned in to the draft coverage all weekend long. Whether you came to our draft party, whether you watched night 1 from Clinton Hall when we did the show, whether you watched our 5 hours last night or our 7 hours tonight, thank you for being a part of this show and this community. Please join the Patreon if you haven't. For just $5 a month, you could support me, and you'll get your name added to the intro. You'll get Discord access. You can see behind-the-scenes photos from all the events. If you want to join us for a Yankees game in June, you got to be on the Patreon to get info on that. So make sure you join the Patreon, and when I share it, you'll have it. Just go to patreon.com/Jake Asman Show. Appreciate all of you. Again, thank you to everyone who came out to the draft party. Thank you to Nick Shine and Gator and everyone who assisted all weekend long. Dylan Terriman, who was on for the entirety of last night's show. Dom C, who was on for a while today. Every guest that appeared on the program the last couple of days. I'm going to forget some people, but Buffalo Jet fan, Tyson Roush, Connie Carberg, Frankie V, Jets Chaos, Nick Faria, everyone. I'm sure I missed some, and I apologize if I didn't think clearly, remember who was who. Again, thank you all. Best listeners in sports. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your weekend. We're back tomorrow because we don't stop. JETS, Jets. Hey, Fireman Ed, take us home, baby. The 2025 Jets draft is officially in the book.
I got just the guy to get us going tonight.